The world is crawling with things that just won't stay dead. Beings that keep moving even if you try to end them, the true undead. To these immortals who've conquered life and death, taking over a single dimension is like a walk in the park. They've got their sights set on Earth next, and they're convinced it's only a matter of time before they own it. That's what they believed, but something went sideways. One of the skeletal commanders is absolutely losing it, demanding to know what just happened. He's staring at a massive explosion, unable to believe that a mere human is standing in his way. He screams out, wondering how on earth this guy is still breathing after all that. Through the flames, a silhouette emerges, looking completely unbothered as the world burns around him. He mocks the monster, suggesting that maybe there's a reason he's still standing. With a crazed look in his eyes, he screams that he's just sturdier than them and charges back into the fray. He delivers a devastating blow that shatters the skeleton's defenses, sending pieces of bone flying everywhere. The title screen cracks open. This is the start of I Resurrect Alone. We jump back 2 years into the past, to a quiet apartment building at night. A loud voice echoes through the hallway. Someone is reaching their breaking point. Our MC, Kang Hyun, is getting grilled by his sister for coming home drunk after playing games all day instead of looking for work. She's furious, pointing at the door and telling him if he's going to live like a bum, he should just go back to their parents. Hyun looks totally pathetic, blushing from the alcohol and stammering through a weak excuse. His sister, Hyun, rants about how they're too old to depend on their parents, but that doesn't mean he can just leech off her. She tells him to go find some part-time work tomorrow since it's New Year's, but Hyun just wants to sleep off his headache. He slinks into his room as she yells after him, clearly fed up with his lack of ambition. Hyun lets out a long sigh, the weight of his own failures finally hitting him in the quiet of his room. He collapses onto his bed, not even bothered to change his clothes before passing out. He stares at the ceiling, calling himself pathetic and wondering why he's even living like this. He thinks back to his peak, which was just a short internship at a big company, and decides he'll look for manual labor tomorrow. He notices his computer is still on with a game running, but he's too exhausted to even get up and turn it off. He wishes reality were more like a game, where he could actually have a cool job and a purpose. Warrior, wizard, swordsman, anything would be better than being a jobless guy in a cramped room. He finally drifts off into a deep sleep, but the world around him is about to change. Suddenly, a glitchy purple screen starts flickering in the darkness of his room. A system message pops up, announcing that it's detecting a connection to the Haken dimension. The city outside is shown, but everything looks distorted, like a digital image breaking apart. The Earth defense system activates, signaling that something major is moving in the shadows. Hyun is still snoring away as the system temporarily rejects the Haken connection, showing the vastness of space. A massive wave of energy sweeps over the planet as the system declares that the tutorial has begun on Earth. A loud thud echoes, and Hyun's eyes snap open in a cold sweat. He sits up instantly, but he's not in his bed anymore. He's in a white, void-like space. He looks around, confused and disoriented by the sudden change in scenery. He's shaking, wondering what kind of weird place he's landed in. A glowing purple window floats right in front of his face, and he can't believe what he's seeing. It shows a countdown, 5 years left until the full connection with the Haken dimension is complete. A chime rings out, welcoming Sir Kang Hyun to the tutorial, leaving him completely stunned. The screen explains there are 8 levels to this tutorial, and Hyun tries to wrap his head around the madness. He reads that dying here won't affect reality, but there are no retries, and he can't give up. Completing the tutorial promises a reward and an awakening, and Hyun starts to look a bit more interested. He wonders if this is actually happening, or if the alcohol is just giving him the weirdest dream of his life. He imagines a cute anime girl greeting him as her master and feels embarrassed, apologizing to his parents for being a game addict. But then, his expression shifts, becoming more determined as he stares at the system window. He decides that even if it is a dream, it's a sign to give life one last shot, adopting his just one more game mindset. The system chimes again, announcing that he is now entering the first level. A message appears, wishing that his courage will save the Earth, which catches him off guard. He stands alone in the vast white space, wondering exactly what he's supposed to be saving. The white void starts to dissolve, revealing the actual challenge. The first level's objective is simple: overcome his greatest fear and prove his courage. The clear condition is to reach the end of a bridge, but the failure condition is a very permanent-sounding death. Hyan looks around frantically, wondering where this supposed bridge is. A dark shadow looms over him, and his face pales as he looks down. His eyes widen, reflecting the orange glow of something terrifying below. He's standing on a narrow stone pillar, surrounded by a massive pit of bubbling molten lava. The heat is intense, and the sound of the lava churning below is deafening. Hyan recoils from the edge, his heart pounding as the heat singes the air around him. He realizes this isn't just a simple platform. There's more to it. He spots other people on different pillars, all looking just as terrified and confused as he is. He feels the burning heat on his skin and starts to doubt if this really is just a dream. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, and he spins around in shock. It's his sister, Hyan, standing on a nearby pillar in her pajamas. Hyan is stunned to see her there, and she looks like she's on the verge of tears. He points at her, complaining that it's unlucky for her to show up in his dream on New Year's Day, but she yells back that she was about to ask him the same thing. She's panicked, mentioning that people were telling her to save the Earth, and she has no clue what's happening. Hyan walks closer to the edge, trying to maintain his cool despite the lava below. He insists that this must be his dream, and she snaps at him, asking if that's really the most important thing right now. She points out how natural their conversation feels, and how vivid the environment is, sensing that something is very wrong. Hyan laughs it off, saying the brain is easy to trick, and mentions that you're not supposed to feel pain in dreams. He admits he almost wet himself earlier, but was relieved his bed stayed dry, much to his sister's disgust. He tells her he's leaving, and starts to walk across the narrow stone bridge. He points to the system window, reminding her that they need to reach the end to clear the stage. He mocks her, calling her an NPC who doesn't know anything, which sends her into a classic sibling rage. She asks him what happens if he falls, but he just calls her stupid and says he'll just wake up if he dies. With a confident smirk, he says he's going to wake up now and prepares to move faster. Just then, a man on another bridge loses his footing and falls headfirst into the abyss. Hyan's smile vanishes as he watches the man plummet toward the molten heat. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air as the man hits the lava and is instantly engulfed in flames. Hyan and his sister stare in absolute horror as the man's charred hand reaches up one last time before disappearing. Hyan is visibly shaking now, realizing that the scream sounded way too real to be a dream. Hyan takes a deep breath, trying to steady her trembling hands. She tells him to stop acting cool and just crawl if he has to, since it's safer than walking. Hyan tries to act like he's not scared, but he immediately drops to his hands and knees to start crawling. The camera pans out, showing dozens of people crawling across these narrow stone beams over a sea of fire. It's a pathetic sight, but everyone is too terrified of death to care about their dignity. Hyan looks over at his sister as they both slowly make their way forward. He asks her what she really thinks of the situation, wondering if she has any guesses about what's going on. He calls it a vivid nightmare, but she's not buying his act anymore. She asks him honestly if he really thinks a dream could ever be this detailed and terrifying. She looks down at the lava, her face pale, sensing that they're missing something huge. She whispers that if they die here, they might actually die in the real world too. Hyan lets out a small, nervous chuckle at her suggestion. But then he breaks down, crying and shaking as he admits he's too scared to move any further. He collapses onto the stone beam, completely drained of all his courage. Hyan looks back, seeing her big brother in a pathetic heap, and suggests they just rest for a bit. Hyan looks up with a weak smile, still trying to cling to the hope that this is all just a dream. He suggests that if they just stay still, they might wake up on their own without having to cross. But then a notification sound pings, and both their eyes widen. The system announces that a certain amount of time has passed, so the difficulty is increasing. The ground starts to rumble, and Hyan looks back in terror as the pillars behind them begin to vibrate. A massive crack forms on his bridge, and he realizes they're out of time. The stone beams start crumbling and falling into the lava one by one. People scream as they try to run, but many are lost as their paths vanish beneath them. Hyan screams at her brother that it's not the time to be sitting around anymore. She takes off running, shouting for him to wait as she pushes past her fear. Huge chunks of rock fall into the lava, creating massive splashes of molten fire as the bridge disintegrates. Hyan is sprinting now, his lungs burning and sweat pouring down his face. He tells himself it's fine, trying to stay focused as the world falls apart behind him. He realizes the bridge is wide enough that he can make it as long as he doesn't trip. He keeps his eyes glued to the stone beneath his feet, refusing to look down at the fire. Other people are falling all around him, but he can't stop to help. It's a literal race for survival. He's pushing his body to the limit, his heart hammering against his ribs like a drum. He sees the end of the bridge and realizes he's almost there, a surge of adrenaline hitting him. He thinks he's finally safe, a look of relief starting to cross his face. But then his eyes catch something in his peripheral vision that stops his heart. He screams his sister's name as her bridge starts to collapse right beneath her feet. Hyeon looks back with a dazed expression, not even realizing she's about to fall. Hyeon grits his teeth, his expression turning fierce as he leaps across the gap toward her. He catches her mid-air, wrapping his arms around her as they both tumble toward the ledge. The bridge behind them completely shatters into tiny pieces, falling into the orange glow below. They slam onto the solid ground at the end of the bridge, rolling across the stone. A massive plume of fire erupts from where they just were, signaling the end of the first challenge. A glowing window appears. "Level up! Congratulations! You have cleared level 1. Hyeon and his sister sit on the ground, gasping for air and staring at the screen in disbelief. The system rewards him with a temporary awakening and says he'll be officially awakened at the end of the tutorial. Hyeon collapses onto his back, completely spent, saying he can't even lift a finger anymore. Hyeon looks at her own screen, still confused by the terms, while Hyeon jokingly asks for a thank you for saving her life. She stares at his status window, which shows his name and stats like strength, agility, and a unique ability. She reads the words aloud, wondering what strength and magic power are supposed to mean in real life. Hyeon's eyes go wide. The status window is every gamer's dream come true. He sits up frantically, desperate to see his own stats and the cheat code he might have been given. He focuses on the screen, his eyes locking on to his unique ability, resurrection. He leans in closer, his face lit up by the purple glow, but then everything starts to fade into white. He sits bolt upright in his own bed, gasping for air as the morning light filters through his window. He sits there in silence, his mind racing as he tries to process the transition from lava to his bedroom. He looks down at his hands, his face drenched in sweat and his eyes wide with shock. He asks himself if it was really just a dream, looking out at the normal city skyline. He checks his phone and sees a community board flooded with people talking about the same shitty dream. Posts about successful lucid dreams and shared nightmares are trending everywhere. A woman on the news is talking about surviving hell, and social media is blowing up with families who all had the same dream of dying. Investors are already talking about tutorial stocks, while influencers are doing a Save the World challenge. The camera zooms out to space, showing Earth as a system message warns that the full Haken connection is less than 5 years away. The sun is out, but the world feels completely different after that night. Suddenly, a door slams open, and Hyeon's sister screams his name. Hyeon is yelling back at the same time, both of them running toward each other in a panic. They both start shouting at once about the lava, the status windows, and how terrifyingly real the whole thing felt. They start bickering instantly, each accusing the other of interrupting as they try to explain their side. They both take a moment to lean against the walls, gasping for breath as the adrenaline finally starts to fade. A loud stomach growl echoes through the quiet apartment, breaking the tension. They share a silent, awkward look for a long beat. Hyeon quietly suggests they should probably eat something first, and his sister just nods in agreement. The trending topics list shows End of the World, Tutorial, and Status Window at the very top. Hyeon scrolls through his phone while holding a bowl of rice, seeing the entire world in a state of shock. They sit at the table in silence, both too preoccupied with their phones and the news to even talk. Hyeon mentions that people all over the globe had the exact same dream, confirming it wasn't just them. Hyeon notes that dying in the dream didn't seem to hurt anyone in reality, though millions of people fell. His sister shudders, saying that even if it wasn't real death, falling must have been a traumatic nightmare. Hyeon chews his food thoughtfully, reading that those who fell are actually suffering from serious psychological trauma. She asks if it's really okay for them to be eating so casually when there's total chaos outside. Hyeon just keeps eating, staring blankly as he swallows his food. He sets his chopsticks down, saying that there's nothing else they can really do, so they might as well eat. He gets up and walks over to the window, looking out at the street below. He asks her if she really wants to jump into the madness outside, given what they just saw. He pulls back the curtain, revealing the absolute chaos on the streets. People are looting stores, fighting over boxes of supplies, and screaming at each other in the middle of the day. A religious fanatic is holding up a sign about the time of judgment while sirens wail in the distance. Thugs are smashing windows and laughing as they destroy property, taking advantage of the panic. The siblings look down from their balcony, watching the world lose its mind in real time. Hyon deadpans that he guesses they aren't going to work today, and his sister can only agree. He warns her that going out will only get them hurt and asks if she remembers anything else from the status window. She calls out her own window, but Hyon is disappointed he can't see it since he isn't the one awakening yet. The window shows just under 5 years remaining, and Hyon realizes that's all the time they have to prepare. He watches a police car drive through the crowd, noting that while it's chaotic now, things will eventually settle back into a new normal. Hyon looks at him, surprised that her loser brother is actually making a lot of sense for once. By evening, the initial shock wears off, and the police manage to regain some stability in the city. The first day of the new world ends, and Hyon closes his eyes to sleep. As soon as he drifts off, a chime rings out, welcoming him back to the tutorial. He wakes up on a cold floor, rubbing his head and realizing he's back in the void. The system offers an explanation for the interface, but Hyon tells it to skip that and show him his status window immediately. His stats appear: Strength 8, Agility 9, Stamina 8, and Magic Power 14. He stares at the numbers, having no clue if they're actually good or not since he has nothing to compare them to. He wonders if his high magic power means he'll be able to cast spells later on. But then he focuses on his unique ability, Resurrection, and a wide, predatory grin spreads across his face. The skill description is insane. He returns to life 24 hours after death, and during the tutorial, there are absolutely no penalties for dying. He pumps his fist, feeling like he's been given a cheat code to the universe, and confidently enters the second stage. He's full of hype and energy, not having a single clue about the nightmare that's waiting for him. The scene shifts to a bloody mace dripping with gore as a dark shadow looms. A hideous green goblin lets out a screech, its yellow eyes wide and crazed. Hyon is in the middle of a fight, his face covered in sweat as he swings his weapon with everything he's got. He lets out a roar of his own, the sound of metal clashing and monster screams filling the air. He delivers a massive blow that sends a goblin flying backward, crashing into a stone wall. The second stage objective is simple: defeat the enemies and prove your skills. Hyon screams as he brings his mace down on another monster, his clothes already stained with blood. The impact is brutal, a spray of dark blood hitting the wall as the goblin is crushed. Hyon stands over the corpse, gasping for breath as he realizes how exhausting real combat is. He stares at his bloody weapon, his whole body tingling from the sensation of actually killing something living. He looks down at the lifeless creature, whispering to himself that he actually did it. But the smell and the reality of it hit him, and he feels like he's about to throw up. He tries to walk away, thinking he won because it was just a low-level goblin, but then he spots a shadow around the corner. His heart stops as he looks up, seeing something much bigger and scarier than the last one. A pair of glowing yellow eyes stare him down from the darkness, and he realizes he's in trouble. It's a goblin militia, a massive, muscular beast with red hair and a sword that's glowing with purple energy. The monster is huge, and Hyon realizes that if he gets hit by that sword, it's going to be a lot worse than just a scratch. The militia goblin swings its massive blade in a horizontal arc, cutting through the air with a terrifying whoosh. Hyon barely blocks it, the force of the blow vibrating through his arms and sending sparks flying. He's crying from the sheer pressure, his body weakened by years of unemployment and lack of exercise. He tries to counter, but his short mace is no match for the reach of the goblin's massive sword. The goblin smirks as its blade slices through Hyon's side, a spray of blood painting the floor. Hyon lets out a muffled scream as the monster delivers another brutal slash, completely overwhelming him. The screen turns red as blood spatters everywhere, and the sound of flesh being torn echoes through the hall. Everything goes quiet for a moment, the world fading to white as Hyon's strength leaves him. His eyes are hollow and leaking tears, blood matted in his hair as he stares at the ground in shock. He's lying in a pool of his own blood, wondering why he has to go through such a horrific experience. The goblin grabs him by the leg and starts dragging his broken body across the stone floor like trash. Hyon is barely conscious, begging for the monster to just end it already as his blood leaves a long trail behind them. He's desperate for someone to save him, but he's all alone in this nightmare as the second chapter ends. Hyon realizes that you never truly know how much blood is in the human body until you see it all spilled out on the floor. He describes the cold fear of death tightening around his neck as the goblins spent hours torturing him before he finally died. Back in reality, Hyeon kicks open his door, complaining about his screaming early in the morning. She finds Hyeon huddling under his covers, shivering and whispering about goblins and how scared he is. She sits by his bed, her tone softening as she asks if he really died from excessive bleeding in the dream. Hyeon describes the torture in gruesome detail, fingernails, teeth, everything, until she tells him to stop. He starts crying again, claiming that even a legendary hero would call for his mother after what he went through. She asks if he needs to go to a hospital, but Hyeon is caught off guard by the suggestion. She checks her phone, noting that psychiatric visits have doubled because so many people are having these shared traumas. Hyeon gets out of bed, looking tired but determined, and says he doesn't have the money for a hospital anyway. She notes that people who died in the first stage didn't return to the tutorial, which sounds like good news to her. Hyeon smiles, thinking he'll finally be able to sleep peacefully tonight since he failed the second stage. But as soon as he falls asleep, the system welcomes him back, announcing an error that moves him immediately to the next round. The screen mocks him with the same message about courage saving the Earth. Hyeon wakes up in the dungeon, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. The system announces that Tutorial Stage 2, Round 2 is beginning, and Hyeon grits his teeth so hard they might break. He lets out a string of censored curses, screaming his lungs out at the unfairness of it all. His screams echo through the dark cavern, a mix of rage and absolute terror. The system reminds him that there's no penalty for resurrection in the tutorial, it's a literal death loop. He sits in the darkness, the reality of his situation finally sinking in. He admits he spent hours just zoning out, realizing that even if he wants to die, the nightmare will just repeat. He stands up, his stomach growling with hunger, and realizes he has no choice but to keep moving forward. He goes to pick a new weapon, realizing his mace was too short and that he needs something for range. He picks up a crossbow and a spear, trying to find a better way to survive the next encounter. He spots the two goblins from a distance and prepares to show off the shooting skills he learned as a reservist. He takes careful aim, his eyes narrowed as he centers the crossbow on the largest target. The bolt flies through the air with a sharp whistle, cutting through the silence. It grazes the militia goblin's face, and Hyeon's heart sinks as he realizes it didn't do nearly enough damage. The monster looks toward him, a trail of blood on its cheek and its eyes glowing with a murderous rage. Hyeon curses his luck, realizing that using a weapon for the first time was a terrible idea, and he turns to run. He changes his mind and decides to charge, letting out a desperate scream as he thrusts his spear forward. He actually manages to skewer the smaller goblin, the spearhead passing right through its chest. He's thrilled for a split second, shouting that he finally got one of them down. But as he tries to pivot to face the big one, the spear won't budge. He looks back with a panicked expression, his eyes wide with realization. The spear is stuck deep in the dead goblin's body, and no matter how hard he pulls, it won't come out. The militia goblin leaps into the air, its massive sword raised high, and its face twisted in a demonic grin. The blade comes down with a sickening thud, and Hyeon lets out a final, agonizing scream. He wakes up in his bed again, gasping for air, but this time he notes that dying quickly was much better than being tortured. He's back in the tutorial for round 3, looking absolutely exhausted and done with the Save the Earth nonsense. He decides to change his strategy again, picking up a sword and shield this time. He reveals he spent the entire day self-studying sword techniques on Xtube, hoping it'll give him an edge. He stands before the goblins with his shield up, a crazed look in his eyes as he challenges them to come at him. But the goblins aren't fighting fair. They gang up on him, and he's quickly overwhelmed by their numbers. Back in his room, he starts laughing hysterically, his mind clearly starting to fracture from the repeated deaths. His sister watches from the doorway, horrified as her brother whispers about killing them all with a wide, insane grin. She stands there in silence, not knowing how to help him as he descends further into madness. He enters the tutorial again, telling the system to shut up and that he doesn't care about courage or the Earth anymore. In round 4, he starts swinging his sword aimlessly into the air, pushing his body until he's drenched in sweat. A chime sounds out. His stamina has increased by 1 because he pushed past his limits. He collapses onto the ground, realizes that he's going to have to grind his stats manually if he wants to win. He checks his status window, seeing his agility has already jumped up to 19 from all the running and dodging. He notices he has an unallocated stat point from clearing the first stage. He stares at the screen, his mind calculating the best way to spend his reward. He admits he was so traumatized he forgot about the point, and he immediately dumps it into strength. Even with the boost, he's too exhausted from the training and gets killed instantly in the next fight. He enters round 5, the system messages becoming just a blur as he focuses on his goal. Round 6 is a montage of him doing push-ups and swinging his sword for 10 hours straight until his strength increases again. He finally faces the 2 goblins again, and this time he's actually able to block their attacks with his shield. But his lack of actual combat skill still holds him back, and he's forced to retreat once more. Round 7 begins, and the repetition is starting to turn him into a different person. He stands in the dark, simply swinging his sword over and over in a perfect vertical line. He lets out a roar of effort as his stamina increases yet again from the sheer volume of his training. He falls to the floor, his sword clattering beside him, but there's a look of grim satisfaction on his face. He lies on his back, gasping for air in the silent dungeon. A purple glow illuminates his face as a new system message appears. He has finally unlocked a skill, basic swordsmanship flup, which helps him correct his posture and strike more effectively. He pumps his fists into the air, screaming, "I did it!" as he finally sees a path to victory. He picks up his sword, a dark, vengeful energy radiating from him as he tells the goblins that they're all dead today. Stage 2 isn't just a random brawl, it's a tactical layout with 5 goblins standing between our guy and the exit. Hyan's got the first 2 figured out, dropping one with a surprise crossbow bolt before finishing the second with his blade. The real nightmare starts in the forest where the last 3 are waiting, and one of them is the real obstacle. The sound of clashing metal rings through the woods as Hyan blocks a heavy strike. He's locked in a high-speed duel, his movements finally starting to look like a real warrior instead of a panicked amateur. A massive swing from a militia goblin catches him off guard, slamming into his shield with enough force to break a normal man's arm. But Hyan isn't normal anymore. His eyes are focused, and he realizes he can actually track the monster's movements. The sword trails glow with blue energy as they slice through the air, but our boy is already moving to dodge. His body is reacting on instinct, moving faster than his brain can even process the danger. This is the power of the basic swordsmanship skill. Even if the system description is a bit insulting, the results are undeniable. The militia goblin snarls, blood dripping from its mouth as it realizes this human is actually a threat. Hyan is feeling the burn, his stamina nearly bottomed out after dealing with the first 4 freaks. The goblin doesn't give him a second to breathe, winding up for a massive vertical slash. Hyan realizes the monster is playing with its food, enjoying the torture by not finishing him off immediately. He dodges a strike that levels the trees behind him, a small smirk playing on his lips as he finds an opening. He knows exactly why this monster is stalling. It wants to see him crumble from exhaustion first. But Hyan has died too many times to fall for the same trick twice, shouting that the goblin's patterns are way too obvious. The monster screeches in frustration as Hyan lands a solid hit, drawing first blood. Hyan grabs a heavy rock from the ground, ready to use whatever he can to win this fight. He slams the stone right into the goblin's face with a satisfying crunch, sending the beast reeling. The goblin tries to swing back wildly, but our guy is already 2 steps ahead. Hyan closes the distance, his eyes glowing with a dark intensity. He lets out a roar, declaring that he's the strongest one in this hellhole. A massive explosion of light and force erupts as he delivers the final blow. The militia goblin is sent flying, its body finally giving out as a geyser of blood erupts into the air. Hyan stands over the corpse, breathing heavy and covered in filth, laughing at how boring the stage has become. The system chimes in, congratulating him on clearing stage 2 and handing out 5 free stat points and a new weapon. Hyan is on top of the world, unlocking shield and crossbow skills while shouting that he's the ultimate being. His laughter echoes through the forest as the stage finally fades away. The next morning, the birds are chirping, and everything seems normal on the surface. Hyan wakes up feeling like $1,000,000, his pixelated reflection showing a guy who's finally found his purpose. He's so hyped he decides to make a celebratory breakfast for himself and his sister. He takes a sip of his soup, completely satisfied with his perfect cooking skills. Suddenly, a loud thud shakes the entire apartment, nearly making him choke. Hyan bursts into the kitchen, looking terrified as the building continues to vibrate. A massive system window appears in the sky. Earth's tutorial is complete. The siblings stare at their own screens, realizing that the rules of the world have just changed forever. The ground keeps rumbling as a notification warns that the first dungeons are now activating. Right outside their building, a massive, ornate stone gate emerges from the concrete, pulsating with purple energy. The neighbors gather around, whispering in fear as they stare at the mysterious portal. Hyan and his sister can only watch in shock, realizing that a dungeon has literally spawned at their front door. The system explains that only awakeners can enter these gates, and we see them appearing all over the world. From the Taj Mahal to the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the world is being overtaken by these portals. Even the pyramids and the White House aren't safe. The dimensional merge is happening in real time. The countdown clock is still ticking, reminding everyone that they have less than 5 years before the full connection is made. Days pass, and the world descends into further chaos as Hyan and his sister hunker down to gather info. They find out that the minimum age for awakening is 18, and the world is already trying to categorize these new heroes. People are arguing online about the government's decision to send awakeners into the dungeons so quickly. Hyan scrolls through the comments, seeing that some people are already treating this like a game, turning their status windows on and off for fun. Hyan tries to act cool and summon his own status window in the real world, shouting "Appear" with a dramatic pose. Nothing happens. His sister just gives him the most judgmental look possible, thinking he's finally lost his mind. The system tells him he can't use it yet because his tutorial is still in progress. Talk about a buzzkill. He realizes he's only finished 2 out of the 8 stages, meaning he's got a long way to go before he's officially awakened. He's frustrated, seeing that some lucky people have already cleared all their stages while he's stuck grinding. He looks for info on stage 3, but the internet is completely useless, offering 0 details on what's coming next. Our boy isn't deterred, though. He flexes his new muscles and vows to clear the next stage with style. Night falls, and Hyan enters the Stage 3 tutorial, only to be greeted by a stream of liquid falling from the sky. He looks up and sees a monster wearing a tribal mask, and the situation is not what he expected. Hyan is currently being peed on by a guard monster, and his eyes are burning with a level of rage we haven't seen yet. Stage 3 is a test of perseverance and patience, forcing the challenger to endure any situation thrown at them. The mission is to assassinate the Gurkha chieftain, and the system warns him that waiting for the right moment is key. Hyan is hiding in the tall grass, wearing a full-body ghillie suit, looking more like a bush than a human. He checks his stats one last time, seeing his level jump to 4 and his magic power sitting at a healthy 14. His new shield and crossbow skills have some pretty funny descriptions, basically telling him he can now block schoolyard bullies. He carefully allocates his new points into strength and stamina, knowing he'll need every bit of power for this hit. He feels like he's forgetting something important as he stares into the dark forest. The system pings, reminding him that he has an inventory he hasn't checked yet. He opens it up and sees a grid full of slots, with a single weapon resting inside. He pulls out a shabby longsword, and even though it looks like junk, he's absolutely stoked to have a real blade. With his gear ready, he sets off to find the chieftain's village. He thinks about a legendary sniper who crawled for days to hit a target, making him his new role model. He's been crawling for 10 hours straight, his body aching as he finally reaches the outskirts of the enemy camp. The guards are on high alert, wearing massive wooden masks that look both goofy and terrifying. Hyan is miserable. His clothes are soaked, the grass is prickly, and bugs are literally crawling inside his suit. Suddenly, a guard stops right in front of him, and Hyan freezes, his heart stopping. The guard decides this specific patch of grass is the perfect place to relieve himself, and well, poor Hyan. Our MC is forced to stay perfectly still while he gets drenched, his face a mask of pure, concentrated fury. He tells himself to endure, remembering the system's words about proving his patience. He realizes the whole point of this stage is to see if he'll snap under the most annoying circumstances possible. But even Hyan has his limits, and being used as a toilet is where he draws the line. His patience snaps like a dry twig. He draws his blade and leaps from the grass like a demon. He screams that he's going to take the guard's head as payment for the disrespect. With one clean motion, he slices through the guard's defenses, his sword glowing with lethal intent. The guard doesn't even have time to scream before Hyan ends him. Hyan lands on the ground, breathing hard and looking absolutely done with the stealth approach. He wipes the blood off his face, complaining that he ended up wasting his energy on a low-level goon. The other guards hear the commotion and start screeching, the sound echoing through the entire camp. Torches light up the night as dozens of Gurkha warriors charge toward his position. Haiyan is completely surrounded, a single human against an entire army of masked monsters. He decides that since the mission is already messed up, he might as well go out in a blaze of glory. He shouts a challenge to the entire mob, and suddenly, the system unlocks a new skill: Lion's Roar of Rage. Round 2 of Stage 3 begins with Haiyan screaming for them to bring it on. He's gone full berserker, laughing like a maniac as he dives into the crowd of monsters. The Lion's Roar is a D-rank skill that terrifies enemies and clears his own debuffs, and it's working perfectly. He charges through the village, slaughtering everything in his path as the warriors flee in terror. He realizes that during the day, the strongest warriors are out hunting, meaning the village is only guarded by the small fry. He's carving a path through the defenders, his blade a blur of steel and blood. He reaches the chieftain's massive tent, kicking the doors open with zero hesitation. He finds the chieftain sitting on a throne, surrounded by purple-robed shamans ready to cast their spells. The chieftain looks down at him, his mask carved with multiple eyes that seem to track Haiyan's every move. The shamans begin a dark chant, their hands glowing with ominous energy. Haiyan is hit with a low-level magic restraint, and his body freezes up completely in the middle of the room. He struggles against the magic, his eyes bloodshot as he activates his lion's roar once more to shatter the chains. He leaps into the air, bringing his sword down on the shamans before they can react. With a crazed grin, he quotes Mike Tyson, saying everyone has a plan until they get stabbed in the face. A final, devastating slash cuts through the chieftain, ending the fight instantly. The system goes wild, awarding him intermediate physical regeneration and a new title, the Unyielding. The title gives him a boost to all stats and marks him as the person who cleared the stage in record time. Haiyan reflects on how he cleared the third stage in just 2 days, a massive improvement from his first week of hell. He stares at his reflection, seriously wondering if he's actually some kind of combat genius. He starts imagining himself as a legendary golden knight, slaying dragons and being worshipped as a god. That was his ego talking a month ago. Back in reality, things have calmed down into a grim routine. The news reports that 40% of the dungeons in Korea have been cleared by special units and awakeners. Civilians are now being paid bonuses to help clear gates, turning dungeon diving into a legitimate career. A massive crash from the other room interrupts the news broadcast, making Ah-yeon sigh in frustration. She's worried the neighbors are going to file a complaint about the constant noise her brother makes. Haiyan walks in, looking absolutely exhausted, but he proudly announces that he finally cleared another stage. He tells her he effed them all up, while she just tells him to sit down and eat his food. She's about to congratulate him, but then she catches a glimpse of his face and stops dead. Haiyan looks completely different. He's got the cold, dead eyes of a veteran killer, and it's actually terrifying. Haiyan stares at him over breakfast, wondering why he looks like he's ready to murder someone first thing in the morning. Haiyan grumbles about the tutorial being a pain, while his sister jokes that he looks like a criminal now. He describes Stage 4 as a group project, where he had to lead a party of NPC-like hunters to destroy a core. The party spent more time arguing about supplies and retreating than actually fighting. He tells her how 2 couples in the group were more interested in flirting than surviving. Initially, he tried to be a good leader, using his roar to boost morale and taking the hits for everyone with his regeneration. His regeneration is a B-rank skill now, capable of healing even shattered bones within a single day. His sister asks why it took him an entire month if he was such a great leader. Haiyan's expression darkens as he remembers the night everything went south. A dark shadow crept into his room while he was sleeping in the dungeon. His own party members stood over him with a blade, their eyes glowing with a murderous greed. He screams at his sister about how those bastards ambushed and killed him just so they could escape together. After dying and resurrecting multiple times, he finally found a brilliant breakthrough to clear the stage. His sister asks what his grand strategy was, her voice full of skepticism. With a terrifying, wide-eyed grin, he says he just decided to eliminate all the annoying pests first. The final attempt at Stage 4 begins, and Haiyan is a completely different beast this time. The party starts arguing again, but before they can finish their sentence, Haiyan lets out a roar of pure rage. He grabs one of the guys and pins him against the wall, a blade pressed against his throat. He tells the group that from now on, they follow his orders or they die. No complaints, no resistance. One guy tries to act tough and talk back, but Haiyan shuts him up with a brutal strike to the face. He beats the man into the ground, showing the rest of the group that he isn't playing around anymore. The rest of the party looks on in absolute horror as Hyan stands over their bloodied friend. He tells them to just follow him, because he's the only one who actually knows how to survive this place. His stats are incredible now, strength and endurance at 17, and his level has jumped to 14. A skeleton knight charges toward him, swinging a massive sword with deadly precision. Hyan catches the blade with his bare, bloodied hand, shocking the monster. He spins around the skeleton, his movements fluid and full of destructive power. He delivers a crushing blow that shatters the knight's skull into 1,000,000 pieces. He stands among a pile of bones, asking the terrified hunters if that was the last one. The party can only stare in awe, realizing he literally soloed the entire room of monsters. They finally reach the inner sanctum, where the glowing red core is waiting for them. Hyan looks at the floating orb, wondering if he just needs to smash the pillar to finish this. He draws his sword, ready to end the month-long nightmare once and for all. He shatters the core with a single strike, earning the skill 1 cut 2 halves as his reward. He checks his inventory, seeing a massive stockpile of magic stones and monster drops he's farmed over the month. His new skill allows him to enhance his sword's cutting power to literally slice enemies in half, ignoring defense. He also gets a strong mind ring, which makes him immune to mental status effects, a must-have for a guy dying this much. Back in the real world, Hyan is pushing his physical body to the limit, doing hundreds of push-ups until he's dripping with sweat. He's become incredibly shredded, but he realizes that bodyweight exercises are starting to lose their effectiveness. He thinks about joining a gym to keep up with his rising stats in the tutorial. Suddenly, his phone pings with a loud emergency alert. He picks it up, thinking it's just another annoying ad or a scam. His eyes widen as he reads the alert. A dungeon break is happening right near his neighborhood. People are screaming for help as monsters start pouring out of the gate and into the city streets. Goblins are everywhere, slashing at civilians and laughing as they cause absolute carnage. Hyan realizes with a jolt of terror that the dungeon is right where his sister works. He panics, running through his apartment to find something, anything he can use as a weapon. He curses his lack of preparation, realizing he doesn't even own a simple sword in the real world. His eyes lock onto a large, sharp kitchen knife sitting in the sink. He sprints out of the building, his enhanced speed carrying him toward the chaos at a blurring pace. He arrives at the scene and sees a pack of goblins, shouting that it's been a while since he's seen their ugly faces. He tries to activate his skills, but his body hasn't fully awakened in reality yet, so he's forced to rely on pure skill. He draws the attention of the entire pack, standing alone in front of the dungeon gate. The goblins screech and charge toward him, their rusty weapons raised. Hyan laughs, realizing that these real-world goblins move in slow motion compared to the ones in his nightmare tutorial. He dances through their attacks, his kitchen knife becoming a tool of absolute destruction. He carves through them with a terrifying smile, thanking the monsters for showing up. He makes short work of the pack, noting that even a cheap kitchen knife is a nice product in the hands of a pro. He looks up at the office building, knowing his sister is somewhere inside that tower of glass. Inside the building, civilians are cowering in fear as the sound of scratching and screeching gets closer. Hyan and her boss are trapped, their faces pale as the door begins to buckle under the weight of the monsters. She looks at her phone, seeing a weird text from her brother asking if she's at work. The office door is torn apart, and a horde of goblins spills into the room, their eyes glowing with hunger. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from the side of the room as something slams through the wall. A foot wearing a simple striped slipper slams onto a desk, covered in monster blood. Hyan stands there, breathing heavy, casually apologizing for breaking the wall. He looks at his terrified sister and gives her a bloody, wide grin, telling her that her big brother is here to save the day. The credits roll as Hyan prepares to turn the office into a literal slaughterhouse. Hyan stands in the middle of the wreckage, blood dripping from his blade as he casually announces his arrival to his terrified sister. Hyan is frozen in shock, her face turning bright red as her coworkers whisper about this crazy muscular guy claiming to be her brother. Hyan looks around the office like he's just checking out a new apartment, totally ignoring the fact that he just turned a monster into mincemeat. The department head is losing his mind, screaming about the broken barricade and the monsters that are definitely going to flood in now. Hyan just rubs the back of his head with a bloody hand, giving a half-assed apology for not being able to control his own strength. He walks toward the exit, the light from the hallway revealing a pile of dead goblins he already took care of on his way in. The office workers stare in silence, unable to comprehend how one man handled an entire pack of monsters all by himself. He flashes a sharp, confident grin, telling them to grab the fallen goblin's weapons and hold the line for just a little longer. Ahayan tries to stop him, but our boy is already walking away, focused on the hunt. He warns them that more goblins are swarming the upper floors and that the danger isn't over yet. He looks back with a chillingly calm expression, saying that if they want to sleep peacefully tonight, he has to finish this. The title fades in. Our MC is no longer a gamer, he's a professional survivor. Later that night, Ahayan is cleaning Hayan's wounds with saline, scolding him for wasting their limited water supply. She looks at his shredded, scarred physique and asks why a guy as tough as him keeps getting hit so much. Hayan just smirks, admitting he never really practiced dodging, because his regeneration usually handles the damage for him. She tells him to be careful, reminding him that if his skills don't work in reality yet, he can't just resurrect if things go south. He asks if he looked cool at least, and she playfully shoots him down, saying he only looks cool until he gets beaten to a pulp. Hayan gazes off into the distance, his eyes softening as he realizes that the way people see the world has changed overnight. Ahayan's tone shifts as she mentions her office seniors were asking about him. Turns out, being a monster slayer is a great way to get noticed. Hayan actually blushes for a second, looking like a normal guy instead of a killing machine. He jokes that he just needs someone who can handle a man who wakes up cursing every morning, and the siblings finally share a laugh. As soon as he sleeps, he's back in the grind. Stage 5 is all about wisdom and overcoming mental difficulties. He stands in a forest, checking his system windows and realizing he almost forgot he was in a life-or-death tutorial. He looks down and sees multiple pairs of feet surrounding him, realizing he's not alone in this stage. Two beautiful women are arguing, accusing each other of being a succubus in disguise. The tension is thick as the group of women starts to panic, none of them trusting the person standing next to them. Hayan sits on the ground watching the drama unfold like he's watching a reality TV show. The system reveals the mission: find and defeat the succubus hiding among the humans, or die. Hayan notes that every single woman here is incredibly beautiful, making the wisdom part of this test pretty tricky for a normal guy. Suddenly, a cute girl with short hair turns to him, asking what he thinks about the situation. She's sparkling, smelling like flowers, and looking totally innocent, and for a second, even Hayan is dazed. He stammers out that he has no idea, but then his eyes narrow as his instincts kick in. A purple glow flashes around him. The ring of strong will he looted in the previous stage just resisted a mental enchantment. The item description confirms it grants immunity to all mind-related spells, making him the only one immune to the succubus's charm. Night falls on the camp, the woods filled with a heavy, eerie silence. Hayan sits by the fire, his mind racing as he tries to figure out his next move. He reflects on his journey, the Inferno Circus, the week-long Goblin War, the crawling, and the group project from hell. He lets out a villainous chuckle, realizing that after all that suffering, the system finally gave him something interesting to play with. He quickly covers his mouth, reminding himself that if the succubus realizes he knows her identity, she'll kill him first. He knows he's facing a powerful magic user, and charging in blindly would be a one-way ticket to a permanent dirt nap. He decides to use the NPCs as a distraction, figuring it's safer to let the succubus focus on the others while he sleeps. He drifts off, but his eyes stay sharp even in his sleep, a habit born from 100 deaths. He wakes up to a familiar sight, the dull gray ceiling of his sister's office building. He sits up, instantly, realizing he's back in the real world after a quick nap. Two coworkers run toward him, shouting that the army has finally arrived to save them. Hayan's face contorts in rage, his teeth gritting as he wonders if the succubus killed him while he was sleeping in the tutorial. He stops his internal rant, turning his attention to the windows as a loud rumble shakes the building. Military trucks are roaring down the street, their engines growling as they move toward the dungeon gate. Soldiers jump off the vehicles, armed to the teeth and looking like they mean business. The sound of gunfire rips through the air, the rhythmic thud-thud-thud of assault rifles echoing through the city. Goblins are being mowed down in a hail of lead, their heads exploding as the military shows its dominance. Hayan watches from the window, his expression unreadable as he sees the smoke and chaos outside. The office workers are cheering, convinced that the monsters are nothing compared to military power. Hayan whispers that it's not over yet, his gaze fixed on something deep within the smoke. A chill runs down his spine, a sensation he's learned to trust after dying so many times. His eyes widen as he feels a sudden surge of danger coming from the street level. The soldiers stop firing, their eyes fixed on a massive shadow emerging from the dungeon gate. Hyeon's heart drops. He knows that silhouette all too well. A soldier tries to reload his weapon, his hands shaking as the massive beast approaches. The soldiers scream that their bullets aren't working as the monster charges through the line like a freight train. The soldiers try to retreat, shouting for the driver to speed up, but the monster is already on top of them. A massive, red-skinned hobgoblin is tearing through the troops, shrugging off bullets like they're annoying mosquitoes. The beast lets out a roar, slamming a soldier into the pavement with enough force to crack the road. The military trucks are being tossed aside like toys, and the safety the workers felt is vanishing in an instant. The soldiers are in total panic, their communication breaking down as the hobgoblin continues its rampage. One soldier stares in horror, realizing that this isn't just a regular goblin, it's a boss. The monster is massive, covered in spikes and muscle, its skin steaming from the heat of the bullets it just ate. It stands over the wreckage, letting out a low, guttural growl that vibrates through the entire street. The monster charges again, its speed making it a blur as it prepares to finish off the remaining troops. It's an absolute slaughter. Men are being tossed into the air as the beast's strength proves too much for human armor. The survivors are screaming, desperate to get away from the red nightmare. The hobgoblin smashes another truck, the impact creating a massive plume of dust and debris. The ground shakes as the monster lands another heavy blow, signaling the end of the military's resistance. The beast leaps into the air, its eyes glowing with a murderous intent as it targets a cluster of terrified soldiers. The men look up, their faces pale as they realize they're about to be crushed. Suddenly, a flash of movement cuts through the chaos, and a spray of blood hits the pavement. A loud crash echoes as something hits the side of a military truck, the metal screeching in protest. The soldiers are confused, wondering what just happened, and who else could be out here. Hyeon is leaning against the glass, his reflection showing a face that's filled with a mix of dread and determination. The office workers are panicking again, realizing that if the army fails, they're next on the menu. The hobgoblin stands over a pile of bodies, its weapons stained red as it prepares to hunt the rest. Hyeon pulls away from the window, his breath hitching as he realizes he has to step in. He watches as the monster picks up a massive spear, its eyes locking onto the office building. The hobgoblin lets out a terrifying roar, its aura turning purple as it prepares to charge. Steam rises from the wreckage of the military trucks as the street goes dead quiet. A soldier crawls through the debris, his face bloodied as he realizes his entire squad has been wiped out. They're calling for support, desperate for a miracle to stop the red monster in front of them. The signalman reports that help is on the way, but his voice is shaking with pure terror. The hobgoblin boss stands on top of a car, licking its lips as it stares down its next meal. The soldier is stunned to hear that the only support coming is one capable civilian. He can't believe his ears. A civilian? Against that thing? The monster leaps from the car, moving with a speed that defies its massive size. The soldier tries to fire one last time, but his gun jams at the worst possible moment. He closes his eyes as the hobgoblin's massive blade comes down for the kill. A loud clang rings out as a heavy metal object flies through the air and hits the monster square in the head. The beast's head snaps back, blood spraying from its mouth as the surprise attack connects. A cloud of dust erupts as someone slams into the ground right in front of the monster. The dust clears, revealing a trail of blood and the massive weight of the impact. The soldier looks up, his eyes wide as he sees a figure standing between him and certain death. It's Hyeon, casually asking if the soldier is okay while stepping over the debris. He flashes a dark, toothy grin that looks almost as terrifying as the monster he's fighting. The soldier scrambles back in terror, literally mistaking Hyeon for another monster because of his overwhelming aura. Hyeon just sighs, asking if he looks like a person, clearly annoyed by the soldier's confusion. The soldier stares at Hyeon's physique and the cold look in his eyes, realizing this civilian is on a completely different level. Hyeon holds out a hand, helping the man up and telling him it's fine to be scared after nearly dying. The soldier thanks him, but Hyeon shoots it down, saying he didn't come here out of a sense of justice. The hobgoblin gets back up, its eyes glowing red as it lets out a sound of pure hatred. Hyeon realizes that if the military is wiped out, this beast is heading straight for his sister's office. He steps over the barricade, telling the soldiers not to fire their guns because he doesn't want any accidental holes in his back. He asks if they have any tear gas, and the soldiers quickly confirm they've got a full load of tactical weapons. He tells them to pop one right at the monster, making the soldiers think he's completely insane. They try to offer him a gas mask, but Haiyan is already charging forward, screaming that there's no time for explanations. He roars at them to keep their aim steady and away from him as he closes the distance. The soldiers scramble to put on their own masks, the smoke from the tear gas beginning to fill the street. Haiyan walks calmly through the fog, his eyes locked onto the massive red brute. He mocks the monster, telling it that he's got a lot of built-up resentment toward its kind. The canister flies through the air, trailing white smoke as it lands near the beast's feet. The hobgoblin looks down, confused by the harmless-looking metal can. Suddenly, the gas explodes outward, engulfing the monster in a thick, choking cloud. The beast screeches, its sensitive monster eyes and throat burning from the chemical irritant. Haiyan is coughing too, but he uses the chaos to his advantage, his blade glowing with lethal energy. He laughs, telling the monster that it's just a low-level goon compared to what he's faced in the tutorial. The monster tries to swat him away, but it's too busy rubbing its eyes to land a hit. Haiyan delivers a flurry of strikes, his face twisted in a mix of pain and joy as he pushes through the gas. He manages to knock the weapon out of the monster's hands, the massive spear clattering onto the asphalt. He lands a heavy kick to the beast's chest, sending sparks flying off its rock-hard skin. He grits his teeth, realizing the monster's defense is even higher than he anticipated. The soldiers watch from a distance, wondering if this guy is an actual awakener or just a suicidal maniac. Suddenly, a new figure emerges from the smoke, wearing a full tactical gas mask. It's another awakener, looking like a total pro with specialized gear and twin daggers. He stares at Haiyan through his mask, his eyes narrowed as he evaluates the civilian fighting the boss. Haiyan's sword is starting to chip, the blade struggling against the hobgoblin's hide. He stands his ground, gasping for air as the monster prepares another attack. Haiyan is crying from the tear gas, his vision blurring, but he refuses to back down. The hobgoblin boss looms over him, its wounds already starting to close as it recovers from the initial shock. Haiyan realizes his only chance is to find a weak point that isn't covered by that armored skin. The mysterious Elite Awakener leaps into the fray, his daggers becoming a blur of silver light. He moves with a speed that makes Haiyan look like he's standing still, carving deep grooves into the monster's armor. The beast screeches in pain as the Pro Awakener lands a devastating combo. Haiyan is stunned, wondering who this guy is and where he learned to move like that. The Pro admits that cutting this thing is like trying to slice through solid rock. He shouts to Haiyan that no matter how tough it looks, it's just an F-class boss and must have a weakness. Haiyan smirks at the term F-class, realizing he's finally meeting someone who knows the true scale of the world. The two team up, charging at the monster from both sides in a perfectly coordinated pincer move. They're a whirlwind of destruction, their combined strength finally pushing the hobgoblin onto the defensive. The monster lets out a roar of frustration, its massive hands reaching out to crush them both. Haiyan's sword finally snaps against the monster's hide, leaving him defenseless for a split second. He looks around frantically, his eyes searching the ground for anything he can use as a weapon. He spots the monster's own spear lying in the road, its tip still sharp and lethal. The Pro Awakener keeps the beast busy, shouting for Haiyan to find a vital area while he holds the line. Haiyan grabs the spear, his expression turning cold and calculating despite the chaos. The hobgoblin sees him coming and tries to guard its chest, knowing its life is on the line. Haiyan circles behind the beast, looking for an opening in its armor. He lets out a roar of his own, charging forward with the stolen spear held low. A massive spray of blood paints the air, the sound of a deep, wet impact echoing through the street. The monster freezes, its eyes going wide as it feels a pain it's never experienced before. It falls to its knees, the life draining out of its massive body in an instant. The Pro Awakener stares in disbelief, his jaw dropping under his gas mask as he sees where Haiyan landed the blow. The camera zooms out, showing Haiyan standing behind the monster with the spear buried deep in its backside. Haiyan looks totally traumatized by his own tactical decision, tears streaming down his face from the gas and the shame. He whispers that he actually feels sorry for the monster, as the chapter ends on the world's most awkward victory. Haiyan feels a philosophical question flash through his mind as he feels the impact of his last-ditch strike. He seriously ponders if the anus counts as a vital point, his face a mask of grim internal conflict. He realizes he didn't have a choice. His body just moved on its own to end the fight. He uses the spear as a lever, flipping the massive monster onto its back with a surge of strength. He delivers one final crushing blow that shatters the hobgoblin's skull, finishing it for good. He stands over the corpse, panting and covered in blood, wondering if even a monster's insides are that hard. He leaps back as the beast lets out one last dying breath, its massive body finally going limp. Hyeon delivers a final spear thrust through the monster's open mouth, ending its suffering and ensuring it stays dead. The monster's blood pools on the asphalt, the purple light from the dungeon gate fading as the boss is defeated. Hyeon leans against the spear, totally drained and looking like he's just survived a war. The Pro-Awakener watches him, impressed by his skill and wondering where a civilian like this even came from. Hyeon spots a glowing light emerging from the monster's corpse, a loot drop. The system blocks him, saying he can't check the item information because his tutorial is still in progress. He's annoyed that he doesn't have his inventory in the real world yet, but he grabs the item anyway, vowing to finish the tutorial soon. The Pro-Awakener approaches him, probably wanting to discuss distributing the loot since they fought together. Hyeon realizes he pretty much did all the dirty work and isn't in the mood to share his hard-earned prize. He decides to bolt, shouting that he has urgent business and leaving the monster's smelly axe behind for the pro. He gives a cheeky wink and a wave, shouting adios as he disappears into the smoke. The mysterious elite stands there in silence, his twin daggers still drawn as he watches the weirdest guy he's ever met run away. He lowers his daggers, a small, intrigued look crossing his face. He pulls off his mask, revealing a handsome, tired face, and wonders what kind of person that guy really was. Several hours later, the sun sets over the city, the smoke finally beginning to clear from the battlefield. Hyeon and his sister walk through the ruins of the streets, looking like characters in a post-apocalyptic movie. They finally make it back to their apartment building, as darkness fully settles over the neighborhood. Hyeon looks tired, his shoulders slumped as he prepares to face his sister's inevitable nagging. They walk into their apartment and find the place a total mess, Hyeon left without even closing the front door. Hyeon lets out a heavy sigh, telling him she was an idiot for thinking he had actually grown up. Hyeon checks his phone and sees pictures of himself from the raid being shared online, with captions calling his face totally villainous. He asks her if his face is really that bad, and she bluntly tells him it is, over and over again. Later that night, Hyeon kicks open his door, shouting that they're in big trouble. Hyeon just wants to sleep, refusing to get up until she practically begs him for help. She tells him not to yell in the morning because she's exhausted too, her toothbrush in hand as she prepares for bed. Hyeon gives her a thumbs up, claiming stage 5 is a freebie and promising to buy her a beer tomorrow. She tells him his confidence is basically a death flag at this point and wishes him luck with a sarcastic tone. Hyeon lies in bed, the quiet of the room finally allowing him to think about the day's events. He thinks about the blonde guy from the raid, wondering how many stages that pro has actually cleared. He pushes the thought aside, deciding it doesn't matter because he's going to clear all 8 stages and become the strongest. He finally drifts off into a deep, dreamless sleep. His thoughts linger on the succubus from stage 5, admitting she was actually really pretty and that he's weirdly excited to see her again. The screen goes black as the transition to the tutorial begins. Hyeon wakes up in a lush forest, a small blush on his face as he looks around for the beautiful demon. He's greeted not by a beautiful woman, but by the ugly, sweating face of a gray goblin. He screams in terror, punching the monster in the face and shouting that it nearly gave him a heart attack. He sends the goblin tumbling backward into the dirt, looking totally disgusted. He looks around, confused as to why there are goblins in a stage that's supposed to be about a succubus. A purple system window pops up right in front of his face. The mission has completely changed. He now has to evade a cave goblin horde using stealth and distractions. He reads that these goblins have excellent hearing, and he's furious that the system is only telling him this now. He freezes as a dozen goblins start walking toward his position, their ears twitching at every sound. Hyeon grinds his teeth, screaming internally about why the tutorial content changed without warning. In the real world, a loud scream echoes from a nearby building, cutting through the morning quiet. The scene shifts to a PC bang, a gaming cafe, where something violent is happening. A man's face is being smashed into a keyboard, blood spraying across the monitors. A blonde-haired guy is standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by beaten and bloodied gamers. He stands over one of his victims, a cold, arrogant look in his eyes. The victim gasps for air, asking why he's being attacked so brutally. The blonde guy asks how someone who hasn't even entered the tutorial can be stronger than an ability user. He steps on the man's head, mocking him for being strong, but not knowing how to actually fight. He licks a drop of blood off his face with a psycho grin, saying it's fortunate there are so many interesting ability users out there to play with. Imagine being stuck in a death game where the only way to win is to find a monster hiding among humans, and every night, someone gets eaten. Our boy Hyon is standing in the middle of a forest, surrounded by NPCs, and the mission is clear: find the doppelganger or die. He realizes this is just like the first round where he had to find the succubus, but something feels different this time. He stares at the screen with a deadpan expression, thinking to himself that this is basically just a high-stakes version of the Mafia game. The prompt tells him he needs to use wisdom to break through, and he starts overthinking how to outsmart a shape-shifting monster. Suddenly, he decides to just scream at the top of his lungs, demanding everyone gather around him right now. The NPCs are stunned into silence as Hyon clears his throat, looking like he's about to drop some world-class strategy. He stares them down with glowing red eyes and declares that from this moment on, anyone who moves is the culprit, but he forgot one very important rule about the Mafia game. The scene shifts back to the real world where the birds are chirping peacefully over his apartment building. Hyon wakes up in his bed, realizing that in Mafia, it's always the loudest, most talkative person who gets killed off first. He sits there in a daze, finally admitting to himself that he's actually never won a single game of Mafia in his entire life. He scratches his head in frustration, thinking that maybe he should just go grab something to eat and forget the embarrassment. The title drops, "I Resurrect Alone." It turns out our guy has been repeating this same failure for over a month and a half. The door opens, and we see a pair of glasses glinting as someone asks how he's doing. Hyon is posing in a full business suit, holding a book and claiming he's finally been reborn as a smart man. His sister, Hyon, looks absolutely disgusted, calling his new intellectual look totally nasty. She's just getting off work and doesn't want to deal with his nonsense, but he insists that changing his appearance will change his inner wisdom. Hyon snaps, shouting that he's died 53 times on stage 5, and he had to try something different to pass. Hyon sighs, telling him that if even a high IQ genius couldn't solve it, he'd be better off getting a brain transplant than trying to study. Hyon looks stunned for a second as she calls him a crazy idiot and walks away. She tells him if he has money for a suit, he should spend it on soundproofing his room, so the neighbors stop complaining about the noise. Hyon heads back into the tutorial, determined to prove his wisdom can overcome any obstacle the system throws at him. He finds himself in a dark, damp cave and wonders if this is supposed to be a dungeon crawl. He looks at the mission screen with a smirk, wondering what kind of trashy mission they've prepared for him this time. He zooms in on the clear conditions and his eyes widen as he realizes something important. A dark, twisted grin spreads across his face as he lets out a "Eureka!" He finally found a loophole. The mission is to clear an F-rank dungeon called the Terrank's Hatchery, and the tip says to find the boss's weakness and strategize. Small detail of the system window flick. The torches flicker on the wall as a massive, multi-eyed spider monster called a spitting Terrank screeches from the shadows. Hyon thinks the conditions are actually pretty simple. He doesn't need to be smart, he just needs to kill everything. The giant spider launches a stream of glowing purple fluid at him, and Hyon laughs, saying he's found a solution even a philosopher would love. He dodges the venomous spray, surprised that a spider can shoot poison like a pressurized hose. He feels a sharp sting and realizes he didn't dodge it perfectly. His arm starts to sizzle and burn, and he realizes with a grimace that the fluid is definitely a powerful acid or poison. Instead of panicking, he grips his sword tighter, ignoring the pain as it eats through his skin. He swings his blade in a massive arc, declaring that a little bit of poison is absolutely nothing to a guy who's died hundreds of times. The spider screeches in pain as Hyon's strike lands true, sending monster blood flying everywhere. He slides under the monster's massive legs, moving with the speed of a seasoned pro. He stands up, covered in filth and blood, admitting that it actually hurts quite a bit, but he's smiling through the pain. The system tries to help, telling him that clues to the spider's weakness are hidden somewhere in the hatchery. Hyon just ignores the tip and cleaves right through the digital screen with his sword. He delivers a brutal vertical slash that tears the giant spider in half in one clean motion. The monster crashes to the floor in a pool of blood as Hyon realizes that force is the ultimate shortcut. He glows with a blue aura, shouting that clues and keys don't matter if you can just smash the door down. The system finally gives up and rewards him for clearing stage 5, granting him a new ability called Giant's Power. Hyon looks absolutely maniacal, covered in blood and flexing his muscles, declaring that brains are only for people who have weak bodies. His status window pops up showing he's hit level 25 and acquired a list of heavy-hitting skills. Cut to a peaceful school building where life seems normal, but the students' lives are anything but. Inside a classroom, a student asks his friend for a birthday punch, showing how casual they've become with violence. The friend, Kwon Min-soo, looks exhausted, staring at his phone and complaining about how draining the tutorial is. They talk about clearing stage 1, which most people find nearly impossible, and Min-soo admits he barely made it through. He explains that there are no tips for anything past stage 5, and anyone who clears stage 4 is considered the top 1% of the world. They assume the elites are keeping all the secret strategies to themselves to stay on top. Suddenly, one of them spots a new update on a forum saying someone cleared stage 7 and is heading for the final stage 8. They read the post aloud. Stage 4 is about leadership through strength, and stage 5's wisdom means increasing your muscle power. The post claims stage 6 is about cruelty, destroying everyone, and stage 7 is pure devotion to killing only enemies. The students laugh it off, calling the post total bait and trash advice. Hyeon is back in his room, scrolling through the comments on his post, and he's absolutely fuming that no one believes his expert tips. Hyeon walks in on him, shouting at his phone, and he tries to explain that he shared the ultimate strategy, but everyone is calling him a troll. She just shakes her head, calling him an old man for arguing with people on the internet, and tells him to stop being so nosy. Hyeon gives her a thumbs up and a cocky grin, telling her to just wait until he becomes the third person in the country to graduate the tutorial. He's aiming for the same level as the legends of the industry, like Han Seon and the president of the Ability Alliance. Hyeon just scoffs, asking how he can compare himself to geniuses who cleared it in one go while he's been stuck for 4 months. Hyeon yells back that he cleared stage 6 and 7 in a single run, so he's catching up fast. The sun sets over the city as the stars begin to emerge, signaling the start of a new challenge. Hyeon enters the tutorial again, the system welcoming him back for what could be his final run. He stands before the final gate, and the system asks if he's ready to enter the 8th and final stage. Before jumping in, we see Hyeon's new gear, a sinister Grade B longsword and a set of self-repairing knight's armor he got as rewards. He knows that once he clears this stage, he can use his inventory in the real world, and he's dying to see what that hobgoblin dropped earlier. He steps into stage 8, expecting a boss fight, but finds himself standing in a void. The screen asks a single, deep question: what is your belief? And Hyeon is just left scratching his head. Before he can answer, a massive shockwave rocks the ground, making the entire space start to crack and crumble. He looks up in horror as the sky itself starts to tear apart like broken glass. The ground beneath his feet splits open with a deafening roar as the entire world seems to be falling into chaos. Hyeon screams as he's thrown off balance by the collapsing reality around him. He falls into a dark rift, the sound of rushing wind filling his ears as he plunges into the unknown. He's falling through a literal tear in space, watching as everything he knew disappears. Kreen, I resurrect alone. Hyeon snaps his eyes open, finding himself back on solid ground. He's standing in the middle of a busy city street, people walking past him like nothing is wrong. He looks around in confusion, wondering if he's back on Earth or if this is part of the test. A girl walks right toward him, and he braces for impact, but she passes through him like he's a ghost. He panics, wondering if he's become formless or if this is some kind of spiritual projection. He looks up at the skyscrapers, realizing this is the first time he's ever seen a modern city inside the tutorial. He spots a couple walking nearby, but as they get closer, he notices something deeply wrong with their faces. His eyes narrow as he realizes the horrifying truth. These things aren't human. They have reptilian eyes and slit-like mouths, looking like monsters wearing human clothes. Everywhere he looks, the city is filled with these creatures living normal lives, shopping, talking, and walking their kids. Hyeon stands frozen in the middle of the crosswalk as the chatter of the monster city surrounds him. Suddenly, one of the monsters stops and makes direct eye contact with him, looking completely shocked. Hyeon breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if the creature can actually see him when no one else could. The monster's golden, slitted eye zooms in, but Hyeon realizes it wasn't looking at him. He looks behind him and sees a nightmare, dragons, stone golems, and armies of monsters pouring out of rifts in the sky. The city erupts into chaos as the monsters begin a full-scale invasion, slaughtering the creature's citizens. The once peaceful monster people are now screaming and running for their lives as the real war begins. It's a complete bloodbath. Giant spiders and winged beasts are tearing the skyscrapers apart. Hyan recognizes some of the monsters he's fought before, but many are completely new and terrifyingly powerful. Huge behemoths and tentacled horrors are leveling the city, and Hyan realizes this isn't just a battle, it's the apocalypse. A timer appears in the sky, 5 years until Earth completely connects with this hellish dimension. Hyan stands alone in the middle of the street as the ground shakes with every step of the giant monsters. He hears a strange humming sound and turns around, sensing a presence far greater than any monster. A towering, glowing entity made of pure energy appears, looking like a god of destruction. The entity reaches out a hand, and with a single motion, the entire city begins to dissolve into white light. Everything, the monsters, the buildings, the screams, it all starts to fade away. Hyan tries to shield his eyes as the blinding light consumes his vision. He braces himself, thinking this is the end of his journey. He finds himself floating in a white void, wondering if that monster was the final boss. A calm, ethereal voice asks him how he felt watching the end of a world. Hyan turns around and sees a massive, glowing figure sitting on a throne of light. He walks toward the entity, feeling a mix of awe and pure irritation. He bluntly asks the being if it's a god or something similar. The being chuckles, its voice echoing through the void as it says no. It explains that it's simply a dimensional administrator whose job is to keep things running. The administrator tells Hyan that this stage is actually a personal interview, and he's free to ask anything he wants. Hyan doesn't waste time. He wants to know about the vision he just saw. He asks if that vision of the apocalypse is really what's going to happen to Earth in 5 years. The administrator says it depends on what the humans do, and Hyan gets pissed, asking why such a powerful being doesn't just stop it. The being repeats that it's an administrator, not a guardian, and its only job is to maintain the balance. It claims that giving humans the status window and the tutorial is the absolute most it can do to help. The administrator then turns the tables, saying it's time for its own question. It asks Hyan what beliefs have guided him so far, and why he's even fighting to stay alive. The being admits that humans are the most interesting creatures it's ever observed during these events. Hyan scoffs, saying the idea of being observed like a lab rat really pisses him off. He tells the being that in his world, nobody thinks about deep beliefs. They're just struggling to survive and be a little bit happy. When asked if he has anything to protect, Hyan thinks of his sister and parents, saying he's just doing this for his family. The administrator leans in and asks if he's ever considered becoming a hero who saves everyone. Hyan laughs it off, saying that after dying so many times, he knows his place, and a hero's job sounds way too exhausting for him. The being bluntly tells him that he's right. Most heroes have natural talent, while Hyan is basically untalented. But then it surprises him, saying it's actually a huge fan of his because watching him conquer the tutorial through pure grit was incredibly exciting. Hyan is weirded out, realizing the guy running the system is a total sadist who enjoys watching people suffer. He asks one last thing, if the administrator was the one who kept changing the tasks in Stage 5 just to mess with him. The administrator just gives a mysterious, silent smile. Suddenly, the time is up, and a screen pops up congratulating Hyan for clearing the final stage. Hyan tries to grab the being, yelling that the tutorial was a total scam, but the administrator just tells him that even more trials await him. He screams a final curse as he's pulled out of the void and back toward reality. The light fades, and the presence of the administrator vanishes. The being's voice echoes one last time, saying it'll be looking forward to seeing what Hyan does next. Hyan officially becomes the 62nd person to graduate the tutorial, earning a legendary new title. Hyan is still fuming in the darkness, certain that Stage 5 was a personal prank by that glowing jerk. He wakes up in his bed, thrashing around and muffled screaming, because there's something stuck in his mouth. He realizes his mouth is stuffed with a piece of cloth, and his face is bright red from lack of air. He pulls out a dirty sock and gags, while his sister watches from her desk, looking completely bored. She tells him she knew he was going to scream like a maniac, so she took preventative measures with a sock. She scoffs, assuming he failed the tutorial again because of the look on his face. Hyan just smirks and summons his status window right in front of her. He laughs hysterically, asking her if she can see the true power of her incredible brother now. She's not impressed, telling him that if he's so capable, he should go out and actually start making some money. Hyan pouts, calling her cold-hearted and joking that this is why she can't find a boyfriend. Big mistake. She immediately snatches a spatula and whacks him across the face. She leaves for work, leaving him on the couch to deal with his new reality as a graduate. Hyeon starts analyzing his rewards, realizing the tutorial graduate title gives him a decent boost to all his stats. It's not as broken as he hoped, but an extra +2 to everything is nothing to sneeze at. He wonders if he can stack his titles, seeing the unyielding and graduate listed on his screen. The system explains that he can only pick one main title, and the others only give half their bonus. He sets his main title to graduate, and his stats jump up significantly, making him feel the raw power surging through him. He rubs his hands together with a greedy grin, finally ready to open the mystery box he's been holding onto. He opens the box and sees a glowing, ancient book resting inside a purple aura. This is the loot he got from the hobgoblin boss, and he's hoping it's something game-changing. He reveals its true nature, a skill book for magic explosion, an E-rank ability that fires explosive orbs. His eyes light up. A real magic skill is exactly what his melee-focused build was missing. He celebrates with a silent scream of joy, having mastered the art of being loud without making a sound so his sister doesn't come back to kill him. He slams the learn button, desperate to add some explosive firepower to his arsenal. The book dissolves into golden particles, flowing into his hands as the skill is added to his list. He looks at his hands, satisfied that all his hard-earned loot is finally sorted and ready for use. He decides it's time to get official and apply for admission to the government's training school. He heads toward the Awakened Abilities Training School, the place where all graduates have to get certified. We meet An Myung, a bright-eyed new public servant who's excited to start her first day on the job. She's been assigned to the training school, the gateway for all the country's future heroes. She thinks the system is the best in the world, unaware of the chaos that's about to walk through the door. She imagines working with noble, handsome rookies who are destined for greatness, but the reality is a massive hall filled with hundreds of sweaty, stressed-out people waiting in line. Myung is overwhelmed, nearly breaking down as the workload piles up. She's on the verge of tears when a dark, terrifying shadow looms over her desk. It's Hyeon, looking like a total criminal with a dark aura, asking her to check his ID. She looks at his ID photo, which shows a clean-cut, smiling student, and then back at the scarred monster standing in front of her. She shrieks in terror, thinking he's some kind of imposter or dangerous thug. Hyeon is totally confused, wondering why this girl is crying just by looking at him. He tries to calm her down, waving his hands frantically and asking what the problem is. The rest of the crowd starts whispering, wondering if the scary guy is threatening the staff. People are already taking sides, calling him a bully and a creep. One guy even starts filming him, while Hyeon tries to explain he didn't do anything wrong. A calm voice cuts through the noise, asking if there's a problem at the desk. Instructor Kim Hyun walks over, looking sharp in his suit and immediately commanding the room. Hyeon and the instructor lock eyes, and the air between them feels tense. Hyeon realizes the guy's voice sounds incredibly familiar, like he's met him somewhere before. Kim Hyun takes the ID, looking it over with a professional, cold gaze. He notes that Hyeon looks nothing like his photo, and Hyeon has to explain that the tutorial literally changed his physical appearance. He insists it's really him, and offers to do a DNA test just to prove he's not an imposter. Kim Hyun looks surprised by how desperate and honest the guy sounds. He asks if Hyeon cleared stage 5, and Hyeon lies, saying he did it just to keep a low profile. The instructor notes his level is 12, which is high for a rookie, and suspects he might have been raiding dungeons illegally. Hyeon makes up an excuse about entering dungeons before the laws were passed, and Kim Hyun asks about his unique ability, Man's Strength. Hyeon claims it just doubles his strength, hoping the instructor doesn't dig any deeper into his real powers. Kim Hyun points out that graduates get rewards at stage 3, 4, and 5, a skill, an accessory, and another skill. He demands to see all of them right now as part of the verification process. Hyeon groans internally at how meticulous the guy is, but he prepares to show off his stage 3 skill. He suddenly bites down on his own arm, ripping his flesh open with his teeth in a brutal display. Blood drips onto the floor as the instructor and the crowd stare in absolute horror. Hyeon just holds out his bleeding arm like it's nothing, waiting for the reaction. In seconds, the wound begins to smoke and knit itself back together right before their eyes. The instructor realizes it's an incredibly rare, high-tier self-healing skill. Hyeon then reveals the Ring of Strong Will, making it manifest on his finger to prove his stage 4 reward. For stage 5, he claims he has a skill that instills fear in enemies with a shout and asks if he can demo it. The instructor gives him the green light, and Hyeon takes a deep breath. In the crowd, we see the PC room thug from earlier, looking bored and scrolling on his phone. The thug looks up, sensing a familiar presence, and his eyes widen as he recognizes Hyun's back. A memory flashes of the Goblin Slayer video, the mysterious guy who soloed a boss with a kitchen knife. Hyun lets out a deafening, magically charged roar that sends a literal shockwave through the entire hall. People are blown back, clutching their ears and collapsing in terror as the lion's roar hits them. Kim Hyun is stunned, his hair messed up, and his ears ringing from the sheer power of the shout. Hyun just smirks, asking the instructor if that was enough of a demonstration for him. The instructor admits it was plenty and tells him to head to the next building for the final certification. As Hyun walks away, the PC room thug is left standing there with a creepy, blushing smile, having finally found the monster he's been looking for. Previously, our boy Hyun almost got kicked out because he looks like a different person compared to his ID, but he proved himself with a roar that shook the entire building. Now the whispers are spreading through the classroom as everyone wonders if he's the guy who made the clerk faint. Hyun is just trying to enjoy his meal, thinking that he's already made a bad first impression, but honestly, he doesn't really care. The instructor Kim Il-hyun walks up to the podium, signaling the start of the actual orientation. He introduces himself as the leader of the Seongnam Branch Training School and welcomes the new batch of survivors. The room erupts in polite applause, but Hyun is just clapping along like he's on autopilot. Hyun explains that they have 10 days of theory and practical training ahead of them to earn their official certification. He reminds them that the world has only been like this for 6 months, so everything is still new. Dungeon information is constantly changing, meaning the tactics they learn today might be useless tomorrow. Hyun thinks to himself that the instructor is already being a bit of a buzzkill by saying their training might not even be right. Hyun promises to only teach the essentials for survival since the battlefield is always evolving. He wraps up his intro, looking through his glasses with a gaze that says he expects 0 excuses for the next 10 days. Treen, I resurrect alone. The first period ends, and the class is given a 10-minute break before things get serious. The classroom gets noisy as people start chatting, but Hyun just slumps back in his seat. He's already bored out of his mind, comparing this to the mental training he had to do in the reserve army. He's staring at the ceiling when he hears a heavy set of footsteps approaching his desk. A massive guy with arms the size of tree trunks looms over him, identifying himself as Kwok Suil and demanding a handshake. Hyun looks up, thinking this muscle pig is definitely looking for a fight. He decides to play along and grips the giant's hand, introducing himself as Kang Hyun. The musclehead gives a small, condescending smirk as he starts to tighten his grip. Suddenly, Suil's arm starts bulging with veins as he tries to crush Hyun's hand with all his might. The big guy thinks he's got this in the bag, wanting to put the loudmouth rookie in his place right away. He's still salty that Hyun caused such a scene earlier and wants to humiliate him in front of everyone. But his eyes widen in shock as Hyun doesn't even flinch. He's just sitting there, taking the pressure like it's a light massage. Hyun whispers Giant's power, and the system window pops up to signal his counterattack. A surge of blue magical energy flows into his muscles, boosting his strength by a massive 12 points. Hyun squeezes back, and you can practically hear the bones in Suil's hand groaning under the pressure. The big guy starts sweating, unable to believe he's losing a strength contest when that's his only stat focus. He panics because everyone in the room is watching, and he realizes he's about to look like a total clown. He puts everything he has into one final squeeze, his face turning a deep, angry purple. Something in his arm starts to crack, the strain reaching a breaking point that no human muscle should endure. Bam! There's a sudden spray of red as something in the musclehead's arm literally gives out. Suil stares at his arm in pure horror, blood splattered across his face. Hyun looks just as confused, wondering what the hell just happened. The surrounding students are frozen in shock as they look at the blood-stained desks. In the background, the psycho kid An Yuseong is blushing and looks like he's having the best time of his life. A massive bloodstain marks the wall, showing just how much force was behind that handshake. The silence is broken by a high-pitched scream echoing through the hallway. The scene cuts to an ambulance with its sirens blaring, rushing to the scene. Hyun is being interrogated, shouting that the guy came up to him and his arm just exploded! He's in the instructor's office, losing his mind because the story sounds absolutely insane to anyone else. He claims his strength of the strong ability saved him from being injured, trying to stick to his cover story. Iyun watches him calmly, telling him he'll check the CCTV footage before making a judgment. Eun pauses and asks if he didn't call his ability man's strength earlier. Hyeon freezes, realizing he messed up his own lie, and tries to laugh it off by saying he's bad with numbers and names. The instructor just stares at him with those sharp eyes, clearly not buying a single word of it. He sighs and tells Hyeon to just go back to the classroom for now while the class buzzes with rumors. Hyeon slumps into his chair, exhausted from having to lie and deal with idiots on his very first day. Suddenly, a voice pops up right next to his ear, startling him. It's the blonde psycho, An Yu-song, asking if he can sit next to him with a friendly grin. Hyeon tells him to do whatever, thinking that after the muscle pig, he's now stuck with a street thug. They exchange names, and Yu-song offers a handshake, but Hyeon probably isn't eager to do that again. Yu-seong brags about finishing the tutorial at 18 and asks if he can call Hyeon brother. Hyeon is suspicious, noting that based on how he looks, Yu-seong is probably the older one. Yu-seong leans in, his eyes wide and excited, asking how he made that guy's arm explode. He calls it incredible and asks what kind of skill it was, his face lighting up with a truly creepy joy. Hyeon tries to correct him as Iyun walks back in, telling everyone to take their seats for the next period. The instructor uses a remote to pull up the lesson, saying they need to focus because of the delay. He begins explaining the two types of dungeons, regular and incomplete. Regular dungeons open 4 weeks after appearing, which is when the monsters start pouring out. Incomplete dungeons are unpredictable, so everyone has to stay vigilant at all times. He then moves on to how to stop a dungeon from opening entirely. You can either clear the main core or periodically remove the normal cores to delay the countdown. He stresses the importance of the order in which you attack the cores, but a voice interrupts him. Another massive trainee stands up and shouts that this lecture is a useless waste of time. Hyeon sighs, thinking that there are way too many of these arrogant macho types in this class. An assistant instructor tells the guy he'll be expelled if he causes more trouble, but Iyun waves him off. Iyun calmly tells the trainee to come down to the front of the room. The big guy smirks, thinking he's finally going to get some real action and show off his pride. He walks down to the stage, flexing his back and looking like he's ready to snap the instructor in half. Iyun pulls out his phone and sets a timer for exactly 1 minute. He makes a bold offer. He will only dodge and block for 1 minute, and if the trainee even grazes him, he'll graduate him immediately. But the catch is, if the guy fails, he's expelled. He asks the trainee if he has the guts to do it. Hyeon and Yu-seong watch from the seats, both thinking this muscle man too is being way too arrogant, but both of them have a dark grin on their faces, knowing that this is about to be a very entertaining show. The instructor stands his ground, repeating the challenge. 1 minute of pure defense, 1 touch, means instant graduation. The big guy isn't backing down, his massive frame towering over the instructor. He glares at Iyun and summons a real sword from his inventory, a glint of steel filling the air. He asks Iyun if he's really sure about this, a cocky grin on his face as he prepares to strike. The assistants are worried about a real sword being used, but Iyun just adjusts his glasses and tells the guy to come at him. The trainee is fuming, his aura turning a deep red as he prepares to end this with a single blow. He charges forward with a roar, his heavy footsteps shaking the wooden stage. He unleashes a series of savage swings, but Iyun moves like a blur, slipping past every single strike with inches to spare. Iyun calmly tells him that attacks made with a warning are meaningless. A real attack should be a surprise. The big guy is gasping for air, his face turning red with frustration as he realizes he can't even touch the man's suit. The sword flashes past Iyun's face, but the instructor doesn't even blink as he weaves through the onslaught. He points out that the guy's large preparatory movements are his biggest weakness. Monsters won't wait for him to wind up. The trainee screams in rage, swinging with everything he's got left. Iyun is moving so fast he's leaving after images, explaining that swinging a sword isn't just about force. He says you must be able to observe and understand your opponent's every heartbeat without missing a beat. The big guy slams his fist down, cursing as the timer continues to tick away. He tries a massive horizontal slash, but Iyun ducks under it with the grace of a professional dancer. Iyun lectures him mid-fight, saying that using 100% of your strength just creates larger openings for the enemy. The trainee's sword whizzes through empty air one last time. Suddenly, Iyun delivers a lightning-fast kick that sends the massive man flying backward. The sword flies out of the trainee's hand and embeds itself deep into the wall with a loud thwack. The big guy crashes to the floor, looking up at Iyun's shoe as the instructor tells him he'll just get tired out at this rate. Iyun holds up his phone. The minute is up and he didn't receive a single scratch. The entire classroom is paralyzed with awe, their jaws dropping at the sheer skill gap between them and the instructor. To a boxing video showing professional weaving. Hyeon watches carefully, realizing there's a massive hierarchy even among superhuman ability users. He admits that even with his boosted stats, the reaction speed Lee-hyun just showed would be difficult for him to follow. He closes his eyes, wondering who would actually win if the two of them went all out in a 1v1 fight. The thought makes him let out a dark, excited laugh. He's genuinely craving a fight with someone that strong. Yoo-seong is staring at him with a blushing, psychotic expression, wondering why Hyeon is making such a scary face. Hyeon snaps out of it, regretting letting the psycho kid sit next to him as Yoo-seong keeps giggling to himself. The scene shifts to the afternoon as the trainees head out for their practical training session. Hee-yoon stands before a rack of weapons, telling them it's time for weapon technique practice. He tells them to train their own way while the assistants walk around to correct their form. Hee-yoon is given a training sword, but he's already bored, thinking this is way too basic for someone who's cleared the tutorial. Yoo-seong hops over, asking if Hyeon wants to spar since hitting dummies is so boring. Hyeon's voice rings out, reminding them that sparring is strictly prohibited until the 6th day. Hyeon just sighs in disappointment. The sun shines down as the other trainees start their training with loud shouts. The courtyard is filled with the sound of clashing practice weapons as everyone tries to show off. Hyeon watches a trainee swing his sword with a clumsy effort, looking completely unimpressed. He realizes the average level of these superhumans is way lower than he expected. He decides he doesn't need real practice, and just starts swinging his sword around like it's a light exercise. He starts moving with incredible speed, the practice sword whistling as it cuts through the air. His movements are so precise and powerful that they catch Lee-hyun's eye from across the field. The instructor watches him in silence, his expression unreadable as he takes mental notes on Hyeon's form. Hyeon is a whirlwind of steel, looking like he's fighting a dozen invisible enemies at once. An assistant instructor walks up and tells him to stop what he's doing. He tells Hyeon to adjust his stance and narrow his legs, calling his moves showing off and useless in actual combat. Hyeon stares at him with a "are you serious" look as the assistant lectures him about how difficult actual combat is. The guy keeps talking until Hyeon suddenly grabs him by the collar, pulling him close with a terrifying aura. Hyeon asks with a dark grin if he's really that good at fighting and offers to have a go right now. The assistant is sweating bullets when Lee-hyun calls out to him, breaking the tension. Lee-hyun walks over, looking at the two of them with a neutral expression. He claps his hands to gather everyone's attention, announcing a demonstration sparring session. Hyeon and the assistant look at each other, one ready to fight and the other looking like he wants to be anywhere else. Lee-hyun tells the assistant to follow the training guidance exactly, while Hyeon is told to just swing his sword as usual. He limits them to only one exchange of blows, one chance to see who's right. Lee-hyun signals for them to begin, looking at them through his glasses with intense focus. The two combatants lock eyes as they prepare to launch their attacks. Hyeon counts down 1, 2, 3, and charges with explosive speed. Their blades clash with a loud clang, sending sparks flying into the air. Hyeon's strength is overwhelming, and the assistant's training sword is forced upward. Hyeon brings his blade down with a savage arc, stopping just inches from the man's throat. The assistant's weapon is sent spinning into the sky, glinting in the sunlight. The man crashes to the ground, defeated in a single move, while Hyeon stands over him with a bored expression. The entire group is silent as they watch the practice sword fall and embed itself in the sand. Lee-hyun tells the class that weapon skills are to prepare them for combat and train their bodies to react instantly. But he points out that Hyeon just proved that reacting in the moment is the most important thing of all. The instructor calls for a round of applause, and Hyun just blushes and smiles, not understanding a single thing about the lecture. Hyun apologizes to the assistant for putting him in an unfavorable role just to prove a point. The assistant shakes his hand, admitting he learned a lot, even if it was a bit of a shock. People go back to their training, but the atmosphere has completely shifted around Hyun. Hyun watches Hyun walk away, his eyes narrowed as if he solved a piece of a puzzle. He pushes up his glasses, admitting to himself that he just wanted to check something about the boy's potential. Hyeon has started keeping a precious training journal to document his time at the school. Day 1, he taught a musclehead a lesson and met a crazy friendly guy named Yoo-seong. Overall, the training was boring. Day 2, more of the same. Tactics in the morning, weapons in the afternoon, and Yoo-seong is getting way too excited for his own good. Day 3, Yoo-seong keeps pestering him about how many tutorial stages he's cleared, but Hyeon keeps his mouth shut. Day 4. Hyeon is feeling down, even doodling little monsters in his notebook during the boring theory classes. Day 5. He's completely checked out, writing bored in huge letters in his journal while he naps in class. On the afternoon of Day 5, an assistant finds him literally meditating, flat on his back in the middle of the field. Day 6 arrives, and Yuseong asks why he doesn't cause some trouble to liven things up. Hyeon just stares at him, telling the kid he has a talent for saying trashy things with a smile. He tells Yuseong not to worry because he's planning to finish the course quietly. But Yuseong points out that today is the 6th day, meaning sparring practice starts in the afternoon. He gives a wide, eerie grin, saying his gut is telling him something very interesting is about to happen. Trine, I resurrect alone. The sparring begins in the afternoon, and the sounds of clashing steel fill the training hall. A trainee is sent tumbling across the floor, unable to keep up with his opponent. The guy groans in pain as his practice sword clatters on the wooden boards. Eun declares Kang Hyeon the winner and tells the next group to get ready. Hyeon walks back to his seat, and Yuseong compliments him on knocking out another opponent so easily. Hyeon just brushes it off, saying the guy was just weak, but deep down he's starting to feel the itch for a real challenge. He watches the other fights, thinking that they look like child's play compared to what he's been through. He wonders if he has to keep doing this boring stuff for the next 2 days. Another match starts, and one trainee charges forward with a desperate shout. His opponent panics, his face twisting in fear as a blade comes right for his head. Hyeon watches the clumsy exchange with a sigh, his arms crossed over his chest. One trainee is trembling as a blade point is held inches from his nose. Hyeon steps in between them, his hand casually blocking the strike with zero effort. He calls the match, naming the winner and looking completely unfazed by the close call. Hyeon claps along with the others, thinking that the only person worth fighting in this entire building is Eun himself. Eun calls for the next group, and Yuseong stands up, stretching his shoulders. He tells Hyeon that he's heading out for his turn, a confident look on his face. He gives a small, sharp smile that makes the hair on the back of Hyeon's neck stand up. Hyeon watches the kid walk toward the stage, sensing that something is very, very wrong. Yuseong's words about something interesting happening echo in Hyeon's mind. He gets a bad feeling, wondering if the blonde kid is actually planning to cause a scene. Eun announces that trainee Lee Yuri, a mage, will be using her personal staff for the match. He says this is to give her an advantage since they're in a small indoor space, and Yuseong happily agrees. Eun notices that Yuseong is holding a heavy spiked mace instead of the sword he usually carries. Yuseong just shrugs, saying there's no rule that says he can only use one type of weapon. The instructor lets it slide and tells both sides to step back and prepare. The crowd leans in as Eun starts the countdown. 1, 2. Both fighters are locked in, the tension in the air thick enough to cut. 3. The mage Yuri immediately summons several glowing shards of crystal and launches them at Yuseong. Yuseong stands his ground, the shards shattering against an invisible barrier as he gives a psychotic, wide-eyed grin. The crowd gasps, and Hyeon leans forward, his eyes widening as he sees the kid's true nature. Hyeon is amazed, thinking it's his first time seeing real magic in person, and wondering how you even learn that in the tutorial. He wonders if the girl trained separately, but his focus quickly shifts back to the psychopath. Yuri is pouring all her power into her staff, her face strained from the effort of maintaining the spells. She summons a massive purple energy snake that lunges toward Yuseong. The energy snake roars, the floorboards groaning under the weight of the magical pressure. Yuseong glaces toward the instructor with a look that says he's about to do something truly terrible. He winds up his mace, his muscles bulging as he prepares for a massive swing. He has a look of pure, unadulterated madness on his face as he charges into the magical aura. Seon realizes with a shock that the kid isn't trying to block the magic. Yuseong is literally twisting the trajectory of the magic with his physical strength. He redirects the massive blast of energy straight toward Instructor Eun. The energy orb screams past Yuseong as Eun stands his ground, looking completely shocked. Yuseong uses the distraction to launch himself into a blindingly fast movement. He swings his mace at the energy orb, causing a massive explosion of purple sparks right in front of the instructor. Eun flinches as the magical glass shatters around him, the force of the blast shaking the room. Eun shouts at him to stop, but Yuseong is already behind the mage girl. Crunch! He brings the heavy mace down with a sickening sound, blood spraying across the stage. Eun and Hyeon stare in absolute horror at the scene. Yuseong stands over the fallen girl, his fist raised in a victory pose, his entire body covered in her blood. The screen fades to black with day 6 written on it. Hyun's final thought says it all. This kid is way, way crazier than he ever imagined. The training hall is in total chaos as instructors shout for first aid kits and emergency calls. Assistant Kim is on the phone reporting an open fracture on a student's hand. Things just went from a training exercise to a crime scene. The mage girl Yuri is whimpering in pain while an assistant tries to keep her steady. Instructor Iyun stares down the culprit, and Yuseong, who has blood splattered across his face like it's war paint. Iyun is fuming, asking the kid what the hell he thinks he's doing by intentionally crippling a classmate. Yuseong just gives a cheeky wave and a heh, claiming it was just an accident that happens during sparring. The instructor doesn't buy the lie for a second, giving him a look that could kill before letting out a tired sigh. He calls for a 20-minute break and orders everyone back to their seats by 3:00 p.m. to let the medical team work. He pulls Yuseong aside, demanding the psycho follow him for a private chat. Hyun watches them walk away, sensing that the peaceful training days are officially over. Suddenly, we see a close-up of a wicked, curved silver dagger, a weapon meant for killing, not training. Shash of a man in tactical gear, and a gas mask wielding those same daggers. Chukard Solo Resurrection. Despite the bloodbath, sparring practice continues for 2 more days because the system doesn't stop for anyone. Shockingly, Yusong wasn't expelled, but every instructor is now watching him like a hawk, ready to jump in at any moment. The atmosphere is heavy with fear, and more trainees are forfeiting their matches rather than risking a trip to the hospital. Hyun notes that they even have a high-paid healer on standby now, but at least the 8th day passes without another accident. Hyun is walking through the halls when he spots Ihyun through an office door, looking stressed and rubbing his temples. He stands in front of the door labeled Instructor Kim Iyun, deciding it's time for a little direct confrontation. Hyun bursts in with a confident grin, challenging the instructor to a real duel with actual swords before graduation. Iyun just stares at him in silence, wondering where this kid gets his endless audacity. He begs Hyun to just let the last 2 days pass quietly, clearly exhausted by this specific group of talented lunatics. Hyun doesn't back down, looming over the desk with a gaze that says he's not leaving until he gets what he wants. He asks Hyun if he's not also getting bored of playing house with these weak rookies. He walks to the window, telling the instructor that a man with his skills shouldn't be wasting his time looking at boring documents. The shadows fall over Hyun's face as his eyes glow red, reminding Iyun that they've definitely met on the battlefield before. Hyun goes silent, the weight of the realization hitting him as he hides his face in his hands. It's official. He knows that the mysterious goblin slayer from the dungeon break was actually Kang Hyun. Hyun finally looks up and thanks him for preventing more damage back then, but Hyun is just worried if the guy noticed he stole some loot. The instructor eyes the massive sword on Hyun's back, noting that it's a reward for clearing level 6, way higher than what Hyun claimed. Hyun tries to play it off, saying he just found it while cleaning up, which is the worst excuse in history. Iyun summons a glowing system window of his own, deciding that since Hyun won't give straight answers, he'll get them through a fight. He pulls out a set of daggers, his aura flaring with a dangerous purple light. He smirks, saying he also found something while cleaning up, and now the real match begins. They head to the training field under the cover of night, the ground cracking as they prepare to clash. Iyun moves like a literal shadow, blurring past Hyun before our boy can even react. Hyun's eyes widen as he barely catches a glimpse of the instructor's face through the speed of the dash. Their blades collide with a shower of sparks, the impact shaking the entire area. Iyun is impressed, noting that while Hyun is a strength build, his agility is surprisingly top tier. Hyun laughs it off, telling the instructor to come at him with full force because his recovery skills are just that good. The instructor stops holding back, a massive surge of energy erupting beneath his feet. He launches a vertical strike that looks like a pillar of blue light reaching for the sky. Hyun is forced onto the defensive, blocking a flurry of strikes that leave after images in the air. Hyun is stunned by Hyun's physical endurance, wondering how the kid is taking all these heavy hits without breaking. Hyun is absolutely loving it, shouting that this is what a real sparring match should feel like. Hyun decides to create an opening with a series of unavoidable attacks, his daggers dancing in a deadly pattern. Hyun gets a wicked grin on his face and lets the instructor's blade pierce right through his own shoulder. Iyun freezes in shock, realizing his weapon is stuck and he can't pull it out. Hyun has literally wedged the blade between his arm bones to trap the instructor, whispering, "Got you." He lunges forward, delivering a headbutt that catches Iyun completely off guard. The impact is brutal. Ion's glasses fly off his face as he's sent reeling backward. The instructor crashes into the grass, looking up at the night sky in total disbelief. He lays there for a moment, finally admitting out loud that he actually lost to a rookie. Cut to a peaceful shot of an ice pack and a can of soda, the duel is over. They sit together on the field, and Hyun admits that Hyeon is genuinely, terrifyingly strong. Hyeon shrugs, saying it was essentially a draw since he technically cheated by using his passive healing. Eun jokes that he'll take the win then, and Hyeon pouts, calling it unfair while the tension finally melts away. The instructor thanks him, saying the fight actually helped him relieve some stress, and tells him to rest up for tomorrow's dungeon practice. In the distance, we see a massive set of stone doors covered in barbed wire, the entrance to an official school dungeon. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak stands before the gate, looking like a bad omen. The figure looks up at the stars, their face hidden in the shadows of the hood. They turn their heads slightly, sensing something in the air. The figure vanishes into the darkness. The camera zooms in on the dungeon doors as the sound of heavy footsteps approaches. The massive iron rings on the door begin to rattle and shake. A low, ominous creak fills the silence as the seals on the dungeon are tampered with. Smoke or mist begins to pour out from the cracks in the stone. Something is definitely breaking through from the other side. A heavy thud echoes as if a massive weight just hit the floor behind the doors. The scene pans out to the quiet city surrounding the school, oblivious to the dungeon terror that's about to start. Title card: Solo Resurrection. The next morning, Eun stands before the class, announcing that they're entering the F-rank dungeon, Geika's Forest, for a field exercise. He warns them that the monsters here are stronger than average, but the location was chosen for two specific reasons. First, it's a field-type dungeon with traps, but no threats other than the monsters themselves. Second, the monsters, called Geika, are solitary hunters, meaning they can lure them out and kill them one by one. The doors slowly grind open, and the trainees look on with a mix of excitement and pure dread. Hyeon steps forward, realizing this is his first time entering a real-world dungeon since he finished the tutorial. He notes that walking through a permanent gate feels completely different from the temporary portals he's used to. He feels a strange sensation of levitation as his body passes through the dimensional barrier. He opens his eyes to a lush, tropical jungle filled with palm trees and a bright, artificial sun. He's amazed by the scale of the forest, realizing that an entire ecosystem exists inside this stone building. Yuseong pops up again, acting like a tour guide, and reminding Hyun that they explained how portals work in class. Eun takes charge, explaining that the assistants will demonstrate how to lure a geika before the students split into groups of 5. The assistant instructor moves toward a clearing, explaining that positioning is everything when fighting these things. A diagram appears showing the geika, a 2-meter-tall bird monster that looks like a mutated prehistoric ostrich. The warning is clear: their beaks are strong enough to dent plate armor, and one peck can be fatal. The standard strategy is to surround them and tie up their feet, but Eun's eyes suddenly dart toward the sky. A system alert glitters in the air, the central core of the dungeon has been removed, and the exit portal is open. Hyeon and the others look around in confusion as a final warning pops up: the dungeon is about to collapse. The sky above the jungle starts to shatter like glass, and Eun shouts for everyone to evacuate in an orderly manner. He tells them not to push, trying to maintain calm even as the world literally falls apart around them. The trainees scramble back through the gate, wondering how the dungeon was cleared so fast when they just got there. Eun counts the heads, relieved that everyone made it out, but his mind is racing to figure out who took the core. An assistant grabs his shoulder, pointing at the gate with a face full of terror. A massive cloud of dark, swirling energy erupts from the door, crackling with orange lightning. Eun's face turns pale as he realizes the horrifying truth of what's happening. He screams for support and orders the trainees to run as far away from the dungeon as possible. It's a dungeon break, the monsters are no longer contained, and they're pouring into the real world! Hyun walks up calmly, mispronouncing the instructor's name again and asking what's going on. Hyun tells him it's a break and asks for the top trainees to help hold the front line until reinforcements arrive. He explains that when a core is removed without killing the boss, the monsters flood the portal to escape the collapse. He stops and asks Hyeon if he didn't learn all of this in theory class just yesterday. Hyeon coughs awkwardly, claiming he was just testing the instructor's knowledge to hide the fact that he was napping. There's no time for jokes as a geika screeches from the portal, its eyes glowing with a murderous yellow light. Eun grits his teeth, realizing the monsters are coming out way faster than he expected. He He tells Hyun he's leaving the gate to him and sprints off to organize the rest of the panicking students. Hyun is left standing there, watching the instructor run away while yelling about groups of 5. He looks at the horde of bird monsters charging at him and gets a dark, eager smirk on his face. He draws his sword, ready to turn this disaster into a massive XP grind. Suddenly, Yuseong jumps into the fray with his mace, asking Brother to include him in the fun. The psycho kid swings his spiked weapon with insane force, crushing the skull of the first Geeka in midair. Blood sprays everywhere as the monster lets out one final gook before hitting the ground. Hyun watches Yuseong work, noting that the kid is actually terrifyingly efficient at killing. Yuseong stands over the corpse, his breath heavy as he trembles with a sick kind of excitement. He laughs like a madman, saying that crushing things with a mace is the best feeling in the world. Hyun makes a disgusted face, realizing that even for him, this kid is way too much. But he's not about to let Yuseong have all the fun, cursing under his breath as he joins the slaughter. He grips his hilt, his aura flaring blue as he prepares to show off his own monster-slaying skills. He admits that having a psycho on your side is actually pretty reliable during a war. Hyun moves like a flash, his blade carving through the Geika horde with surgical precision. He delivers a massive spinning slash that takes out 3 monsters at once, leaving Yuseong looking impressed. Hyun tells Yuseong to cover his ears, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous growl. He activates Lion's Roar of Rage, screaming "chicken-headed bastards," with enough force to drop the monster's stats instantly. Hyun, watching from a distance, feels the shockwave and realizes Hyun is using a group debuff skill. The other trainees notice the monsters slowing down, wondering if Hyun is the one carrying the entire fight. The support team is on the way, and Hyun thinks they might actually survive this, but then he sees a new shadow emerging. Hyun decides to test his newest skill, shouting "Magic Explosion" as a ball of white-hot energy forms in his hand. The blast levels a group of monsters, but Hyun is left panting, wondering what kind of insane mana cost that skill has. Yuseong is starstruck, asking if that was actual magic and looking at Hyun with even more worship. Hyun just tells him it's a secret from the tutorial, trying to look cool while his hand is literally smoking from the blast. Yuseong points toward the portal, his expression turning serious for the first time. The ground shakes with a heavy thump as a massive pair of talons slams into the dirt. A Geika twice the size of the others emerges, covered in dark, jagged feathers. It's a mutant Geika, the boss monster that was supposed to be killed to clear the dungeon properly. Iyun panics, knowing reinforcement hasn't arrived, and even someone as strong as Hyun might struggle with a boss of this scale. He realizes this is the first time the rookies are encountering a real monster that can actually fight back. The psycho kid, Yusong, looks at the giant beast and whispers "brother," with a voice full of hunger. Hyun and Yusong both charge forward at the same time, arguing over who gets to eat the boss first. Title card: Solo Resurrection. Cut to a quiet office where a rack of swords sits by the window. Tomorrow is officially graduation day. A report is being given about the dungeon accident, confirming that someone intentionally broke in to set off the monster break. The camera pans to a mysterious woman with long black hair, listening to the briefing with a cold, analytical expression. Ihyun is the one giving the report, and she asks him if any specific trainees stood out during the chaos. He admits there were 2, the ones who handled the mutant Geika boss while everyone else was running for their lives. He describes Hyun first, calling his physical strength and agility monster level and unlike anything he's ever seen. He says Hyun's true power is his recklessness and healing. He fights like a man who has zero fear of getting hurt. Then he mentions Yuseong, calling him a natural-born genius with technical proficiency that is truly outstanding. But he adds a dark warning. The kid's overly cruel nature is a massive flaw that could make him a danger to everyone. The woman, Han Seon, is surprised to hear Iyun praise anyone that much and asks if he's made them a recruitment offer. Iyun, ever the professional, reminds her that it's illegal for an instructor to sell trainees to guilds. He gives a small smirk, noting that his boss's personality is clearly rubbing off on him. We finally see her full form, Han Seon, leader of the Dangun Guild, telling Iyun to return to the guild soon because the accident smells like a conspiracy. At the graduation ceremony, a middle-aged principal thanks the class for their hard work over the past 10 days. Hyun claps along, realizing this is the first time he's even seen the principal's face. He thought Iyun was the big boss of the whole place. Outside, a professional driver in a suit and sunglasses bows deeply to a student. Hyun is stunned to see Yuseong being picked up in a massive white luxury limousine. Seong leans out the window, offering Hyung a ride home, and Hyun happily accepts the free luxury transport. Hyun settles into the leather seats, realizing that Seong is even richer than he looks. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name from the sidewalk, stopping the car. It's Hyun, looking like a civilian in his suit, walking toward them. Hyun jokes that the instructor must be the affectionate type who came to say a tearful goodbye. Hyun ignores the sarcasm, informing them that the rewards for clearing the dungeon break will be sent to both of them soon. He turns to walk away, and Hyun shouts after him, asking if that's really all he has to say. He demands at least a word of gratitude, and Hyun just sighs, looking like he's already regretting being nice. But then Hyun stops and says it clearly. Kong, Hyun, you're strong. He warns Hyun that they'll meet in a dungeon again soon, but tells him to never forget his responsibility as a powerful ability user. Hyun looks at his new official ID card. He is now a certified ability user in the eyes of the law. He poses in his living room, sticking the ID to his forehead and radiating an aura of pure potential. He shouts at his sister, Hyun, asking if she can finally see the greatness of her older brother. She just tells him to stop being arrogant and wonders what he's planning to do starting tomorrow. Hyun is stumped, asking her how you even get to a dungeon. Do you just search for it on Google Maps? Hyun is losing brain cells, reminding him about the Radar app and social media groups that all hunters use. He looks at the app, seeing maps, monster info, and party recruitment for dungeons like Geika's Forest. He decides he's going to solo everything to make as much money as possible and brag to his mom about it. The calendar flips to May, signaling the start of his professional hunting career. A news report on TV explains that clearing even an F-class dungeon pays out 20 million won, and magic stones are the world's hottest new energy source. Cut to a suburban home where a man in a tank top asks his wife if she's heard from their son, Hyun. The mother is peeling apples, mentioning that Hyun sent them 10 million won as pocket money last week. The dad is shocked, laughing that his son is already out-earning him at his age. But the mother looks worried, mentioning the reports of people dying in dungeons every day. The father tells her to let him be, saying it's better than him being unemployed and lazy. He insists that Hyun isn't the type to do anything reckless and is probably working with a safe team. He calls his son smart, but the scene immediately shifts to a dark, fire-lit cave that looks anything but safe. Shloosh! Hyun is currently in a dark dungeon, carving through a swarm of multi-eyed spider monsters. He lets out a maniacal laugh, covered in blood and shouting that these monsters are nothing to him. He's soloing an entire nest, moving with a twisted grin that would make his parents terrified if they could see him. Outside the dungeon, we see his new car, a sleek black luxury model he named Buntley. His phone is vibrating on the passenger seat, showing 36 missed calls from his sister, Hyun. Back at the house, the mother is worried because he's not answering, while the father tells her he's probably just sleeping. The father tells her to do the dishes, and he'll clean the room, trying to keep things normal. The mother turns back, saying they need to tell him about the thing that appeared yesterday. She points to a terrifying dark rift that has opened up right in front of the local supermarket. The father tells her to let the country handle it, but she wonders if they should just call Hyun to deal with it instead. Suddenly, a massive gray-clawed hand reaches out from the darkness of the rift. A heavy mist pours out as something massive prepares to step into their neighborhood. A literal army of orc warriors begins marching out of the rift, their red eyes glowing in the night. A massive, hairy foot slams into the pavement, shattering the concrete. The orc chieftain lets out a bone-chilling roar that echoes through the streets. The sun begins to set over the city, signaling the start of a long, bloody night. Back in the cave, Hyun finally clears the dungeon, the system alerting him that the core has been removed. He walks out of the gate looking like he just finished a light workout despite being drenched in monster guts. He wonders if he should move up to E-rank dungeons next, feeling like F-rank is no longer a challenge. He walks toward his car, noting that he still hasn't tested if his resurrection works in the real world, and he's in no rush to find out. He grabs a clean towel, thinking about how he's going to go home, sleep, and then take Hyun out for a beef dinner. He picks up his phone and his heart drops. 36 missed calls from his sister. He barely has time to process it before the phone rings again, and he answers it with a trembling hand. Hyun's voice is frantic on the other end, crying out that something terrible has happened. She screams about their mom and dad, and Hyun stares at his quiet neighborhood in horror. The papers on the ground flutter in the wind as he realizes his home has been turned into a war zone. Hyeon's face goes completely blank, the light fading from his eyes as pure rage begins to take over. The screen turns static as our boy prepares to go on a rampage that the real world has never seen before. The news is flooded with reports of the nightmare unfolding in Hangre City, where a massive dungeon opening has turned the streets into a war zone. The military has completely sealed off the area, but thousands of civilians are still trapped inside with the monsters. As the Donggun Guild prepares a rescue mission, a pair of hands tightly laces up combat boots, preparing for a solo suicide mission. Hyeon watches her brother with a shaking heart, begging him not to go alone, but Hyeon just gives her a confident, localized smirk. He reminds her that he's a tutorial graduate, telling her to stay safe at home while he handles the heavy lifting. Hyeon stands there in silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on her as she watches her brother walk toward the door. She shouts for him to be careful and not to show off, but Hyeon just waves her off, his mind already on the battlefield. The door slams shut with a heavy thud, leaving the quiet apartment behind as Hyeon steps into the chaos. He looks back at the building one last time, promising himself that he'll bring their parents back home no matter what. Hyeon grips the steering wheel of his new car, his face hardening into a mask of pure focus as he speeds toward the danger zone. At the military blockade, the soldiers tell him the road is closed and order him to turn back immediately. Hyeon flashes his hunter ID, asking if an ability user is allowed through the line. A government official in a nearby jeep recognizes the urgency and orders the soldiers to let all hunters pass through. The official warns him that they won't be responsible for his life, but Hyeon just gives a sharp salute and thanks them for their hard work. The engine roars as he floors it, leaving the soldiers in a cloud of dust as he races toward the heart of the invasion. The bright sunlight filters through the trees, a peaceful sight that contrasts with the horror waiting just a few miles away. The car blurs past the forest scenery, every second feeling like an eternity as he counts down the distance to his parents. Checking his phone, he realizes the situation is even worse than reported, with at least 5 dungeons opened in the vicinity. His eyes narrow with worry, wondering if his family can hold out for the 2 hours it'll take him to arrive. Suddenly, a massive shadow erupts from the forest, and a giant red-eyed boar slams into the side of the car with the force of a wrecking ball. Glass shatters everywhere as the car spins out of control, the impact rattling Hyeon to his core. The car flips violently across the asphalt while the beast lets out a deafening, monstrous roar. The wreck comes to a halt in a cloud of smoke and debris, the silence of the forest broken only by the crackle of fire. A hand reaches out from the crushed metal, gripping the dirt as Hyeon drags himself out of the wreckage. He stumbles out, coughing through the dust, and looks up to see the massive boar looming over him like a mountain. Hyeon curses his luck, his eyes burning with rage as he looks at the ruined car he just bought. He draws his blade, the steel humming with mana as he tells the beast he's going to make it pay for the car. The boar lets out a hot, foul breath, its tusks scraping the ground as it prepares to finish him off. Hyeon wipes blood from his face with a chilling smile, noting that the monster is a lot bigger than he expected. Suddenly, high-pitched shrieks echo through the trees, and Hyeon's blood runs cold as he realizes he's not alone. The ground shakes as more monsters emerge from the shadows, surrounding the road from all sides. A massive horde of goblins pours out of the woods, their yellow eyes fixed on the lone human. Hyeon groans in annoyance, wondering why these green pests keep showing up whenever he's in a hurry. Instead of fighting, he gives the boar a mock salute and starts sprinting, deciding to let the monsters fight each other. The boar lets out a confused squeal as its target disappears, finding itself face to face with the angry goblin horde. A rain of arrows whistles through the air, and the forest erupts into a chaotic brawl between the monsters. The boar charges into the goblins, crushing them under its weight, providing the perfect distraction for Hyeon to escape. He watches the carnage from a distance with a smirk, telling them to have fun killing each other. He can't waste a single second on these low-level mobs while his family is in danger, so he disappears into the thick brush. Night falls over the forest, and Hyeon is still on the move, his breathing heavy as he pushes his body to the limit. His phone screen is cracked and barely holding a charge, forcing him to navigate the pitch-black woods without a light. He regrets taking the shortcut through the mountains, realizing that doing it on foot is taking way longer than he planned. A low, guttural growl vibrates through the air, and the wind carries the scent of a predator nearby. Hyeon stops in his tracks, his senses heightening as he feels eyes watching him from the darkness. He senses a presence right behind him and spins around with lightning speed. A flash of fur and teeth lunges from the shadows, but Hyan's blade is already moving. The sword cuts through the air with a sharp whoosh, leaving a trail of blue light as it meets its target. A massive wolf howls in agony as the steel cleaves through its skull, ending the sneak attack instantly. Hyan stands over the corpse, realizing that these monsters are using some kind of invisibility or camouflage. He wipes more blood from his brow, realizing that he won't be getting any sleep tonight if he wants to survive. Leaves rustle all around him as the rest of the pack begins to close in for the kill. The shadows seem to move, shifting and blurring as the invisible hunters circle their prey. 4 more wolves emerge from the darkness, their eyes glowing with a hungry, predatory light. Hyan grips his sword, his own eyes beginning to glow with a terrifying red intensity. He becomes a blur of motion, his blade dancing through the pack and spraying blood across the forest floor. The severed limbs of the monsters thud onto the grass as the forest goes quiet once again. He lets out a long, weary breath, the exhaustion finally starting to catch up with his muscles. Looking like a demon himself, covered in blood and glowing with power, he dares the rest of the forest to come at him. The sun finally begins to rise over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. The clearing is a graveyard of wolf carcasses, showing just how brutal the night-long battle was. Hyan wakes up in the branches of a tree, his body aching and covered in grime as he climbs down. He complains about the bed being uncomfortable, but he's lucky he managed to get even a few minutes of rest. He shakes off the fatigue and starts moving again, his eyes fixed on the distant city skyline. In the suburbs, the sun shines down on a quiet apartment complex that's about to become a slaughterhouse. Inside one of the units, a phone buzzes with missed messages from my son Hyan, pleading for them to stay quiet. Hyan's father puts a finger to his lips, signaling his wife to stay silent as he grips a golf club with trembling hands. His wife whispers in a panic, asking if they should call him, but the cell towers are already down. The father looks at the door with a grim expression, wondering if his son can really survive the nightmare outside. Outside, a massive orc stands over the ruins of the neighborhood, its tusks dripping with saliva as it hunts for survivors. The father watches through the window, his heart sinking as he realizes these aren't just normal monsters, they're high-rank killers. He remembers seeing a terrifying figure on the news earlier, wondering if his son has become a monster like that just to survive. Suddenly, a blood-soaked figure with a terrifying grin appears at the window, telling them their adorable son has finally arrived. Hyan stands in the middle of a literal sea of orc corpses, laughing like a madman as he wipes the gore from his blade. More orcs emerge from the smoke, but Hyan doesn't even flinch, telling them he can keep this up all day. He pauses as 3 massive orc warriors step forward, their armor gleaming and their eyes filled with murderous intent. Hyan realizes this isn't a low-rank dungeon break anymore. This is an E-rank threat at the very least. He screams at his parents to stay inside and not make a single sound, his voice cracking with desperation. Inside, his parents freeze in shock, recognizing the voice but unable to believe the monster outside is their boy. The mother peeks through the glass, her eyes filling with tears as she sees the battered, blood-stained warrior her son has become. The 3 orc warriors charge at once, their heavy footsteps shaking the pavement as they close the gap. Hyan moves with predatory grace, dodging a massive swing and preparing his own counterattack. Steel clashes against steel as he parries a blow that would have crushed a normal man into paste. One of the orcs lunges with a spear, but Hyan's eyes track the movement with cold, superhuman precision. He ducks under the strike and drives his blade deep into the orc's midsection, the sound of tearing flesh echoing through the street. A massive blast of blue energy erupts from his palm, launching the monster backward into a brick wall. One warrior falls, but the other 2 are already on him, their weapons whistling through the air. Hyan spins away from a lethal strike, the wind from the blade ruffling his hair as he searches for an opening. He catches an orc's wrist and snaps the bone with a sickening crack, showing no mercy to the invaders. Despite his skill, the sheer number of enemies is starting to wear him down, and he grunts in pain as a club grazes his shoulder. He drives his sword through another orc's chest, but the beast lets out a final, spiteful growl as it dies. Hyan slams the corpse into the ground, his chest heaving as he looks around the battlefield. Before he can breathe, a massive hand grabs his face and slams him into the concrete with bone-shattering force. He looks up to see a monstrous figure looming over him, and he gathers every bit of mana he has left for a magic explosion. A violent burst of light levels the immediate area, sending chunks of stone and orc armor flying in every direction. Blood drips onto the pavement as Hyan's hand trembles, his mana reserves running dangerously low. He sits on the chest of a dead warrior, gasping for air while the smell of ozone and burnt flesh fills his lungs. He looks at his reflection in a pool of blood, his face so covered in gore that he barely recognizes himself. He looks up, and his heart sinks. Hundreds more orcs are flooding into the plaza, surrounding him completely. The monsters let out a unified roar that shakes the windows of the apartment complex. An army of orc warriors stands ready to crush the lone hunter who dared to stand against them. The ground vibrates under the weight of something massive approaching from the back of the horde. Hyan's eyes widen in genuine fear as the crowd of monsters parts to reveal their leader. A giant orc, nearly twice the size of the others and draped in a white fur pelt, steps into the light. The system identifies the nightmare. An orc general has entered the fray, and the stakes just went through the roof. Hyan staggers to his feet, mocking the general's ugly face even as his legs threaten to give out beneath him. He tries to save his magic for healing, but realizing he won't survive otherwise, he activates Giant's power. His muscles bulge and turn a deep crimson, his strength amplifying as he prepares for the final showdown. He lets out a lion's roar of rage, a shockwave of sound that momentarily dazes the surrounding orcs. He charges the general with a defiant scream, throwing every ounce of his soul into one last push. The general meets him with a punch that shatters Hyan's nose and sends blood spraying into the air. Hyan is sent reeling, his vision blurring as the world starts to tilt on its axis. He falls to his knees, coughing up blood while the orc warriors close in to finish the job. He tries to swing his sword, but it slips from his fingers, clattering uselessly onto the blood-soaked stones. The general walks up slowly, looking down at the broken human with a gaze of pure contempt. Another brutal blow slams into Hyan's face, and he realizes the monster is just playing with its food now. The general drives a knee into Hyan's gut, folding him in half and crushing his ribs like dry twigs. Hyan collapses into the dirt, the sound of his own heavy breathing the only thing he can hear. His regeneration has completely stopped, and he wonders if his resurrection even works in the real world. He sees a hand reaching out from the dirt, and he clenches his fist with the last of his willpower. He forces himself back up, swaying on his feet as the general watches in genuine surprise. He screams that he won't back down while his family is right behind him, challenging the beast to come and get him. The general's expression shifts from mockery to annoyance, and he lunges forward with a lethal strike. The two collide in a final, desperate struggle as the rest of the orc horde begins to move toward the apartment building. Hyan freezes as he hears a scream from the window. His mother has been spotted by the climbing orcs. His parents are trapped as the monsters begin scaling the walls like giant green spiders. Hyan's heart breaks as he realizes he can't reach them in time, his body finally failing him. He lets out a final, guttural roar, begging the monsters to stay away from his family. He tries to run toward the building, but the orc general catches him, slamming him back down into the earth. A group of orcs pile onto him, pinning his broken body to the ground as he struggles fruitlessly. In his final moments, he sees an orc reach the window, a blade raised to strike his parents. Hyan's eyes go dark as his heart stops beating, his last thought being the failure to protect the people he loved. The general delivers a final, crushing blow that sends a shockwave through the entire plaza. Hyan lies still in a pool of his own blood, his hand still reaching toward the home he couldn't save. The light fades from his eyes as the resurrection timer begins its silent 24-hour countdown. Everything goes black, the screams of his parents the last thing echoing in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of gold light cuts through the darkness, slicing through the orcs scaling the building. A powerful warrior descends from the sky like a Valkyrie, her blade glowing with holy energy. Han Seon has arrived, and with one swing, she obliterates the orcs threatening the apartment. The Dongun Guild members look up at their leader, relieved that the reinforcements arrived just in time. The guild begins a systematic purge of the area, prioritizing the evacuation of the injured survivors. Seon looks at the devastation, noting that the damage would have been much worse if someone hadn't held the line here. She finds the spot where Hyan fell, but as she orders her team to handle the body with care, she notices something impossible. The blood-stained ground is empty. The body of the hero who held off an army has vanished without a trace. 24 hours later, in a quiet forest miles away, Hyan's eyes snap open as life surges back into his cold lungs. He gasps for air, his vision blurry as the reality of his resurrection hits him like a freight train. He finds himself back in the tree where he last slept, confused and disoriented by the transition from death to life. A system window appears, detailing the penalty. His level has dropped, and his stats are cut in half for the next 24 hours. He stares at the screen, the memories of the orc general and his parents' screams flooding back into his mind. He remembers the orc reaching the window and his father's desperate face, his heart hammering against his ribs. He realizes with horror that he's been dead for an entire day, and he has no idea what happened to his family. He grabs his sword with a trembling hand, the weight of the steel feeling twice as heavy due to the stat penalty. He leaps from the tree and starts sprinting toward the city, ignoring the searing pain in his weakened muscles. He stumbles and falls, his body protesting the sudden exertion, but he forces himself back up immediately. His breathing is ragged as he realizes the true cost of the resurrection. He's vulnerable and slow when he needs to be fast. He pushes through the forest, his legs churning as he prays to a god he doesn't believe in that he's not too late. He bursts out onto the road, his eyes searching the horizon for any sign of his hometown. The sun sets over the ruins of Hangre, casting long, mournful shadows over the skeleton of the city. Haiyan finally reaches his neighborhood after 5 hours of running, but the sight that greets him is a nightmare. The vibrant streets are gone, replaced by a deserted ruin filled with the smell of smoke and death. He wanders aimlessly through the wreckage until he finally encounters a military unit set up in a makeshift camp. He borrows a phone from a sympathetic officer and finally manages to get through to his sister, Haiyan. The news she gives him destroys his world. His father's arms had to be amputated, and his mother is in a deep coma. Haiyan grips the phone so hard it shatters, the silent rage boiling inside him more painful than any wound. 2 months pass, and the scars on the world begin to heal, but the man known as Kang Haiyan is gone. On the news, Han Seon talks about new C-grade dungeons, but Haiyan isn't watching for the fame, he's watching for the hunt. Inside a new, high-end apartment, Haiyan asks if he's heading back to a dungeon again so soon. She tells him he's already died 3 times this week, her voice filled with a mix of terror and pity for her brother. She begs him to stop blaming himself, but Haiyan just walks out the door, his heart turned to stone. He walks down the stairs in silence, his footsteps heavy with the weight of the lives he couldn't protect. Haiyan watches him go, realizing that the brother she knew died in that plaza 2 months ago. Deep inside an E-rank dungeon, a massive ant monster known as an antria is blown apart in a spray of ichor. A group of hunters watches in awe as a lone warrior carves through a horde of giant insects like they're nothing. The leader of the group, an arrogant rookie, celebrates a level up and brags about his elite skills. His teammates praise him as the party's ace, oblivious to the true monster lurking in the shadows. The blonde rookie thinks he's ready for the Dangun Guild, looking down on everyone else as losers. He flashes a fake, charming smile, telling his team they'll catch up to him eventually if they work hard. Suddenly, the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps echoes through the cavern, catching the team off guard. A figure blurs past them at impossible speed, his eyes fixed on the core of the dungeon. The team is stunned as they watch a lone man charge headfirst into the most dangerous part of the nest. The blonde rookie shouts after him, wondering who would be stupid enough to enter a dungeon solo. He warns the stranger that the core room is just ahead, and it's a death trap for a single person. The team hesitates, unsure if they should follow the madman or stay back and play it safe. Deep in the hive, hundreds of Antria soldiers crawl over the walls, their mandibles clicking in anticipation. Haiyan stands before the swarm, his blade drawn and his face twisted into a mask of pure, cold aggression. He activates a new skill, Wayne's Secret, boosting his stats by 40% at the cost of tearing his own body apart. He dives into the sea of insects, his movements a symphony of destruction that the hunters can barely follow. He cleaves through multiple soldiers with a single swing, his voice a guttural roar of 1 slash, 2 halves. He follows up with a magic explosion, the blast turning the center of the swarm into a cloud of green mist. He laughs through the pain, the side effects of his skills ignored as he revels in the slaughter. His blade cuts through the thick exoskeleton of an Antria guard like a hot knife through butter. The blonde rookie and his team finally arrive, frozen in terror as they witness the carnage Haiyan has left behind. They look at the lone warrior with wide eyes, their elite pride shattered by the sheer gap in power. Haiyan stands amidst the pile of dead insects, his silhouette illuminated by the glowing crystals of the core room. He notes that Wayne's secret synergizes perfectly with his physical regeneration, making him an immortal engine of war. A system window confirms he's advanced his regeneration to intermediate level, allowing him to heal shattered bones in a day. Hyan senses the other hunters and turns around, his cold gaze making them flinch instinctively. The blonde rookie stammers out a question, asking if he's okay after such a brutal fight. Hyan doesn't answer, his eyes lingering on the rookie for a second before he turns back to the loot. He grabs the dungeon's normal core and starts walking away, telling the team to move out of his way. The team asks if he's going to collect the magic crystals from the hundreds of corpses he just made. Hyan just keeps walking, telling them he has no use for them, leaving a fortune in loot for the stunned rookies. His mind is focused on only one thing. He needs more power, more speed, and more strength. The blonde rookie watches him go, his mouth hanging open as he realizes he just met a real monster. The torches in the cavern flicker as the dungeon begins to destabilize after the core's removal. The team whispers about who that man could be, their eyes fixed on the mountain of money he just gave them. The leader tells them to just be thankful for the payday, though the encounter has clearly rattled his ego. A bald member of the team suddenly realizes he's heard rumors of a ghost hunter who clears E-rank dungeons solo. The blonde rookie scoffs, saying no one, not even the Dongun Guild leaders, could clear an E-rank solo. He tries to regain his composure, but his eyes keep darting toward the exit where the mysterious man vanished. Suddenly, their system windows flash with a red notification that stops their hearts. The dungeon's main core has been removed, and the portal to the outside world is opening early. The team looks at the piles of dead Antria, realizing the stranger finished the entire raid in mere minutes. Outside the portal, Hyan sits on the carcass of a giant ant, looking at his new rewards. He holds a new skill book, Antria's Outer Shell, which will allow him to harden his skin like armor. He realizes that using 3 high-tier skills at once is draining his mana to the limit. He looks at his Bilgain's Longsword, noting that the Berserker ability is a double-edged sword that impairs his judgment. He flashes back to the Orc invasion, haunted by the thought that his own loss of composure cost his family everything. He closes his eyes for a brief moment, shaking off the regret because it's useless to look back now. A blinding white light fills his mind as he reaffirms his new path, getting stronger by any means necessary. Hyan activates the new skill book, his body crackling with energy as he vows to master every power in this world. The entrance to the dungeon is crowded with low-level hunters and guild scouts, all gossiping about the legendary solo clearer who just finished his raid. A reporter asks the group of rookies if they saw the man everyone's talking about, but they're too stunned to give a straight answer. Suddenly, one of them points toward the dark portal, and the atmosphere shifts as a heavy presence begins to emerge. Hyan steps out of the dungeon, his armor scuffed and his face cold, ignoring the crowd like they aren't even there. He lets out a weary sigh, stretching his neck as the adrenaline from the slaughter finally begins to fade. His eyes narrow as a dozen camera flashes explode in his face, blinding him and pissing him off instantly. Reporters and minor guild recruiters swarm him, screaming about contracts and interviews while shoving microphones into his personal space. Hyan doesn't play along. He tells them to move their asses out of the way before things get ugly. One guy tries to get aggressive, but Hyan turns on him with a look so terrifying the recruiter's soul practically leaves his body. The guy immediately starts stuttering out an apology, realizing he just poked a sleeping monster. Hyan keeps walking, his heavy footsteps echoing as the crowd parts like the Red Sea. People whisper in the background, calling him a gangster or a criminal just because he looks like he's ready to kill. He clicks his car remote, heading toward his second car, another Bentley, muttering about how people are just a waste of time. A calm, professional voice stops him in his tracks, calling out his name with a tone that isn't just another annoying fan. Hyan turns his head slightly, his eyes sharp as he sizes up the well-dressed man standing in the shadows. The man walks forward with a polite smile, telling Hyan not to worry, because he's actually there to help. He holds out a business card, revealing himself as Sion Yonho, a high-ranking member of the Ability Users Alliance. Hyan stares at the hand for a long moment, wondering what kind of game this guy is playing. He takes the card, reading the name aloud with a skeptical look on his face. Yonho explains that they've been watching his progress and want to offer him full support without the guild politics. He plays it cool, telling Hyan he doesn't need an answer now and to just call whenever he's ready to talk. The man gives a respectful bow and turns to leave, leaving Hyan standing alone in the parking lot. Hyan watches him walk away, feeling a bit suspicious, but noting that at least the Alliance has some class. He drives off, the name Ability Users Alliance sticking in the back of his mind as the sun begins to set. He thinks about the organization. They claim to advocate for individual hunters' rights, but in this world, everyone has an agenda. Later, Hyeon is sitting at a convenience store, slurping down instant ramen while reflecting on how fast his life has changed. He figures he'll keep the card just in case, but for now, he's a solo player until he gets enough power. A little girl points at him and calls him a monster, but his mind is too far gone into the grind to care about what civilians think. He finishes his meal and stacks the empty cups, his eyes turning back to the glowing screen of his phone. His biggest hurdle right now is magic. His mana is being constantly drained to maintain his regeneration and secret techniques. He's frustrated because he can't even use his new Antria shell or his best attack skills without running out of juice. He scrolls through an item auction app, desperately looking for something that can boost his mana capacity. Everything on the market is either overpriced junk or stuff he already has better versions of. He'd rather find something cheap that boosts his stats directly than spend a fortune on brand name guild gear. Suddenly, he finds an old forum post about a hidden gem dungeon that supposedly drops high-stat mana rings. The next day, he heads out to Hanam City, looking for an E-rank dungeon known as Goblin Village. The post said that the shaman monsters inside have a high chance of dropping rings that boost magic power by 1 or 2 stats. He walks up the stone steps, his eyes focused on the goal of finding the Grand Shaman boss for a 4-stat ring. He reads more of the post, which mentions that a guild has recently started occupying the land illegally and blocking entry. The comments are full of people complaining about how the guild kills anyone who tries to enter for money. Hyeon just smirks. If these guys think they can block him, they've got another thing coming. He reaches the entrance, which has been boarded up with heavy wooden planks and scrap metal. He peeks through the gaps, noticing the lack of guards and figuring they must be inside already. He pushes the door open and steps into the humid air of the forest dungeon, his hand already on his hilt. The portal hums behind him as he touches the grass, sensing the magical energy of the village. Hyeon pauses as he hears voices ahead, realizing he's already walked into the guild's territory. 3 members of the Bait Guild are lounging in a clearing, looking bored until they see a stranger walk in. The lead thug eyes Hyeon's tactical armor, already calculating how much he can sell it for after he kills him. A younger guy with a buzz cut laughs, thinking they're about to get a hefty bonus for looting another solo hunter. A girl in the group mentions she had a lucky dream today, clearly convinced that Hyeon is just an easy payday. The buzz-cut kid steps forward, telling Hyeon that this place belongs to the Bait Guild and he's trespassing. Hyeon just looks at him with dead eyes and asks, "So?" The girl smirks, telling him he has to pay the price for entering, and they'll spare his life if he hands over everything he owns. Before she can finish her sentence, a massive shockwave ripples through the air as Hyeon makes his move. The buzz-cut kid is sent flying backward, his body crashing through the brush before he even realized he was hit. The guy is on the ground, coughing and dazed, as his teammates stare in absolute shock at the speed of the attack. Hyeon stands in a cloud of dust, his fist still clenched as he looks down at the weaklings with total disgust. The girl screams at him, drawing her sword and telling him he's officially asking for death now. The third thug lunges forward, swinging a heavy blade with everything he's got. Hyeon catches the blade with his bare arm, the metal clanging against his hardened skin like it hit a steel beam. The thug's eyes bulge in terror as Hyeon delivers a brutal punch straight to his gut, folding him like paper. He slams the guy into the dirt, telling them that he actually likes thugs like them. He looms over them with a dark grin, explaining that he can beat them to a pulp without feeling a single ounce of guilt. The girl tries to use a magic explosion spell, gathering a ball of blue energy in her palm. The blast hits Hyeon's back, but he doesn't even move, his armor absorbing the brunt of the low-level magic. He turns his head, his red eyes boring into the girl as she begins to realize she's completely outmatched. Steam rises from his hand as he reaches out, the sheer pressure of his mana making the air vibrate. The girl trembles, begging him to stop and calling him a crazy bastard as she realizes he was just testing her. Hyeon thanks her with a chilling smile, telling her that he just learned something new about long-distance skills from her. He grabs her wrist in a crushing grip, the sound of bone creaking under the pressure. He tells her that in return for the lesson, he'll show her what a real power move looks like. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the forest as Hyeon makes sure she won't be swinging a sword for a long time. She collapses to her knees, clutching her shattered hand while blood drips onto the grass. Hyeon shakes off the gore, dismissing the entire group as nothing but a minor annoyance. He looks up at the rest of the guild members who just arrived, asking them who the hell they think they are. A group of armed men surrounds him, their leader shouting about how dare he mess with the bait guild. The leader points a glowing sword at him, telling him he better give up any thought of leaving this dungeon alive. Hyan just looks at them with a maniacal laugh, saying that since he needed a guide anyway, this worked out perfectly. The world of the dungeon is a simple place. It's a reality where strength is the only thing that determines who's on top. A flashback shows the Bait Guild's brutal rise, where they used violence to take whatever they wanted from the weak. Their leaders were once nobodies, but now they sit on thrones of money looted from other hunters. They live a fulfilling life of crime, thinking they're the kings of the dungeon world. Being an executive in the Bait Guild was like having wings. They thought they were untouchable as long as they stayed in the shadows. The leader repeats his threat, telling Hyan he's already dead, but the smug look on his face is about to disappear. A fist slams into the leader's face, so fast the camera can barely track the movement. The king is on the ground in a split second, his nose shattered and his dignity gone. The rest of the guild members are lying in the grass, defeated by a single man who didn't even use a weapon. Hyan wipes a speck of dust off his shoulder, complaining that he actually got hit once during that fight. He draws a small dagger, the metal gleaming with a dark, predatory light as he looks at the survivors. He calls them criminals and gives them exactly 5 seconds to crawl over and gather in front of him. His face is twisted into a terrifying grin as he announces that the guide audition is officially starting. The title card flashes, it's time for the selection audition, and the prize is not being killed by Kang Haeon. Hyan puts his arm around a terrified, scrawny kid named Kim Seong-woo, announcing that he's the winner. The other guild members kneel in silence, too broken and scared to even breathe as they watch their teammate get taken. Hyan forces them to clap for the new winner, the sound of their trembling hands the only thing breaking the quiet. Seong-woo asks with a shaky voice what's going to happen to them now, his eyes wide with pure dread. Hyan taps his chin with his dagger, pretending to think about it for a second. The thugs beg for mercy, promising to live good lives and never do bad things again if he lets them go. Hyan's fist answers for him, slamming into the leader's face with enough force to shatter teeth. He mocks them, asking if they really thought he'd believe a bunch of murdering scumbags like them. He delivers a final, brutal beatdown to the liars, leaving them unconscious in the dirt. Hyan grabs Seong-woo and tells him it's time to move, leaving the rest of the trash behind. The sun sets over the dungeon, and the atmosphere shifts from action to a quiet, tense survival. Hyan notes that some dungeons can be larger than entire cities, and finding the core isn't always easy. He shouts at Seong-woo, asking if the kid is intentionally leading him in circles to waste time. Seong-woo stammers that he's just trying to avoid the monster paths, but Hyan is clearly losing his patience. Hyan tells him to head straight toward the monsters because he's getting bored of just walking. Seong-woo panics, pointing out that it's getting dark and fighting at night is suicide, but Hyan doesn't care. He eventually gives in and decides they should have some food first, asking the kid if he brought anything to eat. A campfire crackles in the darkness, the flames casting dancing shadows against the jungle trees. Seong-woo cooks over the fire, looking at the massive pile of swords Hyan carries and wondering what kind of freak he's dealing with. The smell of instant ramen fills the air, a small comfort in the middle of a deadly dungeon. Hyan picks up a hot tin with his bare hands, telling the kid it's passable, while Seong-woo watches in awe. They sit in silence, the firelight reflecting in their eyes as they eat their meager meal. Hyan slurps his noodles with a focused intensity, his mind already calculating the next day's slaughter. Seong-woo watches him, realizing that for this guy, being in a dungeon is as natural as being at home. Hyan breaks the silence, asking the kid how old he is and why he's even in a place like this. Seong-woo reveals he's 25 and used to be a college student before everything went to hell. Hyan asks why he isn't in school, his voice actually carrying a hint of genuine curiosity. The kid explains that he needed money, the student loans were piling up, and scholarships were impossible to get while working part-time. He starts talking about his father's business failing and his mother being devastated, his voice cracking with emotion. Hyan cuts him off with a terrifying glare, asking if the kid wants to die for boring him with a sob story. He tells him to shut up and eat, reminding him that they need to be ready for the real work tomorrow. The fire dies down, and the empty ramen tins are left in the grass as the two prepare for sleep. Seong-woo lies in his sleeping bag, his eyes wide as he looks up at the stars and thinks about his life. He stares at the back of the man who beat his entire guild, a seed of desperation starting to grow in his mind. He slowly sits up, watching as Hyan appears to be sound asleep in his own sleeping bag. The thought crosses his mind: if he kills this monster now, he could be free and maybe even get a reward. He remembers the speed and brutality of Hyeon's punches, and his hand begins to shake with fear. He shakes his head, realizing there's no way he can kill this guy, and decides that running away is his only chance. He starts to creep away into the darkness, his heart hammering against his ribs with every step. A voice calls out Seong-woo from behind, and the kid freezes like a deer in headlights. He turns his head slowly to see a massive shadow looming over him in the dark. He stammers that he was just going to run some errands, the most pathetic lie he's ever told. Hyeon tells him to come back immediately, his voice cold and devoid of any mercy. He warns the kid that if he runs, he'll actually be dead, not just a threat, but a promise from a man who doesn't lie. The next morning, Seong-woo points toward a distant goblin settlement, telling Hyeon that's where the main core is located. Hyeon can feel the massive amount of magic power gathered there, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. The kid is shocked that Hyeon can actually feel mana, a feat reserved for only the highest-ranking hunters. Hyeon just laughs it off, but his smile is anything but friendly as he looks at the army ahead. Seong-woo thinks to himself that being ignored by the world stops here, because this crazy bastard is about to die anyway. He explains that the monsters are all concentrated near the core, but they send out patrols throughout the forest. The Bait Guild has only been farming the patrols, but now Hyeon is about to walk into the entire E-rank army. Hyeon just laughs, telling the kid that goblin slaughter is actually his specialty. He charges toward the gate, a lone human running toward a screaming horde of hundreds of green monsters. His eyes glow with a lethal red light as he prepares to show the world what a tutorial graduate can really do. Seong-woo watches the backpack fly through the air as he ducks into the bushes to hide. He's terrified, watching as Hyeon disappears into the middle of the goblin horde. He catches a glimpse of a goblin shaman's staff, realizing that the magic in this place is on a different level. The kid starts to run away, flipping Hyeon off and telling him he's glad he'll never have to see that crazy bastard again. He keeps running, his lungs burning as he tries to put as much distance between him and the massacre as possible. Back at the village, Hyeon is covered in green blood, his face twisted into a mask of pure, ecstatic violence. Seong-woo stops to catch his breath, telling himself that no matter how monstrous Hyeon is, no one can survive that. Suddenly, a system notification pings on his wrist, and his eyes bulge in pure disbelief. The screen confirms the impossible. The main core of the dungeon has been removed, and the portal is opening. Seong-woo collapses, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes the massacre is already over. He asks himself if this is just a nightmare, because no human should be able to move that fast. The goblin village was supposed to be an impenetrable fortress, where all the monsters were concentrated in one spot. But the core is gone, and the dungeon is literally dissolving around them as the portal opens up. Seong-woo stands before the glowing exit, his mind racing as he tries to process what he just witnessed. He keeps asking how one man could possibly clear a place like that all by himself. He remembers seeing a blur of motion as Hyeon dove into the center of the horde, ignoring the arrows and spears. He wonders if Hyeon used fire magic to wipe them out, as the village is currently a burning graveyard. He realizes that even though he saw it, he still doesn't understand the true nature of Hyeon's power. Is it just raw strength, or some kind of insane endurance that allows him to ignore lethal wounds? The village is littered with the corpses of high-ranking goblin warriors, all killed with brutal efficiency. Seong-woo realizes that what's really needed for a feat like this is an unwavering decisiveness that borders on insanity. Hyeon reached the goblin shaman commander through the shortest, bloodiest route possible, and ended it instantly. It was a strategy where a single second of hesitation would have meant death, but Hyeon never blinked. The kid shudders, wondering who or what they are really dealing with. He sees Hyeon standing over the boss, his body riddled with arrows and his armor torn to shreds, but he's still standing. Hyeon finishes the job with a brutal strike, muttering that muscle strength is the best as the boss dissolves. The system rewards him with the Goblin Shaman's Ring, an item that massively boosts magical power and mana recovery. Hyeon slides the ring onto his finger, a satisfied smirk on his face as he achieves his goal. He looks toward the portal, wondering if he should go find Seong-woo and finish him for trying to run. He steps through the portal, his face darkening as he senses something waiting for him on the other side. As he steps out into the real world, he finds himself surrounded by over 100 members of the Bait Guild. He looks around at the army of thugs, asking if they really brought this many people just to handle one guy. He spots Xiang Wu in the crowd, looking like a deer caught in headlights as the guild leaders hold him. Haiyan cracks his neck, telling them he can deal with 30 of them right now, and the rest can wait their turn. A man in a sharp maroon suit walks forward, his voice calm as he says they're only there to talk. The man introduces himself as Jung Uihyun, the guild master of the Bait Guild, and asks for Hyun's name. Hyun just looks at him with pure arrogance and asks what happens if he doesn't want to give it. Uihyun laughs, but the veins on his forehead suggest he's already starting to get annoyed by Hyun's attitude. He decides to be straightforward and clenches his fist, showing the power he holds over his men. He offers Hyun an executive position in the Bait Guild, promising him honor and all the support he could ever need. Uihyun thinks to himself that if he can put this monster on the front lines, his guild will become the largest in the country. Hyun gives a flat, "I don't want to," not even bothering to think about the offer. Uihyun just laughs it off, tossing a business card onto the grass and telling him to think about it carefully. Haiyan picks up the card, a look of pure mockery on his face as he stares at it. Suddenly, he rips the card into a dozen pieces, letting the scraps flutter to the ground in front of the guildmaster. He tells Uihyun that even though he might be a terrible person, he doesn't act like a third-rate thug like them. He gets right in Uihyun's face, asking if the guildmaster is mad and daring him to fight one more time in a proper way. Uihyun keeps his cool with a fake smile, saying he only wants to talk today and they'll meet again when they get a chance. Haiyan tells them to fuck off and leave him alone, calling them pests who keep coming back no matter how many he kills. Xiangwu watches from the side, absolutely stunned that anyone would talk to the guildmaster like that. The kid realizes that he's in the middle of a conflict between two monsters, and he's the one who's going to get crushed. Haiyan walks back to the parking lot, the signs showing it's long past the business hours. He sits in his car, his breathing heavy as he realizes just how close he came to dying in that village. He thinks about the 100-plus guild members outside, knowing that with his current mana, they would have eventually overwhelmed him. He curses the fact that he forgot to deal with Xiang Wu because of that Uihyun bastard. He drives off into the sunrise, promising himself that he's really going to take those scumbags down someday. Back at the dungeon entrance, one of the thugs points at Xiang Wu and tells the guildmaster that the kid claimed to be Hyun's guide. Uihyun looks at the trembling kid, asking if it's true that he helped a stranger clear their dungeon. Without a word, he holds out his hand and one of his men places a sharp sword into his palm. Xiang Wu's face goes pale with terror, the realization of what's about to happen hitting him like a physical blow. He drops to his knees begging for his life and promising to do anything if they just spare him. He cries out that he'll be their slave, but Uihyun's face turns into a mask of pure psychopathic rage. The guildmaster drives the sword through Xiang Wu's chest without a hint of hesitation or mercy. He sneers at the dying kid, asking how a traitor could ever think they deserve to live. He kicks the body away, watching as the life fades from the boy's eyes in the middle of the woods. Xiang Wu's final thought is of the guildmaster's cold face as he falls into the dark. The dungeon doors are closed once again, leaving the blood of the guide to soak into the grass. The Bait Guild members stand in silence, the air heavy with the smell of death and the guild master's fury. Uihyun turns to his vice guild master, his voice calm once again, as if he didn't just murder someone. He orders his man to look into every detail of Hyun's personal information immediately. The vice master reveals that he's already put a tail on Haiyan, and they're following his car right now. In a car behind Haiyan, a guild member watches him through the windshield, waiting for the right moment. Uihyun laughs to himself, his aura glowing with a dark red light as he thinks about Haiyan's rejection. Haiyan arrives home and waves to his sister, unaware that the guildmaster is currently looking at photos of his injured parents. Uihyun smiles a truly evil smile, deciding that if he can't tame the monster, he'll just hold his weakness instead. Haiyan sits on the couch with Haiyan, talking about dinner while he plans to send more money for their mother's hospital bill. The logo fades out. Haiyan's world is about to collide with a psychopath, and the grind is about to get a lot more personal. Nothing beats the sound of high-grade beef sizzling on a grill, especially when you've been grinding in dark dungeons all week. Haiyan and his sister are having a rare moment of peace, but Haiyan is suspicious of how an unemployed guy can afford a feast like this. Our boy just shrugs it off, telling her that food is the only investment that actually stays with you. Haiyan takes the tongs, insisting on grilling the meat herself while she grills her brother for answers. The mood lightens when she mentions their mom might wake up soon, bringing a genuine, rare smile to Haiyan's face. Hyun catches it immediately, surprised to see him looking like a normal human for once, instead of a battle-hardened killer. She notes that he's been way too serious and frowning lately, and she misses the brother she used to know. Hyun plays it off, but a montage of his criminal smiles from the dungeon proves he's definitely not the same kid anymore. Suddenly, his stomach lets out a monstrous growl, and he grips his gut in sudden, sharp pain. He makes a run for the bathroom, blaming the urgent nature of dungeon life for his sudden departure. Hyun yells at him to watch his language in public, clearly embarrassed by her brother's lack of filter. Hyun washes his hands in the sink, trying to shake off the lingering stress of the Bait Guild's threats. He steps out of the bathroom, feeling a bit refreshed after a long stretch of non-stop dungeon diving. But the second he looks back at the table, his danger sense goes into absolute overdrive. A man in a sharp suit is standing right in front of his sister, and the atmosphere in the restaurant turns cold. Hyun freezes, his mind racing as he tries to figure out if this is another guild hit. The man gives a deep, polite bow to Hyun, which only makes the situation feel more suspicious and eerie. Hyun rushes over, his eyes locked on the stranger who's already starting to walk away into the crowd. Hyun hands him a piece of paper, asking if he knows the man who just dropped by. Hyun's face goes blank as he takes the envelope, his heart sinking as he realizes his family is no longer safe. He mutters to himself that if the guy knew him, he should have at least had the balls to greet him directly. He opens the letter, and the red aura of rage starts to bleed from his very soul. It's a warning letter from Jung Uyun, the Bait Guild master, including his personal phone number. The message is clear: I know where you live, and I know who you love. Later that night, the city lights feel colder as Hyeon walks toward a convenience store, his mind in a dark place. He tells Hyun to go inside the apartment while he grabs more drinks, his voice tight with suppressed fury. She's surprised by his sudden helpfulness, unaware that her brother is actually checking the perimeter for stalkers. The flickering streetlights match the unstable energy radiating off Hyun as he walks the lonely pavement. He steps out of the store with a bag of supplies, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows for a maroon suit. He realizes that this bait bastard is playing a psychological game, and it's working. The rage boils over as he wonders how they dare mess with his family after everything they've already been through. He debates staying home to guard them, but he knows that a caged lion can't win a war. He needs to go on the offensive. He walks in silence, the weight of the world on his shoulders, as he prepares for a move that will change everything. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. It's a call from his father, and Hyun's heart skips a beat. He picks up instantly, his voice shaking as he asks if everything is okay at the hospital. His father delivers the miracle: "Your mom is awake!" Hyun stops dead in the middle of the street, the relief hitting him so hard he can barely breathe. A real soft smile breaks through his mask of anger, a moment of pure joy amidst the chaos. But the joy is cut short when his father mentions that a friend came to visit the hospital earlier. Hyun's blood turns to ice as he asks who would possibly visit them at a time like this. His father says the name Jung Uyun. The guildmaster stood over his crippled father and comatose mother, passing on his regards like a common psychopath. Hyun stands in the dark, the phone still pressed to his ear as the world around him turns a deep, bloody red. His face contorts into a mask of pure demonic hatred, his teeth bared in a silent promise of absolute slaughter. The next day, the sun shines on the Awakened Abilities training school, but the peace is about to be shattered. Two students are chatting at the gate, completely unaware that a monster is walking among them today. They're just talking about their weekend, the kind of normal life Hyun can no longer afford to have. One of them spots a powerful figure approaching, and the air around the school entrance grows heavy. Shin Sunga, a high-tier warrior, hands out coffee to the staff, her presence commanding respect from everyone. The girls thank her, calling her an angel for her kindness despite her terrifying strength. She gives a polite bow and heads inside, her tactical armor clinking with every confident step. The students watch her go, wondering why someone so talented is spending time as a visiting instructor. They note that she's a bit weird for always wearing her armor, but they can't deny her skill. They continue gossiping about how Sunga is a literal saint compared to some of the freaks they've seen. One of them mentions that unique people are always the most troublesome, especially in the hunter world. She flashes back to the rumors of the orc warrior hunter who broke an opponent's arm during a simple handshake. She shivers, admitting that she still sees that terrifying man in her nightmares. As if summoned by her fear, a dark, menacing silhouette appears right behind her in the school courtyard. The girl senses the killing intent and slowly turns around, her heart pounding against her ribs. Hyeon is standing there, looking like a ghost with dead eyes and a face that hasn't seen sleep in days. The girl is frozen in place, the sheer pressure of his aura making it impossible for her to even scream. He stares at her with an intensity that feels like a physical weight, his eyes searching for something. The reflection in her eye shows a man who has completely lost his grip on mercy. Hyeon leans in closer, and the girl's pupils dilate in pure, unadulterated terror. The two girls erupt into a unified, high-pitched scream that echoes across the entire campus. They scramble away, screaming for the police as if they've just seen a demon crawl out of hell. Hyeon reaches out a hand, trying to calm them down, but that only makes them scream louder for help. He ignores their panic and asks one simple question: "Where is Mr. Kim Yi-hyun?" His voice is a low, guttural growl as he realizes that to protect his family, he needs the strongest guy he knows. The girls stop screaming for a second, confused by why this monster is looking for the school's star instructor. One of them stammers out that Instructor Yi-hyun isn't here because he's only a part-timer. The scene shifts to the massive gleaming skyscraper of the Donggun Guild headquarters in the heart of the city. Inside, a meeting is being held in a room that screams corporate power and high-level hunting. The Donggun leaders are discussing the rising level of dungeons and the desperate need for top-tier talent. Kim Ye-hyun sits at the table, looking sharp in his glasses, but his eyes drift toward the door as a knock interrupts them. A panicked assistant peeks in, apologizing for the interruption but saying there's an emergency. The assistant says there's a monster causing a massive scene in the lobby, and he claims to know the vice master. Yi-hyun's eyes widen behind his glasses, already knowing exactly which monster has come to collect a favor. The Donggun building towers over the city, a symbol of order that's about to be tested by a very chaotic visitor. Inside a private meeting room, the air is thick with tension as two of the world's strongest men face off. Yi-hyun notes that he expected to meet Hyun again, but definitely not like this, with Hyun looking ready to start a war. He gets straight to the point, asking what could possibly bring the solo-clearing legend to their front door. Hyun doesn't blink, telling Yi-hyun that he's here to hire him for a very specific job. Hyun leans in, his sharp eyes searching Hyun's face for more details on this unexpected proposal. Hyun reveals the truth. The Bait Guild is targeting his family, and he's not going to let it slide. He needs Yi-hyun to act as a shield for his parents and sister while he personally goes to dismantle the guild. Yi-hyun takes a slow sip of his coffee, the mention of the Bait Guild making his expression turn serious. He admits they know about Bait's infamous reputation, but Donggun can't just move against another guild without a valid reason. Hyun smirks, suggesting a win-win. Donggun gets the credit for protecting, and he does the dirty work of destroying. Yi-hyun asks why him specifically, and Hyun simply states that he's the strongest awakener he knows. Hyun dismisses the idea of hiring the psycho An Yu-song, noting that he doesn't even have the kid's number. He asks for just 1 week of protection, promising to pay whatever it takes to keep his family safe. Yi-hyun pauses, his gaze lingering on Hyun as he calculates the value of this alliance. He points out that he's already rich and the vice master of the Hagwon Guild, money means nothing to him. He tells Hyun that if he wants a specialist like him, he'll need to offer something far more valuable than cash. Hyun gets defensive, jokingly asking if the guy wants his body, which briefly breaks the tension with a bit of awkwardness. Yi-hyun sighs in frustration and offers a counter-proposal that has nothing to do with Hyun's physique. The deal is simple. Donggun will help him now, but in return, Hyun must agree to meet their guild master, Han Seon. The plan goes into motion immediately. 5 elite bodyguards are assigned to the hospital ward and Hyun's company. Hyun watches the updates on his phone, impressed by how thoroughly Yi-hyun handles business. They drive past the Bait Guild HQ, a drab-looking building that hides a massive hive of criminals inside. Hyun notes that the building doesn't look that big, but Yi-hyun warns him not to judge a book by its cover. He explains that Bait's true power comes from the abnormal number of dungeons they illegally control across the country. Yi-hyun is certain there's a powerful shadow organization backing them, and Hyun's target is bigger than he thinks. Hyun holds the warning letter, knowing that the guild has likely gathered every soldier they have for an ambush. A flashback shows Hyun making the appointment over the phone, his voice dripping with cold, calculated intent. He thanks Yi-hyun for the help, his mind finally at ease knowing his family is under the best protection possible. He hands Yi-hyun a small device, telling him to take care of it while he's gone. Yi-hyun is confused, wondering why he's being handed Hyun's personal effects. Hyun tells him to just park the car at home, his tone suggesting he might not be coming back the same way he went in. He warns Hyun not to jump to conclusions, promising to be back alive and well by tomorrow morning. Hyun steps out of the car and walks toward the HQ, leaving a stunned Hyun watching from the driver's seat. The bait sign hangs over the building like a predator waiting for its prey to walk through the door. Jung Hyun welcomes him with open arms, standing in front of a literal army of guild members. Hyun just laughs, asking if they really prepared this whole crowd just to welcome one person. Uyun keeps the fake act up, calling Hyun family and pretending they're all on the same side now. Hyun chuckles darkly at the word family, his eyes glowing as he prepares to unleash hell. He gets right in Uyun's face, telling him exactly what F stands for in his version of family. "Fuck YOU!" he screams, activating his lion's roar of rage and shattering every window in the room. He follows up with a massive magic explosion, the blue light engulfing the entire lobby and sending thugs flying. The building shakes to its foundations as the blast wave levels the furniture and cracks the walls. Thugs scream in terror, realizing that the kid they were supposed to ambush is actually a walking natural disaster. Hyun roars as he slams his foot into the floor, determined to bring the entire building down on their heads. The steel rebar in the concrete begins to snap and groan under the sheer pressure of his physical strength. He draws his blade, the air around him crackling with enough mana to light up the whole block. He stacks his buffs, Wayne's secret and Giant's power, his muscles bulging as he enters a state beyond human limits. He unleashes his ultimate strike, one cut, two halves. A massive arc of energy slices through the support beams, turning the floor into a literal crater. The entire second floor collapses, sending an avalanche of concrete, and screams into the basement. The survivors scream that he's crazy, scrambling to get away from the falling debris. Hyun dives into the chaos, his blade a blur as he carves through the remaining guild members in the dust. The building is a total ruin, filled with the groans of the dying and the smell of pulverized stone. A single crack echoes through the silence as a massive slab of concrete shifts in the wreckage. Hyun stands in the middle of the carnage, his back to the camera as he catches his breath. He notes that his new Antria's skin skill worked perfectly, protecting him from the falling building he just demolished. He turns his head slowly as Uyun's voice calls out his name from the shadows of the ruin. The guildmaster walks forward, looking surprisingly calm given that his headquarters was just leveled. Uyun tells him it's not too late to think rationally and become partners in a new world order. Hyun asks what kind of nonsense he's talking about, pointing out that Uyun crossed the line by touching his family. Uyun gives a fake apology for the family thing, but begs him to think about the bigger picture. He claims that together they can overthrow the Dangun Guild and bring down the mighty Han Seon. Hyun just smirks and tells him that for a big-shot boss, he sure does talk a lot of shit. Uyun reveals his numbers, over 200 members in this building alone, and thousands more nationwide. He says the guild is only lacking one thing to reach the world stage, a face that represents absolute power. He wants Hyun to be that powerhouse, but his speech is interrupted by a very loud, wet PTOO. Hyun spits directly in the guildmaster's face, a gesture of absolute, pure disrespect. The air goes dead silent as the spit drips down Uyun's cheek, the insult hitting harder than any punch. Hyun tells him that his presentation sounded like a middle schooler's dream and suggests he becomes a YouTuber instead. Uyun wipes his face, his expression shifting into something truly demonic and inhuman. He trembles with rage, his aura turning a sickly dark purple as he prepares to show Hyun why he's the boss. He sneers that a lowly commoner like Hyun could never understand his grand ambitions. The guildmaster looms over the ruins, his voice dripping with elitist venom as he looks down on his opponent. Hyun tries to hold back a laugh, his face contorting into a mask of pure mocking amusement. He bursts out laughing, taunting the guild members for being lowly commoners along with him. He mocks Uyun's choice of words, asking if they're in the 21st century or a bad historical drama. Hyun asks if Uyun thinks he's a cult leader or just a middle school class president with an ego problem. Uyun snaps, screaming for his men to get him and end the disrespect once and for all. A group of mages unleashes mana restrain and physical corruption, trying to bind Hyun in place. They stack more debuffs, dark veil, and sensory disturbance, turning the battlefield into a nightmare of confusion. Beams of dark energy converge on Hyun, creating a localized storm of magical pressure. Our boy just lets out another lion's roar, his ring of strength automatically resisting every status effect they throw at him. The mages are stunned as their spells fail, and the morale of the entire guild takes a massive hit. Uiyun curses his men for being idiots, screaming at them to stop trying to capture him and just kill him already. The thugs charge back in with glowing weapons, but Hyun is already moving like a blur of lethal energy. He decides to test his Antria's skin against their magic, his body turning a solid, metallic black. An explosion rocks the room, but Hyun walks through the fire and smoke like it's a light summer breeze. He blitzes through the crowd, his blade cutting through armor and flesh with terrifying ease. Another blast goes off, leveling a group of fighters who were too slow to realize they were already dead. The guild members are falling like flies, their army being systematically dismantled by a single man. Hyun cleaves through a line of soldiers, a massive trail of blue mana following his every swing. He meets a high-level fighter head-on, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks and green energy. He finishes the duel with a whirlwind strike, leaving the floor covered in the broken remnants of the Bait Guild. Uihun watches the massacre with gritted teeth, his grand ambitions literally bleeding out on the floor. Hyun pauses for a second, his breath hitching as the sheer number of enemies starts to drain his mana. He stares at the guildmaster and shouts for him to come and fight his own battles for once. The title card flashes. This is the final stand of the Ghost Hunter against the Bait Guild HQ. The building is a blackened skeleton against the sunset, a monument to the violence that just took place. Hyun is covered in blood and grime, his lungs burning as he stands amidst the ruins of his enemies. A thug tries to crawl away through the rubble, his face a mask of pure, traumatized terror. Hyun stands over a mountain of bodies, his blade glowing with a faint, dying light as his mana runs dry. Uihun laughs hysterically, pointing a finger at Hyun and calling him a full-fledged murderer. He claims that by killing so many people, Hyun is now just as much of a monster as any of them. Hyun just spits back a "fuck you," telling Uihun that if you plan to kill, you better be prepared to die. Uihun sneers, noting that a guy who's about to die is acting surprisingly calm. Suddenly, the ground beneath Hyun starts to glow with a dark, sinister light as a trap is triggered. Massive purple tentacles erupt from the floor, catching Hyun off guard as his mana fails him. The magic vines wrap around his limbs, crushing his armor and pinning him to the spot. He curses the piece of shit guildmaster, struggling with everything he has left to break free. His vision starts to blur as the physical and magical strain finally reaches its breaking point. He sees his own reflection in a piece of broken glass, a bloody image of a man who fought until the very end. He's held up like a trophy by the magic trap, while the remaining guild members look on in awe. Hyun thinks to himself that this is how it ends, but he's satisfied that he held out long enough to make them bleed. Uiyun walks up slowly, telling his men to step back so he can finish this personally. Hyun's head slumps forward, his consciousness fading as the guildmaster looms over him. Uiyun actually admires Hyun's strength, wishing he could have traded all his worthless subordinates for just this one man. But he decides that an uncontrolled beast is better off dead, asking if Hyun has any final words. Hyun looks up with one last bit of spite and tells Uiyun he hopes every bowl of soup he eats has hair in it. Uiyun just smiles and tells him he's going to end him as painfully as possible. He places a hand on Hyun's face, and a blinding, searing light begins to emanate from his palm. A horrific sizzle fills the air as Uihun uses his fire magic to cook Hyun alive from the inside out. Hyun lets out a final, agonizing scream as the flames consume him, his body turning into a silhouette of fire. Uiyun casually lights a cigarette with the same hand he used to kill, the fire of his victim acting as his lighter. He asks for the casualty count, looking bored as if he didn't just commit a mass slaughter. The assistant reports over 30 deaths and 50 injuries, a staggering loss for a single infiltration. Uiyun sighs, calling it a pointless loss, but ordering his men to loot Hyun's high-tier equipment to recover the costs. Suddenly, a panicked cry from a soldier makes the guildmaster turn his head. They look at the spot where the body should be, and the room goes deathly silent. The corpse has vanished. Across the city, the night sky is calm, but a storm is brewing in a small apartment building. A series of system windows flash in the dark. You have been resurrected. The penalty hits him like a sledgehammer, another level lost, and his stats are halved for the next 24 hours. Ah-Hyun is sitting on the couch, her eyes widening as her brother literally materializes in the middle of the room. She notes that she thought he was doing better lately, but dying again after a long time proves he's still being reckless. Hyan just staggers toward the kitchen, his only thought being how hungry he is after dying in a fire. Hyan screams at him to take off his filthy shoes, her domestic frustration acting as a tether to his sanity. She orders him to strip off his armor and wash the blankets, making sure he knows that even immortals have to do laundry. 2 days later, the city is still buzzing about the mysterious destruction of the Bait Guild HQ. At another Bait Guild location, Kika's Canyon, 2 guards are lounging by the entrance, looking bored out of their minds. They complain about how no one is coming to their dungeons anymore because of the rumors spreading on the hunter radar. They boast about being the big dogs who take lives and equipment, completely unaware of the threat approaching. One of them spots a figure walking toward them from the distance and asks who it is. A man in dark clothes and heavy tactical gear walks calmly across the parking lot, his presence radiating a chill. He's wearing a black ski mask and a new set of bone-white chest armor, looking like a literal reaper. He stops right in front of the guards, his eyes fixed on the dungeon doors he's about to enter. The guard with the long hair looks at the stranger with a mix of confusion and annoyance. The second guard narrows his eyes, trying to figure out what kind of crazy bastard would show up dressed like this. The logo fades in. The ghost hunter is back with a mask, a plan, and a list of names that he's about to cross off one by one. The war against the Bait Guild is no longer a battle, it's a systematic slaughter, and our boy is just getting started. Hyan realizes that running in blindly was a mistake, but it taught him a valuable lesson. Even if he has infinite lives, he shouldn't waste them like a blunt instrument. He's got a mountain of lives to spend, but the stat penalties for dying are getting too heavy to ignore. He needs a more surgical approach, picking them off one by one in the dark where no one can see him coming. Inside a Bait Guild dungeon, Hyan, masked and merciless, grips a grunt by the throat as bodies of other hunters litter the floor. The guy is terrified, tears streaming down his face as he chokes out a desperate apology for things he probably doesn't even understand. Hyan stares him down, cold and unimpressed, asking the simple question, "What exactly are you sorry for?" The grunt can't even answer. He's just a small cog in a broken machine, shaking as he's held inches off the ground. Hyan doesn't have time for half-baked regrets and slams the guy into the dirt, calling him out for apologizing without even knowing his own sins. The hunter grovels in the dust, completely broken by the overwhelming pressure radiating from the masked man. Hyan tosses a pen and paper at him, giving him one chance to live, map out every single dungeon the Bait Guild is currently occupying. Desperate to survive, the grunt starts scribbling frantically, betraying his guild just to breathe for a few more minutes. As the guy writes, Hyan leans in, his tone casual but his eyes sharp as a blade. He asks how a group of murderers like them hasn't been caught yet, wondering if the police are on the payroll, or if they're just that good at hiding. The grunt admits he's heard rumors of bribes, but he's too low on the ladder to know the real dirty details. He explains that they specifically target dungeons without surveillance, making it easy for people to just disappear. The grunt hands over the list, hoping this information is his ticket to freedom. Hyan looks over the paper, seeing a roadmap to the Bait Guild's total destruction. He gives the guy a mockingly friendly pat on the head, saying he did a good job. But then, his hand begins to glow with a lethal blue mana. With a sudden burst of energy, Hyan detonates his magic right against the man's skull, ending him instantly. Hyan stands over the corpse, noting that if there's no CCTV for the guild, then there's no CCTV to catch him either. He walks away from the carnage, leaving a warning for the rest of the guild: a much bigger monster is coming for their heads. News headlines flash about the disaster at Bait HQ, showing the shattered windows and the public's growing fear of the guild's incompetence. Back at the office, Jung Woo-yoon is absolutely losing his mind, slamming his fist onto his desk in a blind rage. He's fuming, the weight of the guild's failures finally starting to crush him. He can't believe he had to burn a get-out-of-jail-free card just to cover up the fact that one guy wrecked his entire building. The door to his office swings open suddenly, interrupting his internal meltdown. An executive rushes in to report another disaster, but Woo-hyun is so pissed off he nearly attacks his own man. An ashtray clatters across the floor as the tension in the room hits a breaking point. Woo-hyun snarls at the messenger, demanding to know why he's being interrupted when he's already this close to snapping. The executive bows low, trembling as he delivers the news he knows Woo-hyun is going to hate. He reveals that that man, the masked ghost, has appeared again, and he's not just raiding, he's destroying everything. 7 dungeons have been cleared out, and over 100 guild members are already dead. Woo-hyun realizes he's in a nightmare. The more people he sends to stop this guy, the more bodies he has to bury. He orders a total lockdown, telling the executive to pull everyone into the remaining dungeons and have them guard around the clock. The executive scurries out, relieved just to be out of the splash zone of Uyun's temper. The door clicks shut, leaving Uyun alone with his failing empire. He collapses into his chair, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. He sits in the silence of his office, trying to piece together how one person could be doing this much damage. He remembers that Kang Hyun's body disappeared 5 days ago, and this masked nutjob started his spree exactly 2 days later. He's convinced that Hyun must have had an accomplice, someone skilled enough to steal a corpse and start a war. Uyun taps his fingers on the desk, frustrated that he doesn't have enough intel to actually fight back. He realizes he has no choice but to call in a favor from someone he truly despises. The phone rings, echoing through the empty office as Uyun waits for the one person crazy enough to help him. A voice picks up, mockingly calling him Mr. Justice Served, making Uyun's vein pop in frustration. Uyun swallows his pride and asks for help, while the voice on the other end just laughs at the mighty bait guildmaster, begging for a hand. The caller knows exactly why Uyun is calling. They've heard the rumors of the guild getting systematically wrecked. The caller taunts him, stating they're already richer and more powerful, so Uyun better have something good to offer. The figure on the other end is revealed to be An Yu-seong, and Uyun gives him exactly what he wants, a real, high-stakes fight. Uyun sells it as an entertaining hunt, promising Yu-seong that the target is anything but average. Yu-seong smirks, his lip piercing catching the light as he decides to give Uyun the benefit of the doubt and check it out. Night falls over a massive warehouse, the setting for the next stage of this bloody game. Outside the dungeon gates, a bait guild guard stands nervously next to Yu-seong, who looks bored out of his mind. Yu-seong can't even be bothered to remember the guard's name, dismissing him as just another nobody. He calls the guy Uyun's grunt, making it clear that he has zero respect for anyone in this guild. He stretches, complaining about the wait and wondering if this powerful guy is even going to show up. His expression turns dark as he warns the guard that if he's waiting here for nothing, things are going to get very ugly for everyone involved. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the quiet air, and a pair of cold eyes pierces through the shadows. The masked hunter walks toward them with slow, deliberate steps, radiating an aura of pure death. Instead of being scared, Yu-seong's heart starts racing with excitement. He's stunned. For the first time ever, his sixth sense isn't just tingling, it's screaming at him that a true monster is standing right in front of him. A surge of purple mana erupts from Yu-seong, as his intuition tells him to go all out, or die. The image in Yu-seong's mind is terrifying. He sees the masked man as a towering demonic figure draped in shadows. Hyun stops, recognizing the purple energy and realizing that things just got a whole lot more complicated. Underneath the mask, Hyun is genuinely confused to see this familiar psycho standing guard for his enemies. Yu-seong freezes as he hears the masked man's voice, his mind racing to connect the dots. The realization hits him like a freight train. The ghost hunter he's been looking for is his old friend, Kang Hyun. Yu-seong drops his guard completely, a look of pure shock on his face as he realizes the monster he was sent to kill is actually Hyun. A creepy, delighted smile spreads across his face as the pieces finally fall into place. He laughs it off, realizing that only Hyun would be interesting enough to go around dismantling a whole guild solo. Hyun looks at Yu-seong and remembers that this guy is filthy rich. He starts to wonder if the bait guild is actually just another one of Yu-seong's playthings. He points his blade at Yu-seong's throat, his voice cold as he asks if he's officially joined the trash at the bait guild. Yu-seong acts offended, asking how Hyun could even think he'd associate with such garbage. Hyun isn't buying the act and demands to know exactly what he's doing here if he's not with them. Yu-seong admits he knows Jung Uyun, but he describes the guildmaster as nothing more than a pathetic thug. He finds it hilarious to watch Uyun crawl and beg for help, treating the entire guild war like a twisted reality TV show. Hyun doesn't care about the drama, he just shoves past Yu-seong, telling him to stay out of his way if he knows what's good for him. Yu-seong watches him go, casually suggesting they grab a meal later like they aren't standing in a graveyard. As Hyun walks away, Yu-seong's eyes narrow, and he suddenly lunges forward with a strike that tears through the air. The speed is blinding, caught in a blur of movement as Yu-seong tests his friend's reflexes. Hyun blocks the strike just in time, their weapons clashing in a massive shower of sparks and mana. Hyeon is genuinely surprised by the sudden betrayal, his eyes wide behind the mask. Yusong just grins, saying it wouldn't be any fun if Hyeon just walked away without a fight. Hyeon sighs, realizing that logic doesn't work on a maniac, and prepares to put Yusong in his place. They both explode into motion, their feet carving grooves into the concrete as they charge. The mace and sword collide again, a violent shockwave of power rippling out from the impact. Hyeon tells him clearly he's not going to hold back just because they know each other. Yuseong's face is the definition of pure joy. This is exactly the kind of life-or-death rush he's been craving. Hyeon decides to end this quickly, activating Giant's power and Wayne's secret to boost his physical stats to the limit. His blade flashes with a blinding white light as he swings with enough force to level a building. The strike is so fast it grazes Yuseong's cheek before he can even blink, drawing the first drop of blood. Yuseong leans back, dodging the follow-up by a hair's breadth, laughing at how much of a monster Hyeon has become. He's having the time of his life, cackling like a madman as they trade blows that would kill a normal hunter instantly. Hyeon grits his teeth. This fight is just a distraction from his actual goal of ruining the guild. He wants to wrap this up, but Yuseong is like a leech that won't let go of a good fight. Hyeon lands a solid kick to Yuseong's chest, sending him skidding back, but the psycho just keeps coming. Hyeon pulls back his mask slightly, showing a fierce, predatory grin that matches Yuseong's energy. Yuseong points it out, knowing that deep down, Hyeon is enjoying the chaos just as much as he is. The Bait Guild guard from earlier tries to jump in and help, screaming at the top of his lungs. Both Hyeon and Yuseong stop and look at him with expressions of pure annoyance. Before the grunt can even finish his sentence, Yuseong swings his mace and crushes the guy's torso in one brutal motion. The mace is covered in blood, and Yuseong doesn't even look at the man he just murdered. The guard's body falls limp, a grim reminder that you don't interrupt a conversation between two monsters. Yuseong exhales, the purple mana around him flickering as his mood suddenly shifts. He's pissed off now. The weakling interrupted his fun and ruined the flow of the duel. Hyeon watches him, realizing that Yuseong really is on a different level of crazy if he kills his own allies that easily. Yuseong lets out a bored sigh, the excitement from the fight completely drained away. He tells Hyeon he's lost his spark for the night, even though he really wanted a proper rematch. He stretches his neck, mentioning that while he wants to join Hyeon's side, he doesn't want to deal with Uihyun's whining just yet. Hyeon bluntly tells him that Uihyun is an idiot who probably already hates him anyway. Yuseong reveals the real reason Uihyun is untouchable. He's the illegitimate son of a massive conglomerate chairman. Hyeon scoffs, calling it a soap opera and making it clear that a rich daddy won't save Uihyun from him. He starts walking away, stating that if he were scared of money or status, he never would have started this war. Yuseong taps him on the shoulder, telling him to wait and listen to the rest of the plan. With a devious look in his eyes, Yuseong asks to join the hunt because he really wants to see Uihyun get angry. The scene shifts to the Bait Guild building the next morning, standing tall under a clear sky. Inside, Uihyun is screaming at the top of his lungs, his face contorted with rage. He just found out that 3 more dungeons were robbed, and Yuseong has gone completely AWOL. He smashes his computer, cursing out Yuseong for being a useless piece of shit. He turns his wrath on his subordinates, calling them all hungry trash who can't even earn their own keep. He orders a mass mobilization. Everyone in the guild must be gathered by 8 o'clock the next morning. When an executive hesitates, Uihyun gets in his face, threatening to kill them all if they don't show up. The executive points out that people are already deserting the guild in droves because of the ghost hunter rumors. Uihyun's solution is to take the members' parents hostage and force them to fight. The executive is horrified, realizing that this move will only make the guild's collapse happen faster. Uihyun is shaking, his eyes bloodshot as he realizes he's losing control of everything he's built. His phone buzzes with a restricted caller ID, and he answers it ready to snap at whoever is calling. A calm, mocking voice on the other end notes that he seems to be in a lot of trouble lately. Uihyun recognizes the voice, and a look of cold realization washes over him. Online forums are buzzing with rumors about the Bait Guild being empty and neglected, with hunters farming their dungeons for free. Hyeon and Yuseong are watching the drama unfold on a phone, enjoying the fact that a week of raiding has ruined the guild's reputation. Hyeon decides it's time to wrap this up. He's bored of the small-scale raids. Yuseong is all ears, curious to see how his brother plans to deliver the final blow. Hyeon looks over with a sinister confidence, ready to share the endgame. He leans in and whispers the plan into Yusong's ear, and the details must be insane. Yusong pulls back, a rare look of genuine concern on his face as he asks, "Bro, are you out of your mind?" The Bait Guild receives a handwritten note. "Tomorrow at 6 p.m., Disruptin's Forest. Come if you want to save your guild. The Thief." Uyun crumbles the paper in his fist, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He's furious that this cocky bastard is finally calling him out for an open fight. He gathers every single man he has left, vowing to unmask the hunter and tear him limb from limb. The grunts in the back are terrified. They didn't want to come, but the threat of Uyun's wrath was worse than the dungeon. Uyun looks at his army of terrified low ranks and realizes he's basically leading a group of sacrificial lambs. He's still bitter about Yuseong, thinking that if he had just been a better diplomat, he wouldn't be in this mess. He flashes back to the phone call from the mysterious Choi Minju, who had called him earlier. Minju, the calm, wealthy hunter from earlier, was mocking him, asking if he needed help with his little problem. Uyun had thought it was his lucky break, hoping Minju would step in and save his reputation. He even offered to have his powerful father repay the favor, but that was a huge mistake. Minju had cut him off, his voice turning ice cold as he told Uyun he didn't understand the situation at all. Minju abruptly withdrew all support, leaving Uyun completely stranded. The call ended with Minju telling him to lean on his great father instead of bothering him. Back in the present, Uyun is seething, thinking that Minju is even crazier than Yuseong. He summons a blast of fire in his palm, determined to prove that he doesn't need anyone else to win this. The scene shifts to an unassuming building in the city, the secret headquarters of Minju's group. Minju is relaxed in his office, hearing the report that the Bait Guild has mobilized everyone for the forest raid. His subordinate asks if they're really going to let their allies die without sending any support. Minju scoffs, saying there's no point in saving trash like Uyun, though he worries about the chairman's reaction. Suddenly, a lash of red blood mana erupts from Minju's fingers with terrifying speed. He wraps the mana around the subordinate's neck, choking the life out of him for questioning his orders. The subordinate struggles in the air, gasping for breath as Minju stares him down with a calm, murderous gaze. Minju asks if the guy thinks he should be mindful of some old man while he's running his own business. The man managed to squeak out an apology, terrified of the monster standing in front of him. Minju drops him like a piece of trash, his expression returning to its usual cool composure. The subordinate gasps for air on the floor, lucky to still have his head attached. Minju tells him to get back to work and start looking for a new source of funding to replace the failing Bait Guild. In the D-rank dungeon Disruptin's Forest, the Bait Guild army finally arrives, stepping through the glowing portal. Uyun checks the time. It's 6:03 p.m., and the thief is nowhere to be seen. He's livid, thinking he's been stood up and that this whole trip was a waste of time. He orders his men to prepare for an ambush, suspecting that the enemy is hiding in the trees. Suddenly, one of the scouts points toward the distance, his voice shaking. A massive cloud of dust is kicked up, and the ground starts to vibrate with a heavy thudding sound. Uyun stares into the forest, his face paling as he realizes something massive is heading their way. Out of the dust comes Kang Hyun, laughing like a maniac as a pack of monstrous wolves chases him. Uyun is paralyzed. He recognizes the face, but he can't believe his eyes. He stammers, "Kang Hyun? He's still alive?" Hyun waves at him cheerfully, shouting a mock greeting as he sprints toward the guild members. He tells Uyun he brought him a gift and holds up something small and white. It's a tiny, adorable Disruptin pup, letting out a cute little kikiu sound. The Bait Guild members are confused. They see the cute puppy and their guard drops instantly. Hyeon smirks, knowing exactly how this is going to play out. With a massive yeet, Hyeon tosses the pup high into the air toward the group of hunters. A bald hunter is outraged, calling Hyeon a crazy bastard for throwing such a lovely creature. The hunter drops his spear, completely forgetting they're in a combat zone. He reaches up, determined to catch the falling puppy and keep it safe. He catches it gently in his arms, a look of pure, wholesome joy on his face. He smiles at the pup, feeling like he's just saved a life. The other hunters crowd around, cooing at how cute it is and fighting over who gets to hug it next. Uhyun is the only one with a brain, screaming at his men to shut up and look at the actual forest. He realizes exactly what Hyun has done, and he's horrified by the sheer craziness of the plan. Hyun didn't just find one pup, he kidnapped a whole bag of them, making the adult Disruptins absolutely berserk. The mother wolves are right on his heels, their eyes glowing with a murderous purple light. Hyon laughs and throws the entire bag of puppies into the center of the bait guild's formation. The bag flies through the air, and more pups tumble out toward the distracted hunters. The hunters are still delighted, watching the cuties rain from the sky like it's a parade. But then, the first adult wolf hits the ground, and the atmosphere changes instantly. Hyon leaps into the air, his face twisted into a grin of pure chaos. He slams his blade into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that scatters the guild members. At that exact moment, the pack of enraged adult wolves dives into the crowd, seeking their pups and blood. The forest erupts into screams as the wolves start tearing through the low-rank hunters. One of the sub-leaders tries to use fire magic to fight back, but he's overwhelmed in seconds. Hyon waves goodbye to Uihyun, telling him good luck as he slips away into the chaos. Uihyun is surrounded by flames and monsters, his own magic backfiring in the cramped space. He realizes he's trapped. The ghost hunter didn't come to fight him. He came to feed him to the dungeon. Hyun systematically cuts down anyone who tries to escape, keeping the guild pinned down while the wolves do the heavy lifting. Uhyun is trembling with rage and fear, standing over the corpse of one of his own men. Seeing the slaughter, he finally breaks and orders a full retreat, screaming for everyone to get out of the dungeon. The hunters who are still alive scramble toward the exit portal, thinking they've survived. The grunts in the rear are crying with relief, vowing to quit the guild the second they hit the city streets. But as they reach the portal, a familiar face pops out with a cheerful hi. And Yuseong is waiting right at the exit, his mace glowing with a lethal purple energy. With a sadistic grin, he swings his weapon, ready to turn the survivors into a red smear. The screen goes red with a massive blood splatter. The Bait Guild's exit has just become their graveyard. The wind howls through the trees of Disrufin's forest, carrying the scent of blood and the screams of a dying guild. And Yuseong's mace swings in a violent arc, a blur of purple mana and steel that ends anyone trying to escape the portal. He's having the time of his life, laughing as he cuts down the Bait Guild grunts like he's harvesting wheat. His eyes glow with a sadistic light. To him, this isn't a war. It's the most entertaining game he's ever played. Uhyun watches in horror from a distance as his men scream for mercy that isn't coming, realizing his ally Yuseong was a traitor all along. He's reeling, his mind racing to figure out when the hell everything went so spectacularly wrong for him. Even with his guild in ruins, Uhyun's eyes burn with a desperate, ugly fire. He thinks he still has one move left. All around him, the invisible Disrufin wolves are tearing his remaining followers to shreds in a symphony of violence. He glares at the chaos, the realization sinking in that he's the captain of a sinking ship. Hyon is a blur of blue energy, systematically punching through the monsters and hunters alike with zero hesitation. Uhyun stands alone among the corpses, his breath hitching as he realizes he's the last one left in the meat grinder. He trembles with rage, deciding that if he's going to die, he's taking the masked man straight to hell with him. He clenches his fist as flames begin to erupt from his skin, his mana reacting to a forbidden suicidal command. The fire isn't just a spell, it's his own life force being converted into a lethal, desperate explosion. Hyon doesn't even slow down, swinging his blade through the last of the Disrufins as he closes the gap. He wipes blood from his face, looking at the groveling Uhyun with pure disgust, calling them all cockroaches that just won't stay dead. Uhyun screams Hyun's name, his face half charred by his own runaway magic as he prepares for the end. He lunges through the air like a human meteor, completely engulfed in a roaring pillar of flame. The skill is called self-immolation, a final screw you to the world where he turns his body into a living bomb. The explosion rocks the entire forest, a massive shockwave of fire and debris that consumes everything in its path. Uhyun thinks he's won, believing no human could survive the heat of his dying conviction. He looks like a monster, his skin peeling and his eyes wide, waiting for the smoke to clear so he can see Hyun's corpse. But a hand reaches through the literal fire, grabbing Uhyun by the face with a grip like iron. Hyun stands there, untouched and bored, telling the villain that his final, life-ending attack was just warm, at best. With a sudden, violent motion, Hyun blasts a wave of mana through Uhyun, shattering his pride and his body in one go. Uhyun is sent skidding across the dirt, a broken shell of a man who couldn't even manage a heroic death. He collapses against a dead monster, gasping for breath as his vision begins to fade into the sunset. Hyun stands over him, cold as ice, telling him to stay right there and watch his empire finish burning. He refuses to give Uiyun the peace of a quick end. He wants the villain to see every last one of his followers fall first. In the background, Yuxiang and the monsters finish the cleanup, the forest finally growing quiet as the last bait member falls. Uiyun lets out a pathetic, hollow laugh, realizing the absolute scale of his defeat. Haiyan watches the carnage, knowing that this entire nightmare started because they messed with the wrong guy. Uiyun's laughter gets louder and more unhinged, the sound of a man who has finally lost his mind. He looks up with bloodshot eyes, a terrifying broken grin plastered on his face. He's sitting in a pool of blood, the sun setting behind him as he welcomes the madness of his total failure. A final explosion clears the last of the dungeon's energy, leaving nothing but a scarred landscape. The forest is still now, the ground littered with broken weapons and the mana stones of the fallen. A dead Disrufin wolf lies in the dirt, its eyes empty, marking the end of the Bait Guild's era. Yuxiang and Haiyan walk up to the remains of Uiyun, who is still chuckling to himself like he's having a great dream. Yuxiang asks if the guy is actually laughing, clearly weirded out even by his own psycho standards. Uiyun mumbles that everything is over, his voice a ghost of the arrogant man he used to be. He repeats the words to himself, a mantra of total surrender as his life drains away. He realizes that for a child like him, there was never any other way this story could end. Haiyan watches him with a silent, heavy expression, for once not feeling the need to say anything. Uiyun's face contorts one last time, a surge of regret and hatred for a life spent as an outsider. In his final moments, he remembers his childhood, the illegitimate son of a mistress, always looking at the main family from the shadows. He was ignored by his siblings and treated like a stranger in his own home, dragged into power struggles he never asked for. Even his father's support felt like a trap, giving his siblings a reason to tear him apart whenever they wanted. But then, the world changed, and for a moment, Uiyun thought he finally had a chance to be the one on top. The tutorial began, and the logic of the world shifted from bloodlines to raw primal power, the perfect chance for a nobody to become a king. As his eyes finally glaze over, he realizes this was his only chance to ever be someone, and he blew it. His head slumps forward, the life finally leaving the man who built a guild out of spite and lost it to a ghost. Haiyan and Yuxiang stand in the quiet dusk, the war officially over and the silence of the forest taking over. Haiyan wonders why all villains feel the need to give a speech at the end, while Yuxiang just thinks it's common courtesy to listen to their last words. Haiyan dismisses the thought and starts looting the area, telling Yuxiang he did a good job despite not being asked to help. Yuxiang leans in with a smirk, curious to know how it feels to finally have that revenge completed. Haiyan rubs his chin, admitting he isn't quite sure yet, but he isn't feeling that emptiness everyone talks about. He looks at the corpses and says it's more like digging out a massive, annoying lump of earwax. It's just a huge relief. Yuxiang laughs, telling him to never use that nasty analogy again, even if it fits the mood perfectly. Haiyan takes a deep breath of the evening air, the weight of the past few months finally starting to lift from his shoulders. Yuxiang asks what they should do with all the gear the dead hunters dropped, sell it and split the cash. Haiyan tells him to keep it all, he doesn't need the money right now, and he knows Yuxiang has his own stash anyway. But then, he stops and thinks about the word money, and what it actually means in this new world. Up until now, he hasn't been obsessed with wealth because dungeon rewards kept him comfortable enough. But the Bait Guild's threats against his family taught him a hard truth. Strength alone can't protect everyone from every direction. He decides right then and there that he's going to start gathering resources properly. He isn't just going to be a lone wolf anymore, he's going to build his own force that no one can touch. They stand before the dungeon exit, the massive stone gates glowing softly in the dark. Haiyan declares that this chapter is finally over, but they both know a much bigger story is just beginning. His gaze is fixed on the future, sharp and unwavering. Haiyan asks Yuxiang if he'd join him if he started a guild, and Yuxiang says yes before Haiyan can even finish the sentence. Yuxiang's gut tells him that a guild run by Haiyan is going to be the most fun place on earth. Haiyan just smirks, telling the psycho to shut up and that he hasn't even officially invited him yet. The two walk away into the night, two monsters planning a future that most people can't even imagine. No one knew it then, but this joke of a guild between two men would become the most famous and most feared organization in Korea. And when people talk about them, they'll definitely be doing it in a bad way, because these two don't play by anyone's rules but their own. Morning breaks over a gleaming skyscraper in the city, the headquarters of the powerful Hansuk Group. Inside the chairman's office, the sounds of an absolute meltdown echo through the hallways. Chairman Jung Sang-soo is screaming about a breach of contract, pointing a finger at the man sitting calmly in his office. He's yelling at Choi Minju, demanding to know why the thief wasn't handled and why his son has been missing for a week. Minju just gives a slow, elegant turn, a faint, condescending smile playing on his lips. He treats the chairman's rage like a bad joke, asking what the hell the old man is even talking about. The chairman is shaking with fury, realizing that his son and the entire Bait Guild are likely dead and gone. Minju leans back, cold-bloodedly stating that he already fulfilled his part of the deal by turning worthless trash like Uiyun into a guildmaster. The chairman is speechless, realizing he's been dealing with a snake who has zero loyalty to anyone. In a fit of blind desperation, the chairman orders his personal guards to attack and kill Minju on the spot. Minju doesn't even flinch, he just closes one eye, looking completely bored by the attempt on his life. Suddenly, a lash of dark blood-red mana erupts from his body, striking out like a cobra. The guards are caught before they can even draw their weapons, the red energy wrapping around their throats with lethal precision. They choke and gasp, their faces turning purple as Minju's mana begins to crush the life out of them. In an instant, the entire room is full of dangling bodies, held aloft by the terrifying power of one man. Minju stands up, the red aura flaring around him as he walks toward the trembling chairman. He reminds the old man that they had a contract, and he's been fulfilling it perfectly without any issues. He gets right in Sang-soo's face, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity as he calls out the disgraceful behavior. The chairman is paralyzed with fear, realizing he's staring into the eyes of a true predator. Minju warns him, if he ever tries something like this again, he won't be letting it slide. The chairman mumbles his understanding, his spirit completely broken by the overwhelming pressure in the room. Minju's face immediately reverts to a polite, pleasant mask, the red mana vanishing as if it were never there. The guards collapse to the floor, coughing and gasping for air as the tension finally breaks. Minju walks out, casually reminding the chairman to deposit the promised payment by the end of the day. As he leaves, he notes that he's genuinely curious about one thing. He wants to know who exactly was powerful enough to completely overthrow Uiyun and the entire Bait Guild. The news breaks. The Bait Guild has vanished overnight, leaving the city full of rumors and creepy stories about a ghost hunter. Forums and news outlets are buzzing with theories about power struggles and dungeon terror, but as the days pass, the Bait Guild is slowly forgotten. In a quiet, traditional courtyard, the atmosphere is peaceful, far away from the city's noise. Hyun and Yuseong are relaxing, glad to be out of the spotlight for a while. Hyun notes that there won't be any repercussions because he dealt with all the troublesome members personally. Yuseong is enjoying an expensive meal, noting that using his connections to handle the stolen goods from the guild was a smart move. He looks at Hyun and wonders why his brother still looks so upset after such a massive victory. Hyun reveals the problem. The title he earned from the forest raid is absolutely humiliating. A status window pops up. Cruel Homewrecker. It's a title given to someone who destroys monster families through horrifying methods. Hyun slams his chopsticks down, annoyed that his puppy trap gave him such a weird reputation in the system. To make things worse, the system applies 50% of the effects even if the title isn't equipped, meaning he now instinctively instills fear in everyone around him. He's stressed out, knowing that this is just going to make everyone misunderstand him even more than they already do. Yuseong just laughs, telling him he's already a horrible person anyway, so he shouldn't worry about a silly title. Hyun's phone starts buzzing on the table, interrupting their meal. The caller ID says Dangun Mr. Ihyun, making Hyun sigh before picking up. He corrects Ihyun on his name, hating that it sounds so much like the guy he just killed. Ihyun ignores the petty complaint and asks if Hyun remembers the promise they made a while back. Hyun's mind goes blank, a sea of question marks appearing over his head as he tries to remember any promise. Ihyun sighs on the other end, clearly having expected Hyun to be this forgetful. He reminds him about the meeting with the Dangun Guildmaster and says she wants to see him as soon as possible. The scene shifts to the massive Dangun Guild Tower, the center of the hunter world in Korea. Hyun is in the elevator, wondering if visiting the #1 guild is actually a good idea. He looks over at Yuseong and asks Ihyun if it's really okay to bring this thing along with him. Ihyun confirms that the guildmaster has personally approved Yuseong's presence. Yuseong brags about knowing Sishan Seon from social gatherings, making Hyun doubt the guy's sanity once again. He flashes back to a fancy party where a younger version of him and Yuseong saw the elegant guildmaster from a distance. Hyeon realizes the world is truly unfair. Han Seon is rich, powerful, and a tutorial graduate to boot. They arrive at the reception room, the heavy door standing between them and the most powerful woman in the country. A calm, confident voice tells them to come in, and the door clicks open. Hyeon and Yuseong step into a massive library-like office, the weight of authority pressing down on them. Han Seon greets them with a soft smile, introducing herself as the leader of Donggun. Hyeon shakes her hand, keeping his cool even though he's meeting a living legend. Yuseong waves and calls her sis, while Iyun bows politely and takes his leave. Seon invites them to take a seat, the atmosphere formal but not unfriendly. Seon sits down, his posture relaxed as he waits to hear why he was summoned. He starts by thanking her for protecting his family while he was out hunting the bait guild. Seon tells him not to worry about it, stating that it wasn't a difficult task for a guild of their size. Seon says he hates being in debt and asks her to get straight to the point of why she wanted this meeting. Seon appreciates the bluntness, agreeing that they are both busy people with no time to waste. She skips the tea and the small talk, her expression turning serious. She fixes her gaze on Hyeon, the air in the room suddenly feeling heavy. She asks the big question, "Would you like to join our Donggun guild?" Hyeon doesn't even take a second to think about it and gives her a flat, immediate no. A long, awkward silence fills the room as the guildmaster processes the most direct rejection of her life. She blinks, her only response a stunned, "Ah, okay." Seon stares at him, still trying to wrap her head around the fact that someone actually said no to the Hagwon guild in the country. Seon's face is a mask of indifference. He's not here for the fame or the corporate structure of a big guild. The silence drags on, with Yuseong watching the exchange like it's a championship boxing match. Yuseong whispers to Hyeon that he was way too straightforward and might have hurt the lady's feelings. Seon laughs it off, saying it's actually easier for her when someone is that blunt instead of playing games. Hyeon offers to repay her kindness in other ways and tells her to contact him if she ever needs a specialist. Seon smiles, noting that having a favor from someone with his abilities is actually a pretty good deal for them. Hyeon wonders aloud if there's actually anything he can do to help the most powerful organization in Korea. Seon's expression turns somber as she asks how long he thinks this current peace is going to last. She flashes back to the daily chaos, the dungeons appearing and the criminals running wild, and asks if he can really call this world peaceful. Hyeon realizes that Seon has likely seen the same horrifying future that he glimpsed in the tutorial. He remembers Stage 8 of the tutorial, a literal hellscape of giant monsters and falling cities that makes the current world look like a playground. He leans back, admitting he doesn't have the answers, and that his only plan is to get as strong as possible as fast as he can. He mentions the 5-year deadline he heard about, but Seon's face darkens at the number. She corrects him, it's not 5 years. At most, they have 3 years before the country's very existence is in danger. Hyeon is stunned, asking what her basis is for such a terrifying conviction. She reveals that there is a divine being who knows the truth, and someone on their side can actually communicate with it. Hyeon's eyes widen as he realizes she's talking about the administrator, the glowing entity from the Haken dimension. Seon points out that the difficulty of dungeons is increasing much faster than the growth of the average hunter. Hyeon says he doesn't really feel the difficulty spike, while Yuseong notes that only those who take massive risks ever truly get stronger. They discuss why traditional weapons like guns aren't effective against mana-infused monsters, which is why everyone is back to using swords and bows. Proficiency with primitive weapons rises differently because they allow for better mana conductivity compared to firearms. Seon looks at him with hope, stating that only people with his strength and boldness will be able to resolve the coming crisis. Hyeon feels awkward being called a hero, admitting he's done some pretty dark things to his enemies lately. Seon dismisses his concern, stating that trash like the Bait Guild doesn't matter in the grand scheme of survival. Hyeon is taken aback by her cold pragmatism. It's a side of the perfect guildmaster he didn't expect to see. She says that people who don't contribute to humanity's survival have zero value and don't deserve protection. Her eyes flash with an intense light as she tells him that it's not saints who protect the world, only the strong. The heavy door of the office clicks shut as Iyun watches Hyeon and Yuseong leave the building. Iyun walks back into the library, finding Seon lost in thought. He confirms that he saw them off and made sure they got into their car safely. He asks for her honest impression after meeting the ghost hunter in person. Seon leans forward, her chin resting on her hands, admitting that Hyeon was even more impressive than she expected. She smiles to herself, a look of genuine intrigue in her eyes. She notes that when she brought up the administrator, she saw the shake in his eyes, the sign of a man who knows the truth. She confirms it to herself. Kang Hyeon isn't just a strong hunter, he's a tutorial graduate, just like her. The scene shifts to the entrance of a new dungeon, cordoned off by police and hunters in heavy tactical gear. Narrator notes that while E rank and D rank are only one letter apart, the gap in danger is massive. The diversity of monsters inside a D rank is staggering, orcs, spiders, and wolves all living in a lethal ecosystem. Hyeon walks through a dark corridor, the bodies of orcs already littering the path behind him. He's mapping out the patterns of the orcs and warriors, annoyed by how many different types he has to adapt to. He stops as he senses something truly bizarre up ahead in the shadows. A massive, hulking figure emerges, the ogre Chimera Wolk, a stitched-together nightmare of different monster parts. Hyeon looks at it and thinks the proportions are messed up, wondering why someone would put a tiny goblin head on an ogre's body. He remembers a bet he made with Yuseong about who could find a potential guild member first and looks at the Chimera with interest. The Chimera doesn't want to talk, it swings a massive stone-headed hammer that blurs with speed. Hyeon stands his ground looking tiny compared to the towering wall of muscle and stitched flesh. The hammer slams into the ground where Hyeon was standing a split second ago, shattering the stone floor. Hyeon leaps onto the wall, taunting the monster, and telling it that if it didn't want to join, it could have just said so. The Chimera lets out a deafening roar, its yellow eyes glowing with a mindless, predatory rage. It suddenly spews a stream of yellow liquid at Hyeon, who barely manages to dodge mid-air. Hyeon is disgusted by the gross attack, his hand glowing with a bright blue mana as he prepares a counter-strike. He detonates a magic explosion right in the monster's face, the blast echoing through the corridor. Hyeon skids across the floor, his eyes sharp as he watches the Chimera recover from the blast. He notices the acidic liquid on his armor, the metal starting to hiss and smoke. He realizes the monster's spit is high-grade acid that can melt through gear in seconds. Hyeon looks at the Chimera's thick, leathery skin and realizes his usual strikes might not be deep enough to end it quickly. He taps his head, reminding himself that he's a strategist who always finds the answer to a tough puzzle. His eyes glow with a fierce purple light as he decides that the easiest way to win is to take the monster's own hammer. The Chimera screams again, sensing that the human in front of it has just become significantly more dangerous. Further down the dungeon, a group of thieving hunters hears the screams and wonders if someone else is clearing the path for them. A man with a jagged grin tells his crew not to worry about the sounds and to stay focused. They're surrounding a female hunter, intending to steal her gear and likely her life, the same kind of trash Hyeon hates. The female hunter, a dark-haired archer, grips her knife tightly, looking for any way to survive the ambush. The thugs laugh, enjoying the fact that the dungeon lets them commit crimes without any witnesses. One of the lackeys asks if they really don't hear those weird thumping sounds getting closer. The leader tells him to shut up, right as a massive stone hammerhead crashes through the wall next to them. Hyeon steps out of the dust, his face covered in blood and his eyes hidden in shadow. The thugs freeze, the arrogance draining from their faces as they look at the masked monster standing before them. Hyeon is holding the Chimera's massive hammer, the weight of it looking like nothing in his hands. He looks at the thugs and lets out a terrifying, wide-eyed grin, telling them that he can smell the worthless, pathetic trash from a mile away. The smell of human trash is everywhere, and our boy is about to take out the garbage with the most disrespectful weapon ever. With a terrifying grin and eyes glowing red, Hyeon tells these third-rate thugs exactly what he thinks of them. The criminals are shaking, staring at the massive blood-stained stone hammer he's casually hauling behind him. Hyeon slowly approaches them, the weight of the hammer dragging along the floor with a sound that signals their approaching doom. Before they can even process the threat, he hoists the massive ogre hammer into the air like it weighs nothing. He slams it down with a thunderous crash, shattering the ground and sending a shockwave that knocks the entire party off their feet. He stands over the rubble, the red aura of his killing intent making the air feel heavy and impossible to breathe. The leader of the thugs tries to act tough, thinking Hyeon is a fool for using such a heavy, slow weapon in a narrow corridor. But as the smoke clears, the thug realizes the hammer isn't just a weapon, it's a statement of absolute power. His eyes go wide with fear as he notices the raw speed Hyeon is actually capable of. Hyan swings the stone block again, and it's a blur of movement that tears through the dungeon walls like they're made of paper. He brings the hammer down with enough force to turn a monster into paste, and the thugs realize they've walked into a nightmare. The group is completely demoralized, their formation falling apart as they realize their weapons won't even scratch this guy. Hyan stands in the center of the crater he just made, looking completely unimpressed by their elite raid gear. He lets out a sigh, admitting the hammer is a bit too heavy to be his main weapon, which is a terrifying thing to say after what he just did with it. He casually stores the massive weapon back into his inventory, leaving him empty-handed but somehow even more dangerous. The thugs are frozen in place, wondering why he just disarmed himself in the middle of a fight. The leader starts to gain a little confidence back, laughing and thinking Hyan has run out of mana or strength. He lunges forward with a sword strike, thinking he can finish our boy while his hands are empty. He screams, "Just die!" as he swings his blade, completely underestimating the monster standing in front of him. Hyan doesn't even dodge, he just catches the guy's face with a casual slap that hits like a freight train. The thug is sent spinning to the ground, his teeth flying and his brain rattled by the sheer force of the impact. The rest of the group stares in disbelief, realizing their leader was just handled like a misbehaving toddler. Hyan grabs the fallen leader by the hair, hoisting him up with a look of pure, dark amusement. He calls them out for being pathetic criminal bastards who prey on the weak inside dungeons. Hyan tells them to hand over every single item and crystal they have, or things are going to get much, much worse. The thugs whisper among themselves that this guy is crazier than any monster they've ever faced. One of them, a spearman, tries to rally the group, his hands shaking as he grips his weapon. He orders everyone to charge, thinking that even a monster can't handle a full party attacking at once. Hyan just looks at his hostage, noting that it seems his friends don't really care if he lives or dies. He casually asks the guy's name, wanting to know who he's about to turn into a human projectile. The guy stammers out Kim Cusick, and Hyan just nods like he's meeting a new coworker. Hyan delivers a brutal knee to Cusick's gut, knocking the wind out of him before the fun really begins. Hyan looks at the charging spearman and promises to take revenge for his poor, betrayed hostage. He literally uses Cusick as a human hammer, swinging the man by his legs and smashing him into the spearman's face. The impact is messy and hilarious, with the spearman being flattened by the weight of his own comrade. Cusick is left dazed on the floor, while the spearman is out cold, completely humiliated. Hyan stretches his arms, noting that using a human as a weapon isn't actually that bad for his stats. He hoists the groaning Cusick back up, naming his new weapon the Siege Hammer Cusick. The remaining thugs are backed against the wall, pleading with him not to come any closer as the human hammer approaches. The archer girl Sung-ah watches from the shadows, her eyes wide with a mix of horror and absolute awe. Hyan finishes the job with one final swing, cringing because the thug's lips accidentally touched during the collision. Sung-ah steps out into the light, staring at the pile of unconscious criminals and the man who soloed them all. She looks at the carnage and realizes that the ghost hunter rumors didn't even come close to describing the truth. Hyan wipes some dust off his shoulder, thinking that for a D-rank party, these guys were a total disappointment. He turns to Sung-ah, his expression softening just a fraction now that the trash has been cleared. She bows deeply, thanking him for saving her from a situation that would have ended her life. Hyan just waves it off, saying it was actually pretty satisfying to beat those guys up. The girl introduces herself as Shin Sung-ah and asks for the name of the legendary warrior standing before her. Hyan tells her to speak casually, introducing himself simply as Kang Hyun. But Sung-ah isn't having it. She calls him Lord Kang Hyun, treating him with the respect you'd give a king. She looks him in the eye and asks the ultimate question, "Can I ever become strong like you?" She is dead serious, looking for a path to the kind of power that doesn't fear the dark. Hyan stares back at her, seeing the genuine spark of ambition in her eyes. This was a historical moment, the day the three worst troublemakers in Korea first started to drift together. But at the time, neither of them realized how much they were about to flip the world upside down. Sung-ah stands among the bodies of her betrayers, waiting for an answer on how to reach Hyan's level of strength. Her gaze is unwavering. She's ready to do whatever it takes to never be a victim again. Hyan scratches his head, trying to figure out how to explain his method without sounding like a total lunatic. He tells her that simple effort isn't enough in a world where monsters are evolving every day. He gives it to her straight. If she wants to be strong, she has to work to the point of death. Literally. Sung-ah takes the words to heart, not realizing that for Hyan, to death is a literal Tuesday afternoon. Hyan realizes how weird he sounds, considering he actually does die and come back all the time, and gets a bit awkward. He prepares to leave, telling her she can do whatever she wants with the criminals, kill them, or let them rot. He starts walking deeper into the dungeon, his mind already moving on to the next set of monsters. Suddenly, he stops, sensing that Sunga is still staring at his back with a specific request on her mind. He realizes she can't actually make it out of the dungeon alone in her current state and asks if she needs an escort. He thinks to himself that normally people would just ask for help, but she seems too proud for that. Sunga admits she can't leave yet because she came here with a mission to clear the dungeon. With a determined look, she asks if she can accompany him for the rest of the raid. Hyan is genuinely caught off guard, a bunch of question marks popping up in his head. He thinks she might be taking his work-to-death advice too literally and tries to backpedal a little. But Sunga knows her limits. She offers to be his porter, collecting magic crystals and staying out of his way while he fights. Hyan warns her that the deeper levels are incredibly dangerous, and he won't be able to babysit her. She insists she can protect herself, standing tall despite being covered in bruises. Hyan finally shrugs and tells her to follow him, thinking a porter might actually make his life easier. They move through the laboratory, which is already a graveyard of orcs and chimeras thanks to Hyan's earlier path of destruction. Hyan cuts down a remaining monster with a single, fluid strike, showing off the gap in their power. He tells her she's doing a good job keeping up, his voice casual even in the middle of a slaughterhouse. Sunga gets to work, pulling out a knife to harvest the magic crystals from the fallen enemies. She is efficient and focused, her hands not even shaking as she cuts into the monster hides. She pulls out a high-quality purple crystal, the reward for all the blood that's been spilled. Hyan watches her from the corner of his eye, impressed that she really is capable of taking care of herself. He notices her using stealth skills to retreat the moment a fight starts, only providing support with her bow when it's safe. He realizes that clearing dungeons is much faster when he doesn't have to stop and loot every single body himself. They reach a massive set of doors, and Hyan senses a heavy, dark energy radiating from the other side. He warns her that the boss room is next, and it's going to be real danger, but she doesn't flinch. Suddenly, a system message flashes in the air. The main core of the dungeon has been removed. Both of them freeze, staring at the message that says a portal to the outside has opened. Hyan is confused. He hasn't even entered the boss room yet, so how could the dungeon be cleared? He realizes something is very wrong, his eyes narrowing as he senses a shift in the atmosphere. Even though the system says it's over, the boss's energy is still pulsing through the floor, stronger than ever. It hits him. This isn't a clear, it's a dungeon break, the first D-rank break in Korea's history. The scene shifts to a news broadcast reporting a monster wave with over 10 dungeons near Seoul opening simultaneously. Experts are calling it a coordinated act of dungeon terrorism, something that shouldn't be possible. Back at the headquarters of the Hunter Alliance, an executive screams for the leader as panic sets in. The Alliance leader, Choi Dong-woo, is already prepared, his face a mask of grim determination. He's the president of the Ability Users Alliance, and he knows that if they don't stop this now, the city is doomed. An aide rushes in with a report that makes Dong-woo's blood run cold. One of the dungeons that broke is a D-rank, a level far beyond what local police can handle. It's the Dance Laboratory in Suwon, the exact place where Hyan and Sunga are currently trapped. Dong-woo curses, knowing that lab was so tricky they had postponed clearing it for months. He asks if any major guilds are nearby, but everyone is already deployed to other breaks across the city. He orders 50 elite troops to move out immediately, hoping they can reach Suwon before the monsters hit the civilian areas. The scene shifts to the massive Donggun Guild Tower, where the situation is being monitored. Vice Master Lee-hyun reports that Alliance President Dong-woo is leading the charge toward the laboratory. But the Guildmaster, Han Seon, looks out the window and calmly states that it's already too late. Lee-hyun agrees, noting that only small and medium guilds are left to defend the area. However, a new report comes in. A single hunter is already on the scene, tearing through the monster wave solo. Lee-hyun describes the man as a muscular body type with a massive longsword and a horrible face. Han Seon's eyes light up with a knowing smile as she hears the description. She realizes immediately who it is. The ghost hunter has arrived to do the Alliance's job for them. In the middle of the city streets, Hyan is a whirlwind of blood and steel, gasping for breath as he stands over a mountain of orc corpses. The regular hunters on the scene are paralyzed with shock, wondering if this guy is even human. A A survivor approaches him, shaking as he thanks Hyan for saving their lives. Hyan is covered in gore, his voice a low growl as the hunter asks how they can ever repay him. The survivor's face pales as he looks into Hyan's eyes, which are filled with a terrifying, ancient rage. Hyan snaps at them to get lost, warning that if they don't run now, they'll all die in the next 5 minutes. The air around them begins to crackle, a massive rift appearing in the sky above the street. Hyan stares up at the purple energy leaking from the rift, his intuition screaming at him. The dungeon crack hasn't closed yet. In fact, the real monster hasn't even stepped through the door. A dark, chilling presence fills the street as the boss finally decides to make an entrance. Out of the shadows comes the Lich, his red eyes glowing with a malice that makes the orcs look like puppies. Hyan bellows at the survivors that the boss isn't even out yet, and staying here is a guaranteed death sentence. The hunters are frozen, staring at the terrifying skeleton mage that's floating in the middle of downtown Seoul. One of the sub-leaders gulps, the sheer aura of the Lich making his legs feel like jelly. Hyan steps forward, but the sub-leader tries to stop him, claiming they are capable individuals who can help. Hyan stops and asks a simple question: "How many chimeras have you actually killed today?" He gets right in the guy's face, telling him he's just a useless obstacle and to get the civilians out before things get messy. The sub-leader is speechless, the raw intensity of Hyan's gaze making him feel smaller than a goblin. The other hunters mutter that even if he's strong, his attitude is way too much to handle. Hyan doesn't care about their feelings. He grits his teeth as his mana begins to flare, a red shadow appearing behind him. Seeing the aura of a literal demon, the hunters decide to take his advice and back off as fast as they can. Hyan watches them run, standing alone in the blood-stained street with his sword at the ready. He clicks his tongue, annoyed that he has to do all the heavy lifting while the pros run for cover. Sunga approaches him from behind, her bow ready as she prepares to face the rift with him. Hyan looks at her, and for a second, she hesitates, feeling the weight of the boss's pressure. He asks her a simple question: "You can do sniping, right?" She's caught off guard, staring at the massive skeleton that's towering over the buildings. He tells her to find a place to hide and cover him while he goes for the head. He looks at her with a rare moment of trust, asking one last time if she can handle the pressure. Sunga looks at the monster, then back at Hyan, her resolve hardening into steel. She gives a firm yes, ready to play her part in this impossible fight. The rift in the sky pulses with dark energy, a massive gate between worlds opening in the middle of the city. A giant metal boot slams into the pavement, cracking the road and sending dust flying. 3 massive monsters emerge from the rift, their silhouettes looming over Hyan like gods of destruction. Hyan looks up, unimpressed, wondering what kind of 4 heavenly kings nonsense this is. He counts them: a tigerman, a snake woman, and a giant armored knight, realizing he's facing the 3 heavenly kings. Hyan notes that each of these guys is as strong as the ogre chimera he fought in the lab, and behind them, the Lich floats calmly, watching the human world like it's a feast laid out just for him. The Lich's skeletal fingers twitch as he lands on the pavement, his movements fluid and elegant. He lets out a hollow "hoo," looking around at the modern city buildings with a strange curiosity. Purple sparks of magic dance around the rift as the Lich begins to exert his will over the environment. The monster actually speaks, commenting on the unique and strange style of the human buildings. Hyan is genuinely shocked. Monsters usually just growl and bite, but this one is actually making small talk. The Lich stares at Hyan, sensing the massive well of power hidden inside that human shell. He asks if the human is really planning to stop him all by himself. Hyan gives a wicked smirk, activating his system screen as he confirms he's more than enough for a bag of bones. He pulls out the massive stone hammer again, the impact of it hitting the ground sending a shockwave through the street. Hyan tells the Lich he's going to break his head and play puzzles with the remaining pieces. The Lich calls him a cheeky human, noting that his body seems useful enough to be a high-rank thrall. Hyan laughs, suggesting they have a proper duel between leaders and get rid of the small fry first. The Lich flatly refuses, his heavenly king stepping forward to crush the human with overwhelming numbers. Hyan spits on the ground, disappointed that even an intelligent monster is a coward at heart. He grips the hammer with both hands, his knuckles turning white as he prepares for a vertical strike. He laughs, telling the monsters that he'll just have to strike first then. With a massive EF sound effect, Hyan swings the stone block, the red aura of his strength exploding outwards. The Tiger Man and the Snake Woman are caught in the blast, their eyes wide as they realize the human is faster than he looks. Haiyan is a blur of motion, the ground beneath him shattering as he launches his first real attack. He lets out a focused breath, his concentration reaching a fever pitch. He activates Lion's Roar of Rage, a massive sonic blast that ripples through the air and stuns the monsters in their tracks. The armored knight is paralyzed, his helmet rattling from the force of the roar. The Tiger Man and the Snake Woman are frozen in place, their bodies vibrating from the high-frequency stun. Haiyan leaps into the air, the hammer held high as he picks his first target. He brings the stone block down with a terrifying grin, shouting, "One person!" as he targets the armored knight's head. The knight looks up, his red eyes full of panic as the shadow of the hammer consumes his vision. The hammer connects with a bone-shattering bang, crushing the knight into the pavement and ending him instantly. Haiyan lands in the middle of a massive blood splatter, the impact leveling the street for 10 meters in every direction. The Lich watches from the sidelines, his hollow "hoo" sounding a bit more impressed than before. He notes that he can't feel any flow of magic from the human, wondering if this is just pure, raw physical strength. The Lich decides that such a powerful warrior would be ashamed to kill. He needs a new general for his army. He raises his skeletal hand, glowing with purple energy, and declares that he will control and enslave this human alive. The ground shatters as Haiyan brings that massive stone hammer down with the force of a falling building, sending a shockwave through the entire street. The armored Night King can't even react before his helmet starts to crack under the sheer weight of the impact. A muffled groan escapes the monster's throat as the force of the blow rattles its very soul, leaving it completely dazed. Haiyan doesn't let up for a second, slamming the hammer down one last time to finish the job, as the other kings watch in disbelief. He's panting, his muscles screaming in protest as he grips the handle, realizing just how much this heavy-ass weapon is draining him. High above, the Lich isn't impressed, and begins weaving a dark purplish spell with its skeletal fingers. The monster's eyes flare with a sinister light, preparing to drop a mental bomb right on our guy's head. Mind control. A wave of red, jagged energy surges from the Lich's hand, tunneling straight into Haiyan's consciousness. Haiyan's world turns upside down as the dark magic tries to rewrite his brain, turning his vision into a distorted nightmare. His pupils dilate as he lets out a choked gasp, looking like he's about to lose himself to the void. The Lich smirks, thinking it's already won and that it's just gained a powerful new puppet. It leans in, its skeletal face twisted into a mocking grin as it prepares to issue its first command. Haiyan stands there, shrouded in a dark red aura, looking completely broken and subservient. The Lich welcomes him as a slave, ordering him to show his loyalty immediately. Haiyan's eyes are wide and blank, glowing with an eerie white light as he stares back at his new master. There's a tense, heavy silence as everyone waits for the hero to bow his head in shame. His hand twitches, still covered in that ominous red mist as he slowly moves. But instead of bowing, Haiyan looks up with a massive, mocking grin and flips the Lich the bird, telling it exactly where it can shove its orders. A system window pops up. It turns out his strong mind ring just completely negated the mind control, making the Lich look like a total amateur. The battlefield holds its breath as the Lich realizes its ultimate trump card just got slapped away like a fly. The monster is fuming, realizing this human used a high-level item to defend himself, ruining its plan to collect a perfect specimen. The Tiger King seizes the moment, lunging at Haiyan with a ferocious roar, but our boy is already swinging his mace to meet the attack. Haiyan activates Antria's skin, his flesh hardening into a dark, metallic armor just as the beast's claws tear into him. The impact is massive, sending sparks flying as the tiger's brute strength clashes against Haiyan's reinforced body. The ground literally explodes beneath them from the sheer force of the collision, throwing dust and debris into the air. A massive cloud of smoke covers the street, and for a second, it's impossible to see who's still standing. Suddenly, a silver arrow streaks through the air, piercing the tiger monster right in the back of the neck. The Lich's empty sockets widen in surprise as it realizes its minions aren't the only ones with backup. It's annoyed to see that Haiyan has a comrade, but it tries to play it off like a minor inconvenience. The tiger beast roars in pain, frantically looking around to find the hidden sniper who just stung it. Haiyan just smirks through the blood on his face, thanking Shin Sunga for the perfect assist. The Lich realizes the tide is turning and its frustration is reaching a boiling point. Haiyan takes a deep breath, steadying his shaking legs as he prepares for one final explosive move. The air around him begins to vibrate as he pours every last drop of his mana into his legs. He launches himself forward like a rocket, his hands gripping the hammer so hard his knuckles are turning white. The tiger monster is wide open, and Haiyan knows this is the one shot he has to end this beast for good. The beast is still distracted by the arrow, completely unaware of the mountain of stone flying toward its face. Scrack! The hammer connects with the tiger's skull, sending a spray of blood and broken teeth across the pavement. The monster lets out one last pathetic whimper as its lights are permanently dimmed by the overwhelming blow. Haiyan stands over the massive corpse, his breathing heavy and ragged, but he's not done yet. Suddenly, a jagged blade whips through the air, catching Haiyan completely off guard. The Snake King plunges its weapon deep into Haiyan's shoulder, a lethal strike that would kill any normal hunter instantly. Haiyan coughs up blood, his vision blurring as the heavy hammer slips from his fingers and hits the ground with a dull thud. But even as he's dying, Haiyan's eyes stay sharp, his hand reaching out to grab the snake monster's arm. He pulls the monster in close, his face twisted into a terrifying, blood-soaked snarl. Using the monster's own momentum, he slams it into the ground with everything he has left. He draws a hidden blade in a blur of motion, the steel catching the light as he prepares to finish this once and for all. The snake monster's eyes fill with genuine terror as it realizes it just walked into a death trap. Haiyan lets out a manic laugh, his face inches away from the monster's as he prepares to deliver the final blow. A flurry of stabs echoes through the quiet street, ending the last of the kings in a brutal display of survival. He stands there, a lone silhouette amidst the corpses of kings, looking like a demon crawled out of hell. He wipes the blood from his mouth, a chilling smile playing on his lips as he looks up at the sky. "Now, there's only one left, right?" he says, his voice raspy and full of malice. He stares directly at the floating lick, calling it a baldy, and challenging the boss to come down and face him. The street is a graveyard of monsters, and Haiyan is the only thing left standing, his aura flickering like a dying flame. His grin is pure madness, taunting the undead lord even though his own heart is barely beating. The leech isn't buying the act, looking down with cold indifference and calling out his bluff. It can sense that Haiyan is bone dry on mana and wonders how he expects to survive even one more second. Haiyan's face drops for a split second, realizing the boss isn't as stupid as it looks. His internal thoughts are racing, he's out of magic, his body's regeneration is failing, and he's fading fast. More importantly, the lich is flying, and Haiyan doesn't have the strength left to even throw a rock, let alone jump that high. His legs are shaking like leaves, and he wishes he could tap into the giant's power one more time, but there's nothing left in the tank. Suddenly, his heart gives a violent thud, and he feels a cold shiver run down his spine. He collapses into a violent coughing fit, blood spattering onto the pavement as his internal organs start to fail. His foot slips in a pool of his own blood, and the world starts to tilt. He hits the ground hard, the impact rattling his teeth as he finally loses his footing. He groans, trying to push himself up, but his arms feel like they're made of lead. The lich watches with a satisfied hum, noting that the darkness is finally starting to creep into the human soul. It reveals that the Snake King's attack wasn't just physical, it was laced with a specialized necrotic poison. The lich admits it was a good choice to use poison against a human for the first time, watching the life drain from Haiyan's eyes. It floats down slightly, offering Haiyan a deal, surrender and become its immortal slave, and it might just give him the antidote. Haiyan just lets out a weak curse, a defiant smirk still lingering on his bloody lips. He repeats his promise. He's going to break that skull into a 3D puzzle if it's the last thing he does. He forces his eyes open, a desperate red light flickering back to life as he prepares to burn his very soul for one last move. He decides to dump every last scrap of mana into detoxifying the poison, even if it leaves him completely defenseless. His last resort is Bilgain's Longsword, a sinister B-rank weapon imbued with a dark, bloodthirsty aura. The sword's berserker skill will boost his stats massively for 5 minutes, but it'll fry his brain and leave him a wreck afterward. Haiyan lets out a primal scream, challenging the fucker to bring it on, ready to take the lich to the grave with him. Just as he's about to lose himself to the madness, he hears a calm, heavy footstep behind him. A man in polished armor walks past him with the confidence of a king, making the air itself feel heavy. The stranger tells Haiyan he did a great job, his voice smooth and commanding. He announces that the Ability Users Alliance is taking over from here, and the tone of the entire battlefield shifts instantly. Haiyan's eyes go wide. He recognizes that face. It's a tutorial graduate, one of the elite few who actually survived hell. It's Choi Dongwoo, the president of the alliance himself, standing tall with a spear that glows with pure holy light. Dongwoo tells Hyeon to go take a rest, looking at the lich like it's nothing more than a minor nuisance. Hyeon tries to argue, reaching out a hand, but his body finally decides it's had enough. His vision fades to black and white as his consciousness finally snaps. He falls to his knees, the weight of the battle finally crushing him as he collapses in front of the world's strongest hero. "Ah, crap," he mutters, realizing he can't hold on any longer as the world starts to spin. He falls back onto the cold stone, letting out a long, shaky breath as the adrenaline finally drains away. His last thought is a complaint about how Dongwoo showed up with a needlessly dramatic entrance. The scene shifts to a quiet, sterile hospital building under a bright blue sky. Hyeon's eyes snap open, his breath hitching as he realizes he's still alive and not in a monster's stomach. He sees his sister Hyeon casually sitting by his bed, drinking a soda like she's just waiting for a movie to start. She notices he's awake and gives him a look that's half relief and half annoyance. Hyeon immediately starts complaining about her crap face being the first thing he sees, which earns him a sharp retort. She tells him it was a waste of money to pay his bills and asks why he didn't just die already. Classic sibling love. Hyeon ignores the jab and asks about the Suwon dungeon break, desperate to know if the city is safe. She explains it's all settled and mentions that the famous president of the alliance himself brought him here. Hyeon sinks back into his pillow, thinking about Choi Dongwoo and why a big shot like that would personally help him. He looks at a business card from the alliance, deciding that he doesn't want to feel like he owes anyone a favor. He stares out the window, his expression softening just a bit as he listens to his sister's nagging. Hyeon tells him to be careful, worried that his special abilities will eventually be the death of him for real. Hyeon grumbles that he doesn't die for fun. Every death drops his level and makes him feel like garbage. He catches the look of genuine fear in her eyes and realizes how much he's been scaring her. She looks down, her hand trembling slightly as she tries to hide her emotions. The room goes quiet as the weight of their situation sinks in. Hyeon scratches his head, feeling awkward about the emotional atmosphere. He promises to try and be more careful next time, though they both know he's probably lying. Across town, the massive glass-covered skyscraper of the Ability Users Alliance looms over the city. Inside the president's office, a secretary asks Dongwoo if he actually knows the guy named Kang Hyun. Dongwoo is busy typing away, casually mentioning that he'd heard reports about Hyun and decided to check him out. The secretary is confused why the president personally oversaw the transfer and even covered the hospital bills for a random hunter. Dongwoo looks up with a knowing smirk, saying he witnessed the birth of a hero and wanted to help while he still could. He remembers the image of Hyeon, bloodied and broken, still screaming his defiance at the lick. He folds his hands, his expression turning serious as he shifts the conversation to the mission. He asks his assistant for a status report on the one thing that actually matters. He wants to know exactly what happened to that runaway lich. Back at the hospital, the sun is high and the air is clear, marking another day of recovery. A doctor adjusts his glasses, staring at a monitor in total shock at how fast Hyeon's body has healed from those lethal wounds. Hyeon and his sister walk through the lobby, our boy complaining that he could have left yesterday if the doctors weren't so paranoid. He's stressing out about all the money and levels he lost during his day off, looking like he's ready to jump back into a dungeon right now. He stops mid-sentence, noticing a man in a sharp black suit talking to the receptionist. The man looks disappointed as the receptionist tells him that a patient named Kang Hyun has already been discharged. The stranger sighs, looking like he's missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hyeon approaches him from behind, asking who the hell he is and why he's looking for him. The man spins around, his eyes lighting up as he realizes he didn't miss his target after all. Hyeon confirms his identity, wondering if this guy is another creditor or some crazy fan. The man frantically digs through his pockets, looking for something to prove he's legit. He hands over a crisp white business card, Shin Taegil, team leader of the Special Ability Users Management Team. Hyeon raises an eyebrow. It's the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. The government is finally knocking on his door. The hospital fades into the background as Hyeon wonders what the big dogs in Seoul want with a ghost hunter like him. The scene cuts to a high-end restaurant where a thick, juicy steak is sizzling on a hot grill. Hyeon sits across from Taegil, questioning if it's really okay to eat at such an expensive place on the taxpayer's dime. He smirks, joking that he finally feels like he's getting a refund for all the taxes he's paid over the years. Taegil gets straight to the point, looking Hyeon in the eye with a serious expression. He asks Hyan to join a government-affiliated organization, but clarifies that it's strictly a voluntary suggestion. Hyan scratches his chin, wondering if this just makes him a boring civil servant and what the catch is. Taegil explains that they aren't regular paper pushers, they're a team built to handle the chaos of the coming apocalypse. He reveals that the government knows they can't control high-level hunters by force anymore, there are just too many of them. So instead, they've decided to buy their loyalty with massive support and a mutually beneficial partnership. The biggest perk? Cold, hard cash. They'll provide enough funding to make sure Hyan never has to worry about money again. And if the worst happens, the government promises to take care of his family for life, treating them like the family of a national hero. Hyan's ears perk up at that. It sounds almost too good to be true, and he asks what the work actually involves. Taegil closes his eyes, admitting there will be dangerous missions, but they won't make unreasonable demands. All they ask is that he keeps living his life, and only responds when the country truly needs his specific set of skills. He mentions that even Choi Dongwoo and the Dangun Guild are already collaborating with them to build a unified front. Hyan thinks it over. It's basically a high-paying part-time job that keeps his family safe. He gives a firm okay, deciding that the benefits are way too high to pass up. The sky turns a deep purple as evening falls over the city. We return to Suwon, near the ruins of the old laboratory where the battle took place. Hyan walks down the street, grumbling about how the cleanup crews probably towed his car away during the mess. He hears a familiar voice call out his name, and his expression shifts to one of mild confusion. He turns to see Shin Sunga standing there, holding a large, heavy-looking bag and looking a bit nervous. He blanks on her name for a second, accidentally calling her Shin So-yi before she corrects him. She approaches him with a determined stride, her eyes fixed on his. Hyan looks down at the bag, wondering what she's been carrying around in the middle of a war zone. She opens it, revealing a massive pile of glowing mana crystals harvested from the monsters they killed. She apologizes for being late, explaining she wanted to return these to him the moment he woke up. Hyan is stunned. She's been waiting around in a dangerous, ruined city just to return some loot to a guy she barely knows. She just nods, her expression dead serious, making Hyan realize just how stubborn she is. He tells her she can just keep them as a reward, but she refuses, saying she won't break her promise to him. Hyan gives in, thanking her for being so thoughtful and taking the bag of riches. He starts walking away, still worrying about his missing car and how he's going to get home. Suddenly, she calls out to him again, her voice full of a new, intense energy. She drops to her knees, bowing her head low in a traditional gesture of ultimate respect. She asks him to take her as his disciple, her voice echoing through the empty street. Hyan stops dead in his tracks, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face as he stares at her in disbelief. The scene shifts to a moonlit forest, far away from the city, where the silence is heavy and cold. A mysterious stone doorway stands alone in the middle of the woods, radiating an eerie, dark energy. It's an F-rank dungeon called Kirka Village, but something feels very wrong about it. The Lich is there, hiding in the shadows of the trees, nursing its wounds and cursing the humans who nearly killed it. A figure walks calmly through the woods, their footsteps making no sound on the forest floor. It's Choi Minju, and he's wearing a chilling, confident smile as he finds the weakened monster. The Lich flares its eyes, demanding to know who this human is and how he found its hiding spot. Minju tells it to relax, claiming he isn't an enemy and that he's here to offer a hand. The monster is shocked as Minju reveals a secret. He's the one who actually freed the Lich from its seal in the first place. Minju leans in, his face shadowed by the moonlight as he addresses the Lich by its true name, Dayance. He holds out his hand, surrounded by a swirling aura of blood-red mana, inviting the monster to join his dark cause. The screen fades as a new, even more dangerous alliance is formed in the shadows. The morning sun hits a traditional Korean courtyard, but the peace is about to be shattered by some high-stakes recruiting. Shin Sunga introduces herself with a bow, her eyes burning with determination as she officially joins our boys' inner circle. And Yusong just sits there with his usual bored, blonde-haired attitude, looking like he's judging the new recruit before she even speaks. He mocks Hyan, saying he thought the MC would never find guild members since he basically has zero social skills. Hyan snaps back immediately, defending his honor by claiming he actually has at least 1 or 2 friends. Maybe. But deep down, even our boy has to stop and think for a second if that's actually true. Yuseong smirks, reminding Hyun that he won the recruitment bet, which means the MC is paying for this expensive-looking traditional meal. Hyun sighs and admits defeat, but he's not letting Sunga in that easily. She has to prove her worth first. Yuseong's eyes light up with a creepy, jagged grin as he suggests they head straight to a dungeon for the test right now. Sunga doesn't even flinch, jumping at the chance to show her lord what she can really do with that bow. Hyun and Sunga just stare at Yuseong, realizing this guy doesn't care about guild testing, he's just a battle junkie who wants to kill something. The title card cracks onto the screen as we gear up for a solo resurrection that's starting to look a lot more like a powerhouse trio. They arrive at Harpy's Cliff, a D-rank dungeon where the air is thick with the smell of monster mana and impending death. A harpy shrieks as it dives from the sky, its talons ready to rip through anyone foolish enough to enter its territory. Hyun and Yuseong stand back, letting Sunga take the lead as she faces a literal swarm of the flying bird monsters. She draws her bow with perfect form, a glowing mana arrow materializing as she locks onto her target with cold precision. Whoosh! The arrow streaks through the air, piercing the harpy's skull mid-flight and ending the threat instantly. The monster hits the dirt with a heavy thud, and the trio stands over it, looking completely unimpressed by the D-rank challenge. Yuseong cracks his neck, admitting that having a long-range dealer makes the party feel a lot more balanced and meta. Hyun asks the psycho what he thinks, but Yuseong just looks confused, clearly having forgotten there was even a test happening. Our boy calls him out for being a total punk, realizing Yuseong really was just here for the thrill of the hunt. Sunga doesn't wait for praise, drawing a small dagger as she moves toward the fallen harpy. She tells them she's going to collect the magic stone, acting more like a professional porter than a high-level disciple. Hyun tells her she doesn't need to be so meticulous about the small stuff if it's an inconvenience, but she's not hearing it. She looks up with a drop of sweat on her face, telling him she actually likes doing the dirty work for him. Yuseong reminds Hyun that those stones are worth money, and since the MC is still technically broke, he shouldn't be picky. Hyun gets defensive, asking Yuseong why he isn't picking up cores himself if money is so important. The rich psycho just shrugs, claiming he's already loaded, which just makes Hyun call him an annoying brat under his breath. Suddenly, Hyun's eyes sharpen as he feels a strange ripple in the air, something that shouldn't be in a D-rank dungeon. Yuseong senses it too, his boredom instantly replaced by a sharp, lethal focus. Sunga looks confused, clutching her mana stones and wondering why the two heavy hitters just went dead silent. Hyun doesn't hesitate, his eyes glow red as he pivots, throwing a punch with enough force to shatter stone. Bam! His fist connects with thin air, but a spray of blood and a muffled groan reveal that someone was hiding there. A man in a dark cloak is sent flying, his stealth skill shattered as he hits the ground with a bone-crushing impact. The intruder gasps for air, his face battered and bloodied from that one single untelegraphed strike. Hyun looks down, genuinely impressed that this guy managed to sneak up that close without being noticed earlier. Yuseong notes that since there was no killing intent, even his high-level sixth sense didn't catch the guy until the last second. Hyun stares at the unconscious intruder, sensing that something about this passerby reeks of a much bigger problem. Yuseong jokes that if it was just a random guy, Hyun just committed unprovoked assault, but the MC isn't laughing. Our boy isn't feeling guilty. Sneaking up on people in a dungeon is bad manners, and he thinks the guy deserved the beating. But more importantly, Hyun has a gut feeling that this guy is the key to the mystery the government mentioned earlier. Flashback to a few days ago, a heavy government seal is pressed onto a contract, finalizing Hyun's new life. Taegil hands over the documents, telling Hyun to take care of the business and keep in touch. Hyun agrees, but Taegil's expression turns dead serious as he leans across the table. He wants to give the MC a heads up about something dangerous brewing in the shadows of the Hunter world. Hyun asks if it's about the dungeon terrorists, the ones deliberately causing breaks and killing civilians. Taegil confirms it, saying the government has finally caught a lead on the organization and is planning to cut off its head. He looks Hyun in the eye, telling him that a large-scale operation is coming and he's going to need the MC's help. Back in the dungeon, a stream of warm yellow liquid splashes right onto the intruder's face. The guy wakes up with a sputter, screaming in horror as he realizes he's tied up and being treated like trash. Hyun looks down with a cheerful, terrifying grin, holding an empty pouch and welcoming the guy back to the land of the living. The prisoner struggles against the ropes, wondering why the hell he feels so sticky and confined. He demands to know who they are, but the look on Hyun's face tells him he's in for a very bad time. The guy's face twists in pure disgust as the realization of what just hit him starts to sink in. He gags, asking what that horrific stench is, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hyan casually apologizes, saying they wanted to wake him up with water, but they were running low on drinking supplies. So, they just used the urine from a freshly killed harpy's bladder instead. Resourceful, right? The guy looks like his soul is leaving his body as the monster pee drips down his forehead. He can't even process the level of disrespect as the harpy feathers float around in the puddle. End of the chapter, and the interrogation is just getting started as our badass guild proves they play by their own rules. The guy is screaming his lungs out, the sheer humiliation of being peed on by a monster bird finally breaking his spirit. He calls Hyan a crazy bastard, unable to believe a human would actually do something that disgusting. Chapter 41 kicks off with our boy looking as smug as ever, ready to get some answers out of this terrorist. Hyan and the crew just stand there watching him have a mental breakdown, completely unbothered by his suffering. Our boy leans in, his face going cold as he tells the guy it's finally time to start talking. The prisoner flinches as Hyan gets into his personal space, realizing he's at the mercy of a total monster. Hyan cuts to the chase, asking point blank if he's one of the dungeon terrorists causing the mass breaks. The guy starts laughing like a maniac, the sound wet and pathetic as it echoes through the cave. He admits that's what people call them, but he doesn't look like he regrets a single thing. He sneers at Hyan, claiming our boy knows nothing about the noble purpose behind their acts of terror. Hyan just picks his ear, telling him he couldn't care less about a noble purpose and that he just needs the info. The terrorist tells him to do his worst, claiming that no amount of torture or threats will make him betray his grand mission. He looks like a religious fanatic, screaming that no one can stop what's coming to the world. The scene shifts to the sky outside, the sun starting to set over the horizon as time passes. Cut back to the dungeon, the guy is now a sobbing, swollen mess, begging Hyan to just let him speak. Hyan isn't satisfied, looking at the guy with eyes of stone and suggesting they knock out a few more teeth just to be sure. The cave echoes with the sound of several heavy strikes and more screaming, interrogation, Hyan style. Later that evening, Shin Taegil arrives at the dungeon entrance, looking shocked to see Hyan actually caught someone. Hyan drags the broken, sobbing terrorist out by his cloak like he's taking out the trash. The guy is literally begging the government agents to arrest him, just so he can get away from Hyan. Taegil asks why the prisoner looks like he's been through a blender, and Hyan just lies through his teeth, blaming the harpies. The agents lead the guy away, his noble purpose long gone after spending an hour alone with our MC. Taegil thanks Hyan for the cooperation, promising the government will handle the rest of the investigation. Yuseong steps forward, recognizing Taegil and giving him a casual wave like they're old buddies. Hyan is surprised they know each other, but Taegil admits that Yuseong was one of their top scouting targets before. It turns out, Yuseong declined the government's offer immediately because he thought it sounded boring. The psycho laughs, saying working for the government doesn't seem like fun, while Hyan just looks on, judging his life choices. Taegil's expression turns serious again as he looks at the group. He has a much bigger bomb to drop. He suggests they meet tomorrow to discuss the details, and the atmosphere tells us this isn't going to be a simple mission. Next day, the bright sun shines over a sleek government building, where the future of Korea is being decided. Taegil sets down a cup of coffee, officially naming the terrorist as Young Youngshik, a high-ranking stealth specialist. Hyan listens intently, having already heard most of this, but he's waiting for the why. Thanks to the info Hyan extracted, they found the terrorists' base, but they're waiting 2 weeks for a large-scale attack. Hyan is annoyed, asking why they have to wait so long instead of just striking right now while they have the lead. Taegil asks if he saw the news about China clearing the world's first C-rank gate a few days ago. He reveals that the information made public was a lie. The truth is much more horrifying. China deployed 1,200 hunters for that one raid, and more than half of them were slaughtered inside the gate. Hyan's eyes widen. A C-rank gate is apparently a death sentence for anyone who isn't top tier. Taegil reminds him that the danger of dungeons increases exponentially with every single rank. Going up just one rank means you need double the people and triple the power, according to the official stats. China's human wave tactic was their downfall because their average ability was too low for the monsters inside. Now, a C-rank gate called the Forest of Vanandi has appeared right in the middle of Gangnam, Seoul. Hyan asks if they even need to raid it, since you can just periodically destroy the core to keep it closed. Taegil is surprised by how much Hyan knows about dungeon mechanics, looking at him with new respect. He takes a slow sip of coffee, preparing to explain why just closing it isn't an option this time. The problem is that Korea has never successfully raided a normal core before, and their luck is running out. The system window shows a terrifying countdown. The forest will open in just 12 days, no matter what they do. Monsters capable of killing hundreds of hunters will be released into the most crowded street in Korea. Experts believe the damage will surpass the original dungeon break that started this whole mess years ago. Hyeon realizes why the government is so desperate. They aren't just asking him to help, they're asking him to join the elite raid team. Taegil admits that individual participation isn't allowed for a mission of this magnitude. He drops the big request. He wants Kang Hyeon to officially establish his own guild. He asks our boy to endure working with others just this once, for the sake of the entire nation. The government will handle all the boring paperwork and give them unlimited support if they just agree to join the fight. Hyeon sighs, rubbing his forehead as he realizes he's basically being forced into a leadership role. But he smirks internally, realizing he was going to start a guild anyway, and now the government is just spoon-feeding him everything he needs. Cut to a cozy cafe where our power trio is gathered for their first official guild meeting. Hyeon crosses his massive arms, telling the others it's time to pick a name that won't make them look like complete idiots. Sunga and Yuseong just stare at him, waiting for the leader to make a decision. Yuseong is confused, wondering how they're even a guild when there are only 3 of them in the building. Hyeon explains that the government handled the logistics, allowing them to skip the usual requirements for the Gangnam raid. Outside, people are going about their day, completely unaware that a C-rank apocalypse is ticking down nearby. Yuseong's eyes go wide as he realizes they're actually going into a C-rank dungeon so soon. He laughs, saying it sounds like a blast, and that Hyeon is basically playing the government like a fiddle. Sunga insists on being respectful, calling herself a disciple, but Hyeon tells her to just speak comfortably for now. Our boy clears his throat, getting serious about the rules that will define their new organization. He tells them this is the most important moment for the guild's future. They need a solid policy. Rule number 1. They won't pick any unnecessary fights with other guilds or hunters. He stares directly at Yuseong, who just looks offended that Hyeon would even suggest he's a troublemaker. Rule number 2. They return exactly what they receive, whether it's a favor or a grudge. Yuseong likes that one. He hates being a scumbag, but he hates being a sucker who gets taken advantage of even more. And the third and final rule is the most important one of all. We become stronger than anyone else on the planet. Hyeon says it with a chilling confidence that settles the room. Yuseong loves the vibe, though he's still not sure about that first rule about not starting fights. Sunga promises to remember those words deeply, her loyalty to her lord reaching a new peak. Now comes the hard part, the name. Hyeon asks the others for any good suggestions. Yuseong immediately suggests Madman Guild, which Hyeon rejects before the words are even out of the guy's mouth. Then he tries Lunatic, and for a split second, Hyeon actually thinks it sounds kind of cool. But he looks at Yuseong and realizes this guy really is just a crazy bastard, so he moves on. He asks Sunga for her input, hoping for something a bit more professional. She closes her eyes, thinking intensely about the perfect name for her master's legacy. She suggests Kang Hyeon and his strong friends, looking dead serious about it while the others just stare in silence. Hyeon lets out a long, exhausted groan, realizing he's surrounded by people with zero naming sense. He decides to take matters into his own hands, clicking his pen and preparing to write history. Yuseong laughs, betting that Hyeon's choice won't be any better just because he's the oldest. Hyeon finishes writing and slides the paper over with a smug look, asking what they think. The 2 recruits lean in, their expressions going from skeptical to genuinely impressed. They admit it's not bad, and the sun shines over the city as the newest powerhouse guild is born. The title card flashes. We're entering a new era as the focus shifts to a dark, underground bar. The villain, Choi Minjun, is staring at the wall of expensive wine, his aura cold and sharp. A subordinate reports that Jung Youngshik has been captured, and the news clearly doesn't please the boss. Minjun swizzles his whiskey, his eyes narrowed as he processes the failure of his top stealth specialist. He notes that while Youngshik wasn't a great fighter, his stealth was an irreplaceable skill for their operations. Because of the capture, their plan for the hindsight planes break has completely fallen through. Minjun's voice goes dangerously low as he asks the one question that really matters: who did it? The subordinate trembles, realizing the boss is in a killing mood and any wrong word could be her last. She reveals the investigation points to an ability user named Kang Hyun. Minjun takes a sip of his drink, burning that name into his memory as he prepares for a counterattack. He recalls Hyon's past feats, including the time he faced the mutant Kaika at the training school, and how he single-handedly dismantled the research lab during the Suwon monster wave. Minjun grits his teeth, calling Hyon one of those annoying types who keeps getting in his way. He asks about the status of their experimental drugs, but the subordinate says they still need more time to find test subjects. The villain wipes his mouth, telling her to bring the schedule forward by any means necessary. He stares her down with glowing red eyes, threatening to turn her into a test subject herself if she fails again. The girl is terrified, realizing that the man in front of her is far more monstrous than any dungeon creature. She scurries away, leaving Minjun alone in the dark to plan his next move against our guy. The news cycle is dominated by the announcement of the C-rank Forest of Vanandi strategy team. Online forums are blowing up, with citizens questioning if the team is too small to handle such a massive threat. The official lineup is revealed. Number 1 is the legendary Dangun Guild, led by the beautiful Han Seon. Number 2 is the Ability Users Alliance, with the incredibly popular Choi Dongwoo leading the charge. Number 3 is the Hua Ryong Guild, though the fans seem a lot more skeptical about their unlikable leader. Number 4 is the Immortal Guild, a group of high-level veterans who look ready for war. Number 5 is the Guardian Guild, rumored to be one of the most balanced teams in the country. Number 6 is the Black Knights, a group that looks like they walked straight out of a medieval nightmare. The public is hyped, calling the lineup legendary and realizing that if this fails, Korea is basically done for. But everyone is confused by number 7, a guild no one has ever heard of that was established just a few days ago. At the government meeting room, the atmosphere is tense as the top guild leaders wait for the final arrival. A pair of sneakers steps into the room, marking a very casual entrance to a very serious meeting. A bizarre, cartoonish face stares out from a t-shirt, giving a ridiculous hello there to the room of elites. Hyon stands tall, wearing his ridiculous badass shirt with pride, and announces himself as the guild leader. He smirks at the shocked faces of the country's strongest heroes, making sure everyone knows he's late and doesn't care. The narrator notes that this was just the first of many misadventures for the badass guild, not that anyone was counting anymore. And with that epic entrance, Season 1 comes to a close!